The first in beginning of the season against Spurs, the first game, the second game, but then we start to talk. We have to hug, we have to have five, we have to celebrate the difficulties, work together, and that's why we are there in the 4 competitions and closer to the top than the 6 for the qualification to Champions League next season. So, and with I don't know 65-70% new players, and many things have to listen and work, and the habits that we didn't have, and now we have step by step. So yeah, I'm really pleased.
Unreal performance yesterday from Nico O'Reilly, getting that brace, just really flying from Manchester City. What a star.
Yeah, we've just rattled on about experience, and then we're now going to talk about a 20-year-old.
But it's all about a balance.
He was superb yesterday. He took his 2 goals brilliantly. Loved the header from the assist from Erling Haaland. And I just couldn't see yesterday, for love nor money, how Newcastle were going to get anything out of the game because of the break that City have had. You know, Salford in the cup last week, and you know they've had time, and Newcastle had a European game in midweek, and actually Newcastle made it a much tighter affair.
It was a great performance from them,
considering you know,
and the Dan Burn push as well. If you're pushed and then it ends up being offside, it should have stood.
Well, yeah, that was another controversial one, but he clearly gets pushed. Yeah. Clearly does.
Yep.
And City didn't play their best yesterday, but did enough to. I just didn't see them not winning that game. I couldn't make an argument for Newcastle yesterday.
It really was some fight, some performance. Aït-Nouri put absolutely everything into it. Haaland was on the ground after the game, getting picked up from his teammates. But one thing Pep mentioned there was that togetherness. This is the position that Manchester City know how to win the league. They're hunting Arsenal. Are you changing your opinion now?
No, well, no. I stand by what I said. I still think Arsenal have got the best squad, and have shown over the course of the season so far. But we're not at the end of the season, are we? If City do go on a run, and we've seen him do it before. It's a little bit by default this year that it's become a little bit tighter because City haven't played. Man City fans have been spoilt for a long time, as in what they've witnessed and the type of teams they've had, level of performance. They've been superb. And this team isn't quite there yet, but they gradually have got, I think, improved. Defensively, they've suffered a lot this year. John Stones has been injured a lot. You know, Diaz hasn't quite been the player he once was. Guardiola's moved around, and Nathan Ake's not playing as much. These are all defenders. They went with, really, over the last sort of 18 months, they've changed 2 fullbacks. Aït-Nouri's come in. But O'Reilly's a midfielder more to me than the wing. He can do both.
Where would he be called up in Thomas Tuchel's World Cup squad? I mean, he's had 2 caps so far, but from that performance last night...
It would be very hard to ignore him, because someone of 6'3", with his ability technically, his pace, his aerial threat. O'Reilly's got. I mean, he actually, when you see him standing on the pitch, you don't realise how big he is.
Yeah, is he? You know?
So he's a real unit as a young man of 20, and he seems to have a great mentality. I mean, it was a great day for him yesterday. But he's been playing. You look how many games he's played for City this year. He's been involved since really the start of the season.
Yeah.
He's been involved.
On that note as well, January transfer window, if City go on to win the league, having Mark Guéhi come in, Semenyo come in.
Big. Guéhi was good yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah. Semenyo's going to be a player for them anyway. There were 2 fantastic signings. That 2 signings alone were like Alisson and Van Dijk. When Liverpool went and got Alisson and Van Dijk, 2 major coups. That's what City have done.
Yeah. Okay, we'll see how it goes. It's kind of now looking like today. Can Arsenal get the win over Spurs at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium in the North London derby? Spurs flirting with relegation, which is just absolutely wild. Spurs fans, how do you feel about the situation today? Is all for yours for the taking? Is this the time, as Jamie O'Hara says, to face Arsenal? And Arsenal fans, are you a little bit gutted after Newcastle couldn't get the win over City last night? 03717 223344 coming up next. We'll get into the relegation battle. Big points for West Ham and Leeds yesterday. 2 lost or 1 gained.
Right, let's get back to it. Chelsea conceded an injury time equaliser at home to Burnley. Here's what manager Liam Rossini told Sam Ellard post-match.
Every game in this league is difficult in different ways. We need to make sure we bounce back. We've got a difficult game at Arsenal, but I don't judge. Every game is difficult, and it's an opportunity to win games, but it's also an opportunity where you can lose games if you're not at the correct level.
And Liam, you mentioned, I think, for large parts of that first half, you had 80% of possession, maybe you're not creating too many clear-cut chances. Was it just about you need to be a bit more braver in possession to try and force an opening, force better chances?
I felt we could be more incisive with the possession that we had. I felt we could risk the ball a little bit more, which is what I want. There are things for us to work on. Second half, I thought we did that. I thought we created really good moments, but our final end product wasn't there. I don't remember them having a moment, and that's really the frustrating thing about this game and the Leeds game, is that from really dominant positions we haven't managed to get the points that we should take from the game.
And there's another one positive take from the game, another goal for João Pedro, a proper number 9's finish. Fantastic. Happy with how he's doing at the moment?
Yeah, very happy with him. His position that he takes up is exactly what we want, but strikers score goals to win games, and we haven't managed to win the game today.
Liam Rosenior speaking there. Fair reflection?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't realise it was 80% possession, but we've done nothing with it, mate. Done nothing with the ball. No. Quickness, moving the ball. They were setting their shape. When the teams sit like that, you can be well coached. You've got to find a way to break them down. We didn't even look like breaking them down. We didn't look it. Can't tell you how disappointed I was with that tonight. That was poop. It was. Come away from there and you go, do you know what? Burnley deserve that. They deserve to get something out of the game. And that you can't.
That's not good enough yet when you're trying to get champions.
We weren't good enough, mate.
Let's go to Connor, who's a Chelsea fan. All right, Con?
All right, boys.
Connor.
How you feeling?
Yeah, well, same as Jace, to be honest. He really hit the nail on the head. He took words out of my mouth on the last Chelsea call. We can scream till we're blue in the face about politics, about the board, etc., but age is our problem at the moment. Our squad, our players have great potential. If you look at the goal from Burnley, it was Andre Santos. He switched off. His man's run in front of him, headed the ball in far left. It's the problem with the age is they just forget that there's 90 minutes of a football game. We look back to seasons where we've won the Champions League. We had Thiago Silva's in the team, ones that have controlled the team. Colwill, who's learned under him, has been out all season, and he's been such a big loss for us.
I don't know if you can use age as... Yeah, I can get inexperience and controlling games. I get that. I can understand young lads not controlling. But come on, mate. Set piece. Free header.
Jay, no one takes responsibility.
No
one took responsibility.
No
one jumped.
No, it's a free header.
That's what I mean, though.
That's what I mean. Come on, you get taught under 11s, you've got to learn how to defend set pieces. He's not reserve team football.
Do you know the problem?
He's a decent player who are playing first team.
Can I just say the problem, right? It was a zonal system. Right, Mark? No, hear me. But when someone gets taken off, someone has got to recognise, right, we have a man down. When you're marking zonally, right, you have spotters, right, or blockers, right? Someone has got to take responsibility. You don't need that many bodies in that 6-yard box. Someone's got to take responsibility. They sat there waiting, absolutely waiting for them to score, and they nearly done it again.
You watch him; he runs straight across Santos.
Oh, I see it. It's embarrassing. It's a free header in the 90th minute. It's ridiculous.
That's poop.
It's ridiculous. But I get that age thing. I get it, and young players can let you down and all that. But what about Robert Sanchez? I'll say it again, Con.
Well, yeah, but they're two separate issues.
He's booting it back to Burnley.
Jay's right. He's right.
And he's 28 years old. Don't tell me that's about 8.
He's 100% right there. That decision making at that point, you've got to be cuter. Yeah. I watched Arsenal the other day. Okay, they didn't get away. What do you think Raya's doing in that situation? What do you think Raya's going to do? He's going down.
Rolling out, isn't he?
He's holding the ball and he's going on the ground and he's staying on there for 30 seconds. Or however long. Then he gets up and then he'll...
Yeah, but, not good, Con. But look, Rosenior, you convinced?
Yeah, I reckon so. I think he's going to be great. I think he's shown great potential already. I've heard nothing but good things from him. I even heard Simon Jordan say some good things, which you don't hear him often, do you?
No.
So I'm taking that as a positive.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I don't think... Liam's going to learn from this as well. But in-game management from players, right? When a player gets sent off, someone... you get players ordering around, pulling players in different positions. It's almost that they go, here's my position, and I am not moving for... This is what I've been told to do. I have to stand here. And then he runs across the front. And it happened twice.
Yeah, twice. All right, let's hear from Scott Parker praising the grit of his Burnley players today.
Happy, I suppose, a little bit of frustration in the back end of it because obviously we miss a big chance which could have made it a little bit different and we could have gained the 3 points. But I think overall I'm immensely proud of the group and coming to a place like this, a tough place, going a goal down within minutes. I don't know when the first goal was scored, but minutes, and to show the resilience and to then ease our way back into the game. Certainly in the first half, I thought we started to show our dominance. And then to get the goal at the end was really pleasing. This year at times there's been many challenges and there's been a lot of noise around us, and that noise has put immense pressure on this young group at times, and they're experiencing things for the first time. But there's one thing that this group have got is a resilience beyond resilience. And only 10 days ago we went to Crystal Palace and it was 2-0. We was 2-0 down after 25 minutes, and I think any man or any woman, child watching that game would have said there's no way that Burnley are getting back in this game. From what's happened, this team showed absolute resilience, got herself off the canvas and then come back, and it was the same today really. So I'll never question that. It's a tough league and we've experienced some of that, and sometimes we've fallen a little bit short in terms of the level of what we're playing up against. But there's one thing what this team have got is this grit and fight, and they're learning to gain a resilience which is beyond really.
Yeah, Scott Parker speaking after the game. Let's go to John. He's a Chelsea fan. All right, John?
John boy.
Hello there. You all right, boys?
Yeah. John, fuming?
Absolutely fuming today, mate. I was watching the game live. I was down there today, and I'm just going to say that the slow pace of the game, it absolutely infuriating to watch, especially to concede in the last minute like we did. I know we had 10 men, but it's just we're Chelsea Football Club. We're playing Burnley, for God's sake.
Yeah.
No, I agree. I mean, it was a poor performance. It really was.
Yeah, I mean,
a lot of possession, but
even we'd hung on, right? Even we'd managed to hang on. I said to Jay in the break, I still would have come in and said exactly what I'm saying. The performance was way below par, way below anything.
Why is that? Why do you think that is?
I just think this. I think the way that Burnley set up, we had no answer. The 5-4-1, we could not break them down. We couldn't break them down, and the lack of urgency. We couldn't get Cole Palmer on the. Yeah, our influential creative players couldn't get on the ball. Cole was having to drop deeper, right, and then trying to influence the game 15, 20 yards deeper than he really wants to be.
Yeah.
Couldn't get him on the ball. There was a malaise about us, like a real. There was no. It felt. We'll win. You know what it felt like? We'll win the game. That's fine. Don't we won it up? We win. It's only Burnley.
Yeah.
It felt a little bit like that. That's why I'm angry, because we've allowed, and like I said, Burnley can't argue. Burnley deserves someone out the game. It's so that weren't good enough. That's
disappointing, John. Disappointing for you. You convinced with Rosinha?
Not really. Well, with him, I feel like he's just got his qualification off the back of a Kellogg's box. Do you know what I mean?
Kellogg's. Wait. You ain't for A?
You get a pro license off of the old Kellogg's.
Who's he managed? Just like a Legoland license.
Hull, mate. Good team.
Not Strasbourg.
Strasbourg. Good team.
Oh, silly.
Derby assistant manager.
Team.
Good team. Come on, mate. You can't get that off Kellogg's. Don't get to them levels, mate, from Kellogg's.
You said, yeah, well, you can certainly get to those levels if you've been doing Sunday League football, which it looks like Rosinha's been doing with us at the moment. You've got Garnacho on the bench. Garnacho is a world-class player. I can't believe we haven't got him.
He's not a world-class player. Garnacho is not world-class, John. What are you on about?
He plays world-class, World Cup winning national team that he plays for, Argentina.
He is not a world-class player, John. You can't sit here and say Garnacho is a world-class player. Man United got rid of him.
If we would have brought him on, I feel like it would have changed the game.
When are you bringing him on? We're down to 10.
Well, I would have started him, to be fair.
Well, I mean, look, the performance. I'm not sure. I kind of agree with Jay on this one. I'm not convinced that Garnacho's the answer.
Here's one for you, right? You see,
he comes on, he scores goals. He's a super sub. He's fantastic. He's fantastic little
John
player.
and Cundy, would you like? We see this a lot when you go down to 10 men. Instantly, they go defensive, right? Managers do it all the time. You actually just end up bringing pressure on yourself. You're playing Burnley, right? Like you should really back yourself to win the game with 10 men, regardless. I know,
absolutely.
But does he make a point where you go, you know what? I'm going to bring on Garnacho. I'm going to keep Cole Palmer on the pitch. I'm going to set us up, in a way where we're still going to dominate the game. We're still going to have a presence. Because what happened really was You got the white flag out. You went retreat, and they end up costing you anyway. Sometimes I think when you go down to 10 men, it actually costs you.
Kellogg's, Legoland.
What? You mean Kellogg's Legoland?
Kellogg's, it's Legoland.
Why Legoland? What's
Legoland? Where you gone with that?
Dear God, we're drawing at home to Burnley. We are drawing at home to Scott Parker's Burnley. We're drawing at home to a team who are undoubtedly being relegated. We are drawing at home to a team who are undoubtedly one of the worst Premier League teams of all time. That is who we are at the moment. That is what Chelsea Football Club are all about. Off the back of going into a 2-goal advantage against Leeds United and not winning the game, we go into a 1-goal advantage after 4 minutes against Burnley. Now we're dancing on the ceiling there, aren't we? We go 1-0 up. Beautiful pass from Moises Caicedo. Excellent square ball into the back of the net. João Pedro scores again. Lovely job, Lee. That is game over. That should be it. The game should be won. Burnley aren't a resilient team. Burnley aren't looking at a game at Stamford Bridge as an opportunity for them to get 3 points. The only way that they get 3 points in this game is if Chelsea are complacent or useless. The only way that they get a point out of the game is if Chelsea are useless or complacent. And Chelsea were both. So congratulations, Chelsea. We did really well there. Absolutely brilliant. When you go 1-0 up against a team like Burnley, you know what you do? You go 2-0 up. You know what you like? And I'm extending a courtesy and a criticism to my own team that I have done to, say, Arsenal. When I've been speaking about Arsenal, they went to Brentford. Why didn't they go 2-0 up? Why didn't we go 2-0 up? Put the game to bed. And as a result, we now know that Chelsea will not qualify for the Champions League. You know that. You know that we will not finish in the top 5. Like, that's a guarantee. We were on such an easy run. We had such an easy run of fixtures. For Liam Rosenior, you've got to give him a chance. You've got to give Liam Rosenior a chance. We were on such an easy run for his first few fixtures. And he won 4 in a row. Everyone's like, oh my God, what an astute appointment. My God, Blueco are amazing. We've beaten the might of Paphos. We've actually beaten the mighty Paphos. And obviously Liam Rosenior is the architect of that wonderful victory. After Burnley, our fixtures turn. And we haven't been good in the easy fixtures. Now we're going to play both Manchester clubs that gets really serious. The fixtures now get really serious. Arsenal are up next. And off the back of basically being abject against Leeds, you know, we've played all the teams in relegation zone. And they're all scoring goals for fun. Like West Ham United were 2-0 up against us. Fine, we got out of jail. But West Ham, Burnley and Leeds United, we've played them all. 2 of them have taken a point off us. 1 of them very nearly did. Like, I just can't understand it. It's just so naive. It's so basic. And, I mean, it's just so obvious. Like, it's just so obvious that this is going to happen. Do you know why? You know when I say, oh, we're such a naive team? Do you know why we're a naive team? We're a naive team because we have a naive manager. We're a naive team because we have naive players. We're a naive team because we have bought players who are naive. And when I say naive, it sounds like criticism. It's not. It's not criticism. It's just an acknowledgement. They're naive because they're young. When you're young, you are learning. When you're young, you are developing. You are on an upward trajectory. You will make mistakes. Liam Rosenior, and I don't mean this as a criticism to him, but he's going to make mistakes. It's his first foray into Premier League management. It's ludicrous that happens at Chelsea. Ludicrous. But he's naturally going to make mistakes, and you can't even hold him accountable to those mistakes because he's on a learning curve. He isn't the real deal. He isn't the finished product. We've employed a man who is at the very beginning of his journey. He should be cutting his teeth at the Chelsea under-21s, at best. Instead of that, he's in charge of the first team. A first team who are in the Champions League. A first team who this season had an opportunity to do something. And what have we done? Effectively, we have pressed the self-destruct button. I mean, the lack of personality that we play with, it's just so frustrating. Like, I've seen worse teams than this one, but we had an identity. We had a connection with the fans. Stamford Bridge would be rocking, even when it was Jakob Jelberg and Erland Johnson at the back. Even when it was Terry Phelan at fullback with Steve Clark over the other side. The bridge would be rocking and we had a connection. This just feels like, I had it on today. I was listening to the game today and it was so clear that there was no atmosphere in the stadium. You could hear a pin drop. The only noise seemed to be emanating from the Burnley away support. It felt so quiet. And this is all because of the ownership. This is all because of what's going on. The disparity between the fans and the ownership, the disparity between the manager and the fans, the disparity between the players and the ownership and the manager, and it's just all so broken at the club. And in a situation like this, you know, these things happen. You're playing a resilient team. You're playing a dogged team. And do you know what happens in those situations? You need somebody on your team to take the game by the scruff of the neck and drag you to a victory. Who's going to do that for us? Who's the Didier Drogba? Like, do you remember when we played Hull City, first day of the season? We didn't play well. We didn't come alive. The game was petering out to a 1-1 draw. Suddenly Didier Drogba scores in the last minute. Remember we were playing West Ham United, first home game of the season. The score's 1-1. The game's petering out. Suddenly Diego Costa scores in the last minute. Drags us to a victory. Who's going to do that in this team? Like taking Cole Palmer off. Palmer was furious. You can just see that Palmer is so sick of what's going on at Chelsea. You can just see that Palmer is done with what's going on at Chelsea. And who can blame him? Who can blame him? He didn't sign for Chelsea to be managed by somebody like Liam Rosenior. That isn't the ambitious move. If you have one of the most exciting young prospects in world football, you have to match their ambition. And we're just not doing that. And this home form, like we've dropped more points at home from winning positions in the Premier League than any other side. Any other side. You think off the top of your head, how many times have we gone ahead at home and not won the game? Like obviously, under Rosenior, it seems to happen every home game. That happened against Leeds. Happened against Leeds and Burnley under Rosenior. It's only been there 5 minutes. And obviously you can remember it happening to Brighton. You can remember it happening when we played Sunderland. It's just a quality in this team is so obviously lacking. And I just don't know where we're going to go from here. It feels to me now so clear that we're not going to make it into the Champions League. And that is what this season is all about. That is what the minimum is all about. We have opened the door to a resurgent Manchester United. Manchester United now, we're going to be looking at the goings on at Stamford Bridge. They're going to be licking their lips. Even Liverpool, when you think about the crisis that they've been in, they can go on level points. Just as they seem to be getting their act together, just as they seem to be finding a little bit of form, a little bit of rhythm, we demonstrate this form. And how much of this is directly traceable to Liam Rosenior? I would say a lot. I mean, his reorganisation off the back of Fofana. I mean, Fofana, what an idiot. Why is he going in on Ward-Prowse off the back of a booking like that? It's so basic. It's so basic. It's so frustrating because it's so basic. The leadership in the team is just not there. It just doesn't exist. But you've got to think about the reorganisation that we saw from Liam Rosenior off the back of that sending off. Seriously, you know that I don't like Rosenior. You know, not personally, I don't dislike him. I don't like him as Chelsea manager. You know that. But were you, if you back him, were you impressed by the way that he reorganised the team? How can you be? How can you be? Did he get it right? I mean, you've got to have a look at what happened by the end of the game. By the end of the game, right, we had 5 defenders on the pitch. 4 of them are centre halves. And yet, that geezer Fleming, he got a free header, just glances it into the far corner. 1-1, bang. You got 4 centre halves on the pitch, 5 defenders. Where is the organisation? Where is the leadership? Where is the professionalism? And you're looking around, you think this home form is pitiful. The feeling amongst the fans is so flat. The ownership is a disgrace. The appointment of manager is so underwhelming. And then you see Cole Palmer, when he's substituted, absolutely livid when he was brought off, wasn't he? Absolutely livid. It's a big difference from that jokey interview a few weeks ago. It feels like there is a real problem with Cole Palmer. And look, people will be going, well, he should have scored that chance. And he should have done better with it. He should have done better with it. But the most frustrating thing of the lot, I'll show you the messages. Texting my mate who's at the game during the game. And I'm like, how's it going, mate? I'll show you. I'm like, how's it going? Sits in the West Stand lower tier. I went, how's it going, mate? He literally, I said, are they offering anything? He goes, not really, they're pony. They've been better the last 10 minutes. That was sent at 15:45. Palmer missed a great chance, 1-on-1, 15:45. I can hear a pin drop in here, though. 15:48. At 15:44, he quote tweets it at 16:52. Exactly this. The quote tweet is, unless we score one of these chances, it feels like they're going to get something out of a corner or something obvious like that. game over. I mean, we're a childish team. We're a childish squad. We're naive. How many players have we had sent off this season? It's just all so basic. Bunch of juveniles, led by a juvenile. Led by an egotistical billionaire at the top. This is just who we are now. We're not a serious football club. You know, when I've spoken about the contribution of somebody like Mikel Arteta at Arsenal, I will always argue that what he has done is take them from a joke into a serious football club. Whether they win the league or not, they might win it. And if you might win it, you're serious. Whether they win the Champions League or not, they might win it. And if you might win it, you're serious. You can see a world where they could win both. That means that you are a serious football club. We're not a serious football club. We're not. We're just not. You don't sell Madueke and buy Jamie Gittins and consider yourself a serious football club. You don't start a season with Levi Colwill injured and Chalobah and Tosin Adarabioyo as your best choice centre-half pairing if you're a serious football club. You don't rely on a player like Liam Delap if you're a serious football club. You don't sign Alejandro Garnacho and Buonanotte when you have a centre-half crisis if you're a serious football club. You don't sign the likes of David Washington and David Datro Fofana and Renato Vega and Leslie Ugachukwu and Benoit Badiashile and Axel Didazi if you are a serious football club. It's just a travesty. But fantastic day at the office for Liverpool, fantastic day at the office for Manchester United. And you look at the league table now and you're just thinking our fixtures are about to get serious, really serious. And we are sitting on exactly the same points of Manchester United, who, by the way, have been in crisis this season. And it is now that our fixtures are really going to heat up. Arsenal, Aston Villa, Newcastle United, Everton, Man City, Man United. Yeah, good luck. Good luck. We'll be back in the Conference League. It's modern day Chelsea's level. Sickening. Sick of it. Sick of this ownership. If you back it, I can't even be bothered.
Arsenal need points to maintain the title challenge. Spurs need some points to put away this noise of relegation. Somebody who might be feeling the nerves or feeling confident today is Anthony Costa, blues singer. Good morning, Anthony. Thanks so much for being with us again. How are you doing?
Anthony.
Good morning. How you doing? You all right? Good morning, all. Good morning. Good morning.
Yes.
Good morning.
What you're feeling at 8:35 in the morning, Anthony?
I hate it, mate. I absolutely detest this game. I hate the build-up. I hate listening to managers talking in the presser. I hate players talking about how it means to them. Just go over that, get on that pitch, and fight for that badge today. I don't care. I just want 6:30 to come, so I know where we're going to be come the end of the season. Because honestly, I don't think we've got the fight in us to have a relegation fight, and we're in a dog scrap now.
Yeah.
Let's call it right.
Yeah.
So
I'm dressed in black because it's back to the 90s.
So is it a day for you that you absolutely your first and foremost is you just have to get in amongst it, make it difficult, and don't leave it, every bit of blood and sweat out there.
Tony, I mean, I've never played professional football like yourself. I've played football, but I've never played professional football. When you go over that white line, don't matter what's been said in the dressing room, don't matter what's been. This is North London derby. This is winner takes all. Like, there's no time to die. 2 days to do is what's all over our stadium. Go out there and just fight for that badge and just get something out of something today. Because if we show them too much respect and show that we're scared, then it's all over. It'll be over by 4:35. Because you just know how it's going to be in that first sort of 5-10 minutes.
Some game though, Anthony, like looking at a new manager coming in, like what have you made of Igor Tudor and his chat leading up to this game? I mean, it's one to walk into, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's certainly one to walk into. I don't know much about the geezer. So I'm just like, yeah, mate, you'll go and crack on, do what you've got to do, and just keep us in the Premier League. That's his job. I've got no affiliation. I've got no love yet. Beat Arsenal today, and the love might come back, start slowly coming back. Honestly, guys, I hate this game. I call it the dentist game because you've got to go to the dentist, but you hate it. I just want it over with because we are in no situation to be there going, we're going to play this and we're going to play lovely football. It ain't about that today. Today is about a result and trying to get a result. It's the truth. I can't help it. I'm so passionate that it just kills me, this game.
Therefore, you would absolutely love it if you guys put a dent in Arsenal's title challenge today. So you have to feel that way, right? You have to be more on that
100%.
side of things.
100%. You know, if we do, then fantastic. But today is all about us as a team, as fans, getting behind that team and making sure that we stay in the Premier League. You know, if we dent Arsenal's championship hopes, unbelievable. But we're in no right mind to sort of go, yeah, but we dented your championship results. But yeah, we're going to get relegated. That's we're just going to get laughed at and bantered. So let's get our result today and just carry on from there.
See, I love your passion, Anthony, and you said earlier about crossing the right line and doing the job. Absolutely, spot on.
Yeah.
The trouble is, the one thing is that you can't get caught up in is someone doing something crazy, you know, and getting red carded and losing it in a game like this. So it's more of, yes, what your the desire and motivation, all the stuff you're talking about, but you've got to be able to keep your heads, and you haven't done that enough as a team as well.
We haven't, Tony, and that's the worry. That's the thing of, like you know, Romero, unfortunately, I think he's let us down. You know, he let us down the other week, and he's got a 4-game ban now. He's our captain. He's supposed to show composure when needed. He has got that in him to do that, but he has got a red card in him as well. Hence why he's missing four matches. But for me, I just think they've got to go there, or they've got to come to us today, and we've got to go toe to toe with them and not show them too much respect. Because if we do, it's all over. Yeah. It's all over.
I'm keen to see how this guy will play. Cass knows him from Marseille. As watched.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Igor Tudor saying it's very... You know,
it's very front foot. It's very
football,
it's a setup that makes it difficult. But when you attack it, I mean, I was saying to Shaban earlier that he had Payet, who was at West Ham at Marseille, and he was a bit of a star there. He'd got some wonderful goals. He left him out immediately because he wouldn't press from the front. So it's, you know, you can't if you're going to carry someone in a team that's gifted technically, but don't do the work and, like you said, the sweat and desire to get in positions to stop the opposition. He didn't want them in the team, and that was
really.
That's the way he, you know, went about his business at Marseille.
Have we got that in us, Tony? Have we got them type of players that you can go, he's going to be all right? He's going to be not the greatest.
If Solanke was fit enough, and I think Solanke can lead the line and do the pressing and chasing, I really do feel that.
Okay.
It's whether you've got it everywhere else as well.
Exactly, and it's all about the heart today. It's all about the heart.
We were speaking about this on Friday with Ray Parlour, like how many Spurs players would get in Arsenal's team. We were saying perhaps maybe Mickey van de Ven, possibly Solanke on his day.
Push.
Would you take any Arsenal players in the Spurs team?
Yeah, anyway, next question, right? We're going on tour.
When is the tour?
Really
how are the lads?
April. They're all good. They're all good. No, who would I take out of Arsenal? I can't sit here. I hate them things where you mould them together and no, I can't. It just pains me. I don't wear red. I've never worn red in my life.
Okay, and let's ask you another question then. What band member of another group would you take with blue?
Oh, I like that.
Okay.
Question, Cass.
I mean, Scott from Five's a very good friend of mine, but he's a gooner, so I can't. He's going to be bantering me today. It will never work. AJ from the Backstreet Boys, because they don't know about football.
You can recruit him, one of your own. Anthony, are you going to the game today? I can feel the tension from you, like it's really coming.
Sorry, Shaban. I've got my ticket, and I probably will, but it's just that journey home. If we lose, obviously I listen to you guys on the way home. It's going to be Spurs fans phoning in if we lose, and I'm going to get myself wound up, and I'm going to get myself like irate. So I just don't know.
Well, you can phone us here at TalkSport, vent your frustrations later.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good luck with the tour. Hopefully we'll speak to you again soon. Good luck today. Try and enjoy it. See what happens.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you all. TalkSport, love you. Take care.
We love you too. Anthony Costa from Blue. Massive Spurs fan. I mean, you can just feel that tension there, right?
No, and look, people have got their own world and their music world that he's in. You know, you sometimes get shocked by how passionate they are about football and their club. Mm-hmm. And Anthony's speaking totally from the heart there. You know, he doesn't want to see not an inch given on that football pitch today, especially at home. And I said yesterday that I expect Arsenal to go there and win, but they've got to keep their head, Spurs. You know, yes, it's at home, and yes, your fans are going to be demanding for absolutely everything in this game. But don't lose it, because you could be out of this game before you know it.
If you're looking at it on paper and you're thinking with your head, it should be an Arsenal win. But all of that goes out the window.
Well, of course,
under the current circumstances.
You can get embarrassed in these sort of games. I remember when Arsenal went many moons ago, and Liam Brady got a wonder goal, and I think they won 5-0 Arsenal that day. And and that passion, and Tottenham had a really good team. You look at the team that were up at the Spurs side of that day. There was some really top players. It can happen. You can if you get embarrassed and opened up once, twice, and then you chase the game, then it goes 3-4. It can happen. But one thing that Spurs have got to be disciplined with organisation, because Arsenal can't keep relying on set pieces as the only way they're scoring goals more than open play. So they've got to keep themselves in this game, but not lose it. I think that's a big thing for Spurs today. And Arsenal, either team, if their heads going either side, it can just take it away from you in a moment.
Perry Groves was saying midweek this might be the biggest North London derby fixture of all time for what it represents today for both clubs.
Stuart Pearce is with me today. You all right, Stuart?
I'm all good, my friend.
Good to see you. What do people, when you play football, was it Piercy, Stu?
Skip.
Skip, mate. Okay. Yes, sir. Skip. Okay. Skip's alongside me. Still to come, we'll be asking if Ivan Toney should be on his way to the World Cup this summer. But now it's the Skip Derby. See what I did there? Tomorrow evening. And of course, it's a game you can hear live on TalkSport.
Arsenal have dropped 2 points in the title race and maybe hand some momentum to Manchester City.
I could not care less. It's 12 games.
3 goals for City, 3 points incoming for City, and they're closing the gap.
It's an eternity. So many things is going to happen.
Man City are not the Man City of old. They've got their own frailties. Let's see if they go capitalise on it.
Tonali with another drive. Oh, what a goal! Sandro Tonali!
Positives to come out the last few games, as you say, 3 away wins, which is something that's a great return.
What a win for Newcastle United. A 6-1 victory on the road. But Eddie Howe doesn't do history, he rewrites it. Can he scribe a new chapter tonight?
But they've been too good for us on a number of occasions, and that's the jumping gap we've got to try and bridge this weekend.
What a game, Man City hosts Newcastle. It's live on TalkSport tomorrow evening, knowing that a win will take them to within 2 points of the leaders, Arsenal. And that's before Arsenal go away at Spurs on Sunday. They, of course, threw away a 2-goal lead against Wolves earlier on in the week. City boss Pep Guardiola, he's been speaking to the media ahead of tomorrow's game, and he was asked about the title race.
I could not care less. It's 12 games. If you tell me this question, 2 games left, 3 games left, I will have your answer. It's the 4th time you ask me the same question, I will answer you. You should know me. So it's 12 games left. It's an eternity. So many things is going to happen. That is the only truth I have.
Okay, we won't ask again then. We'll talk about the title race in just a moment, but Newcastle, of course, they had that trip to Karabag on Wednesday. City know that a win takes them to within 2 points of Arsenal. In fact, we'll ask you that question now. Can you see anything other than a Man City home win here? Because we were talking about this yesterday, and I just said I can't for the life of me see how Pep Guardiola is going to allow any player back in that dressing room after 90 minutes unless they come back in with 3 points.
I'll tell you what, I covered the game a couple of weeks ago, Man City, Newcastle, at the Etihad, and it ended up, I can't remember the scoreline, but it was a heavy victory for Manchester City, and Newcastle conceded some of the most unfortunate couple of goals you've ever seen. They also missed probably 3/4 one-on-ones with the goalkeeper as well. So it wouldn't surprise me, and Gordon, again, if he plays again up front as the lead striker, I thought he played very well, certainly at Manchester City until he got injured, and then prior to that at Liverpool as well. So I think they've always got a chance with him on the pitch and the pace they've got on the counter-attack. Man City, if Newcastle can take their chances, it might not be a straightforward game for City.
You've got a theory about Anthony Gordon, right?
I have. I think that Eddie Howe playing him as a centre forward has really done a lot of work for Thomas Tuchel in England. I think he could be an absolute benefit for England come next summer. We've been umming and ahhing about if Harry Kane gets injured and all those types of things, if he needs a rest, even if we need a change in any game. Have we got another individual that could lead the line, who's shown an aptitude in the Premier League to lead the line, and's got slightly different strengths to Harry Kane, you know? And that person at the moment is Gordon. He's looked fantastic, I think. He's dipped in behind the line, he runs in behind, he's aggressive with his running, slightly different to Harry Kane in many ways, but a great option for Tuchel to have this summer, I think.
I'm guessing as well, if you're a player who is versatile, so you can either play out wide or you can play... It makes it more of an easier choice for the manager to pick you for a World Cup squad, right?
100%. Every time I used to pick a squad, I always think, have they got another position that might free up a position, if you like? It's like a right back who can play centre half. All of a sudden, I can pick another player in the squad rather than get 8 defenders in my bank of squad. I can maybe pick 7 because one can play in 2 positions, and that will give me the opportunity to pick a goal scorer that might be a game changer further up the pitch.
Right now, if you're picking your England squad, who would be your number 2 behind Harry Kane?
At this moment in time, probably Gordon.
It would be, would it?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll park that there because a bit later on we'll talk about Ivan Toney, but that's interesting.
Perfect.
Let's talk about another striker, but, you know, a world-class one. Haaland, ready to go after missing the game in the FA Cup through injury. If City get him firing again in the title run, do you think that could be the difference between them and Arsenal? And by that I mean that Arsenal don't have anyone near the likes of Erling Haaland. How important do you think it is to have an out-and-out goal-scoring number 9 at this stage of the season?
I think, like for like, it could be the difference. I really do. Arsenal are clear at the top of the table, whether you like it or not. They're clear at the top of the table. They've been faultless in the Champions League. They're in the final. They've been exemplary. Probably, apart from, in my world, a poor second-half performance at Wolverhampton. I think they've been near enough faultless. That will be my opinion on what I've seen. But the difference, and they've done that without really an out-and-out number 9 to score 20-odd goals a season. So if they win the league, chances are their top goal scorer might not have 20 goals this season. You know, certainly not in the centre forward.
Let me get your view on someone I'm a huge fan of. I would imagine you are as well, Phil Foden. Just 1 goal involvement from reaching 100 in the Premier League, but wasn't involved in that win against Liverpool. Didn't even come off the bench, didn't play at all. What's your view on where he stands at the club right now?
I think the fact that he's come out the academy system, the fan loved him to bits. He's one of these that's going to have a future at the club for a long time to come. I don't see even. I do remember when he was coming forward and not playing on a regular basis a number of years ago. Pep wouldn't send him out on loan. He kept him in house, kept him training with the first team players. And built him up. I don't think he'll be leaving the club. Phil strikes me as a player who runs into form for a number of games and goes out of form for a number of games, and he just needs to probably get that consistency that I associate with Lampard and Gerrard, if you like.
When you're picking an England squad, effectively you're picking 2 players per position, right?
Give or take.
Give or take.
Yeah.
We have an abundance of talent in that number 10 role.
Yes.
Does Phil Foden, for your money, with the lack of game time he's currently getting, does he go on that? Is he guaranteed on that plane?
I would say yes, he is guaranteed for what he can achieve, the standard. He plays in the top club in the world, give or take, you know, over the last 5 years, however many years. He's been at the sharp end of that. And if he's not in the top echelon of players, but if I'm being honest with you, as we stand at the moment, does he start our first game, our second game, our third game of this World Cup run? I'd say probably not.
Okay.
But he'll be in the squad.
I would definitely take him. I'd play him as well. But we'll talk about England later on because I'm fascinated to get your views on that. Just a quick word about Newcastle. In the Champions League, they look great. In the league, their league form has been awful. Complete chalk and cheese moment there for the club. Why is that? Can you put your finger on, as a fan or even a player or even a manager, why you'll be getting two totally different Newcastle United this season?
I think home and away is a big thing at Newcastle. The home form with the crowd that roar them on is ridiculous. And I'll give you an example. Wolves started and played 35 minutes on in midweek against Arsenal and were absolutely awful. Subservient, let Arsenal run all over the top of them. And then all of a sudden the crowd come to the party and started roaring the players on and saying, any chance of you lot getting a tackle in and showing a bit of oomph. They did that and the game changed totally. That is the power of a home crowd when they really get behind you. Newcastle have got that all the time. You go up to Newcastle and if someone's jockeying somebody, they shout that loud that they make you go and tackle him. As simple as that.
I'd be stunned if Man City don't win this game. Like, utterly stunned. I think they have to win it to obviously keep on. When Arsenal drop, you have to get those 3 points.
Yeah, I get that, but I tell you what, if you'd have seen with your eyes what I saw at the Etihad a few weeks ago,
I get that.
You know, how can you have 3/4 one-on-ones with a goalkeeper and gilt-edged chances missed by Elanga in front of the goal? 5 good chances in any game.
I hear what you're saying, but if Arsenal are dropping points, Arsenal play Spurs after this game is finished, then it's the perfect time for them to
100%, totally agree with you on that.
What do you think? There's a question after this. What do you think the score will be tomorrow night?
I think City might win by the odd goal, but it will be a close fought affair.
Okay. Who's going to win the Premier League, Stuart?
Arsenal.
Why?
Wolves haven't done anything wrong apart from 45 minutes of Wolverhampton.
Man United? Lost to Man United, drew with Brentford, drew with Liverpool.
Yeah, but
they do drop points. They have dropped points recently.
Yeah, I would look at it like this. I've done the Brentford game, I've done the Man United game. You look at them, Man United played brilliantly well to take points off them. Brentford were outstanding to take points off them. The only team that haven't for 45 minutes are Wolverhampton, and still they got a draw there, so they haven't been beaten.
But you say still. They were 2-0 up against the worst team in the Premier League. It's effectively a loss. I know on paper they get a point.
So we're near enough. We've got a foothold in March, and they've done 45 minutes that I consider over the whole season that you can criticise. Okay. For me, that ain't a bad scenario for a champions in weight.
Let me ask you this then, right? And I know this is if buts and maybes. If Man City win, and if Arsenal drop points, draw or defeat again, does your answer change?
It might.
It might.
It might.
So a lot is dependent on this weekend.
I think the answer to whoever wins the league is in the Arsenal dressing room. It's not in Man City's dressing room at all. It's the psychology of the manager, the coaching staff and the players at Arsenal to dictate whether they win the league this year.
Have you seen, watching Arsenal, have you seen anything that makes you think they're starting to get nervous?
45 minutes at Wolverhampton.
And that's it?
That's it. I mean, Brentford were fantastic against Arsenal. Sometimes you have to tip your hat to the opposition and say, well done. You deserve to get what you did at the game and whatever. Arsenal played well as well. Okay. You know, so both teams played well. So you say, well, okay, that's a fair result on the day. They still won every Champions League game. They're in the final of the League Cup. They've got, a reasonable draw, you would say, on paper away at Mansfield. But hopefully, young Cloughie will have something to say about that with his team. But listen, at this moment in time, if you're not an nervous Arsenal fan, you would say, my goodness, what more do you have to do in a season up to now? Keep ticking the weeks off and keep rolling forward.
Okay, last question. You don't have to answer it. Who do you want to win?
Win what?
Prem.
Well, I used to be a Man City player and manager, so obviously I'll probably have air on Man City, but you know what? Let the best team win the league.
Okay, that's nice.
Let the best team win the league. Okay. Whoever holds their nerve, plays the best football between now and the end of the season, deserves to win it.
We're going to have a quick break. I'm going to get the splinters out of Stuart's backside. We'll take your calls. How big a statement could City make tomorrow if they win that game? City fans, are you going to win the Premier League? How will the game go tomorrow? And how big are the 3 points tomorrow as well? It's a game you can hear live and exclusive on TalkSport. That means the only place you can hear it is right here. 03717223344. Dial that number. You can have your say next live on Drive on TalkSport after this.
Game, which I knew you were expecting. It looked like it meant a lot there for you at the end. We saw Haaland defending deep to get your team over the line. A big result today.
Massive. It's an incredible team. Newcastle is an incredible, but awesome team. Physicality and the speed that they have in front with Gordon Elanga and after Barnes and all of them. So physicality in the middle. So yeah, really tough, but the team was unbelievable.
You're now 8 unbeaten. You seem to have an ability to get your team winning when it matters most. What's that down to?
No, it's not true. We won today. We draw against the Spurs not far away, so step at a time.
You're as familiar as anyone about these and the talk that will come. It's now 2 points to Arsenal. They need to come here. Do you feel as equipped as ever with the group that you've got to face that battle and go into a good title race?
70% of the players never play in that situation, and I don't play. So we have to live it, and we know that every game until the end of the season will be like this. And especially at home, with the 5 games left at home, today we had the best crowd of the year. It was unbelievable, our people. And I'm really, really proud to be manager of these incredible people, fans, and so on. And we'll be, now is rest 3 days that we need it and proper leads.
So 70% of the players haven't been involved in this experience. Are you having to work in a different way as manager to create success and get a team performing how you like?
Game plan, the mentality, what you have to do. So if you don't outplay this type of, today the modern football is like that. So it's a man marking so aggressive, the pace they have, and all of them, and they have injuries. So it's a really tough opponent. So in Champions League, 0-5 in the halftime. So 3 days ago, the physicality, the pace, the rhythm that they have always since Saudi Arabia took over the club and Eddie Howe was there, the way they play is unbelievable, so difficult. So that's why I'm really pleased for the way we have today.
Pep Guardiola already looking forward to what's to come, and their next challenge is Leeds. They can rest a few days. Arsenal still have to face Tottenham. That comes tomorrow. It's a huge one for them. Macca, then Chelsea to come as well. Just looking at those fixtures to come in the title race, who has it tougher? Are they all tough?
Well, if you look at those particular games that we can see, when you look at Manchester City, Leeds, Nottingham Forest, the FA Cup, West Ham, and then Arsenal, you'd certainly, and you've got, of course, you'd certainly think it was Manchester. And there's a couple of FA Cup and League games in there, as EFL Cup game as well. You'd certainly think when you look at those games, Tottenham and Chelsea for Arsenal are more difficult than the fourth that Manchester City would have. But of course, there's 11 games left, and as Al said, they're going to drop points. Both of them will drop points because they're not as dominating as they once were in the past, Manchester City. And either at Arsenal, the competition's closer, so it won't just be when they meet at the Etihad in April. They'll drop more points than that, the pair of them.
Well, there is big pressure certainly on Arsenal tomorrow because City have done the job. They play their bitter rivals, and it could still be 2 points come the end of tomorrow.
Yeah, it's we're going to be seeing this so much in between now and the end of the season. Well, City have done their job, or Arsenal have done their job. It's now over to Manchester City. I've been in this position myself. I know it's more difficult for Arsenal because they have to win it, and because of they were there. So yeah, pressure on them tomorrow.
Yeah, it was a tough game for them tonight, Jolie, and they had to suffer in that second half to get this one over the line.
Yeah, definitely showed a lot of character in the second half performance. Probably could have gone ahead by a bigger margin in the first half, but it wasn't to be. And like we spoke about before, like it's always exciting when Newcastle are involved. They make it exciting, and again, fully deserved to get back into the game. But the course of the second half, when the game's getting stretchy, you're thinking City are going to capitalise on the space. That wasn't to be, and you end up with a nervy 5-10 minutes at the end.
And if you're an Arsenal player right now with a big North London derby tomorrow, what's going through your mind, do you think, Joe?
I've been in that situation where you got a big game the next day, and you know you need to win anyway, but you're all watching it, and you're in the hotel, and it's a bit deflating because they would have been thinking Newcastle with the last 10 minutes could have got something. So you got to get yourself to bed, get up tomorrow, and it's great. I love it. It's a proper title race because we thought for months ago, and me included, thought this is going to be Arsenal's all the way, and it'll be finished in maybe April, and but this is right. And this is the first time I've looked at Manchester City now and looked at them and looked at the spine of the team: Donnarumma, Mark Guehi, Haaland, Rodri, Semenyo. No, but they look like men. Do you know what I mean? They look like they're right up for and this place was lively tonight. you can't see them dropping too many points. So Arsenal are going to have to be brilliant from now to the end of the season.
And Haaland not on the score sheet this evening. Both the goals from.
OK, let's start with that man you can see there, Nico O'Reilly, who is fast becoming, you would have thought, one of the first names on the City team sheet, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so, because of his versatility, his energy. Just 20 years of age, what he's doing is just remarkable. And I love watching him play, not only that, because of his football intelligence. When someone's played left-back for the season, and now he's almost playing in that number 10 role, but you see here, he's the furthest man forward. And when you're in these positions here, and Mamouche was excellent today as well, you've got to make these driving runs here, because these are the rewards that you get. Not only that, his football intelligence. We talk about pocket of space. This is absolutely brilliant. As a defender there, I don't know whether to go, to step, and then you've got Mamouche pushing you one way and Haaland. And Wayne, you've been in that position so many times. What's it like as a forward?
I think for someone so young as he is, only 20 years of age, to play that position, and he hasn't done it irregular this season, to stand still is sometimes the hardest thing to do in football. And he's patient, he's waiting, he's stalking. He sees Erling Haaland make a great run, and then now he gets in the box, he gets to the back post, targets Kieran Trippier, and it's a fantastic ball and a great header.
And it carried on. Again, I thought Haaland was outstanding, and Wayne's going to have a little look at, but it was his willingness to run. And it's not only that, it's the timing of the runs as well. I mentioned Mamouche with his running in behind, and he could have had a hat-trick in the first half. A good little ball across, and he just can't get the right connection. And to see someone coming through the academy, getting this opportunity and taking it, you know, he's an England international now who can play midfield and left back, so that versatility is going to be good for the country as well. This time he's playing to Haaland, and I just thought his all-round game today was excellent. Foden normally plays in these positions. Can you receive the ball on the half turn? Yes. And then can you make that forward run to open up space for other players to get on the ball? And I just thought it was a perfect performance for a player who's so young, who's having to adapt from left back and now playing in the number 10.
Do you both give credit to the academy there and how they brought him through? That he has, I mean, you obviously give credit to the player himself, but that versatility, how he's been schooled.
Yeah, I think you give it to the academy, but also to Pep as well, because I think Pep's obviously seen something in him. I think he played midfield in the academy. Yeah. He's moved him to left back now. He's put him into a number 10 position. So Pep's seen him every day in training, and he's realised that he can actually play all over the pitch. But the academy have obviously got him to that level.
I mean, you played as a 10. Could you have played left back?
Probably.
Let me try this. You played full back. Could you have played 10?
Definitely not.
Erling Haaland today looked like a complete centre forward, didn't he?
I thought he was excellent. I thought he was all over the pitch. He had a great battle with Dan Burn. He didn't get his goal, but we spoke about this a few weeks ago. He's adapting his game slightly, and he's becoming more of a all-round centre forward rather than just a goal scorer. And you see here with Dan Burn, the start of the battle, really, Dan Burn gets an early yellow card. But again, he had this little pocket of space. It's a fantastic run with his weak foot. Great cross into the penalty area, and obviously O'Reilly gets a great header. But Newcastle were brave as well, leaving Dan Burn 1v1 against Erling Haaland. But again, he shows his strength. Great centre-forward play. Holds Dan Burn off, brings the ball down. And nice little layoff, gets City on the attack again. Now we see him here, coming into the number 10 position, picking the ball up. Good feet work, driving at players, and then unlucky with his weak foot. And then here, this is a clever little run. You see him on the back of the defender. He just gets himself back on side, makes a great run, and now this is where you don't want to see Erling Haaland if you're the defender. He gets the ball, he's driving at you. Yet Newcastle do well, get defenders back, but he comes out of there, lays the ball off, and he's becoming more of a creator rather than just that player who scores goals. And then defensively, when you need him, back in his own box, strong, powerful, great header out to the penalty area. Here, he actually stays in the back line for a long time at times. But here, again, cover, not letting the Newcastle players get through. Really unlucky. This is where you want to see him. On the shoulder, it's a good save. Unlucky not to get his goal, which is all-round performance deserved. And then last minute, last kick of the game, ball comes into the penalty area. He's there. Great header out, but his performance, I thought, was outstanding today. And you see his heat map.
That's a real contrast to what we've seen at times during this City career.
Normally with Erling Haaland, you see his heat map, and it'd be
central, just around the penalty area. But here you see he's everywhere, and he's favoured that right-hand side. So I think he's finding new things in his game, which I think that's a scary thought.
Well, it's also a scary thought because he has so many other people that can then play off him.
Yeah, exactly that. I think he became a little bit predictable, Haaland. So when I was watching his game as a defender, I'm thinking, I know where he wants to run. When the ball's on one side, he's always going to go to the back post. But what Wayne showed there, he's got variety in his game now, and that's difficult because a man who can score that many goals and now introducing the other side of his game, he's going to be unstoppable.
You've both been in title races, so what do you read into the reactions at the end tonight?
I think you just know you're in with a fight now. There's always defining moments in the season, and I think Man City's was against Liverpool away when they come back after that Szoboszlai free kick, and then it just gives you that little bit of impetus, that momentum to say, we're in this. And now, obviously, the North London derby is tomorrow. We don't know what's going to happen there. But as long as, I always said, as long as Man City can stay within 2 or 3 points in that game in April, at home at the Etihad, then they're in with a chance. And that's all you can expect at this part of the season.
That's mind games as well from Pep, without actually saying anything. That's Pep showing Arsenal they're up for this fight and they're ready to take this fight on with Arsenal. And Arsenal will be sitting there, because that was a tough game today against Newcastle, but it's a fantastic win.
The other thing as well is, since the turn of the year, when there've been a full round of Premier League fixtures, if Arsenal have had to go after Manchester City, they haven't won yet. So it cranked. I know they played midweek, but that was a standalone game for Arsenal. So that cranks it up even more, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And obviously, having the derby game against Tottenham, it's never an easy game. Tottenham with a new manager in. So, yeah, they're going to be looking at thinking, City are coming. They know it's in City's hands. And so Arsenal, the pressure's back on Arsenal tomorrow, the North London derby. So, yeah, let's see what they've got.
Right,
Nico, I think the celebrations told a story. That feels like a really, really big win.
Yeah, very big win. We needed the win. Yeah, it's our aim every game now. Just 3 points, 3 points, 3 points. And so, yeah, buzzing with today.
3 points, very nearly 3 goals for yourself. Tell us about both of them that you scored today.
Yeah, the first one was a bit of a counter-attack. I seen Omar running with the ball, and yeah, I ran the other way and he slid me in, and then I put my foot through it. The second one, yeah, Erling put a great cross in off his right, and yeah, I just did the rest.
This was a huge moment for Manchester City, and one that they took with both hands.
Yeah, it felt more than 3 points, didn't it? The way they celebrated, you knew how important it was for them. There's still 11 games left in the Premier League, but this felt like a massive moment for them. Watching Arsenal drop points to Wolves midweek and the way they dropped it, it was vitally important that they got 3 points today. Didn't matter about playing great, winning by lots more goals than they did. It was just about 3 points, shifting all the pressure onto the North London derby tomorrow and seeing how Arsenal respond. Of course, Tottenham have got a new manager, see how they play in the first game under his tutelage. But it felt like a big moment this afternoon.
Yeah, big chance for City, and they were relentless kind of in the opening stages and got the opening goal. Big day for Nico O'Reilly as well.
Yeah, it was a big day for him. Two really good goals, and he was the difference for Manchester City. But they win the ball there, the first one, they win the second one there, and then they come together in the knockdown. And then it's a really clever run from O'Reilly, but it's an even better finish. He'll be delighted with that. But Newcastle won't be with the defending, as we heard from Eddie Howe in those little moments. But the way he gets himself into the position and the way he finishes it off, he was the difference for Manchester City tonight. There's no doubt about it. It's a great strike. I think Pope could and should do better, but he did his job and getting the 3 points.
That's all you can do as Nico O'Reilly did. He made a good run, and the only thing that you could be super critical about is Malik Thiaw didn't follow him quick enough, didn't get close when he wanted to take the shot on, and then I think because of Malik Thiaw's body position, Nick Pope followed his position off the defender, and he looked a little tiny bit flat-footed to get across. So fine margins have decided this game today, and they decided it in the way of Manchester City.
Yeah, especially in that first half. Yeah. And, it was pretty breathtaking. I mean, when you consider how close the goals came, it was end-to-end action. Look at the goal that made it 1-1.
Yeah, it was a brilliant first half. It was really, really open, more open perhaps than I thought it was going to be. But Lewis Hall finds himself in that position. That's what he's there for, in case the ball just happens to fall to him there, and it did, and he gets his strike away. But a little bit of luck with the deflection off Aït-Nouri, and Donnarumma's got absolutely no chance. And they get themselves back into the game to Newcastle, and that would be the disappointing thing, is that they concede a silly goal so soon after that, which they go in at half-time 2-1 down.
Yeah, lots of bodies in the box, and then the deflection as well. Let's look at the goal that does make it 2-1, and that ultimately gives Manchester City all 3 points. Erling Haaland turning provider.
Yeah, I look at Newcastle, they're in a great position, everybody behind the ball, but Semenyo goes past Voltemada too easy. And the gap between, we've said it early on, the gap between Kieran Trippier and Malik Thiaw is too big. The danger is Nico Riley. Kieran Trippier is just flat-footed. You see, he takes little steps to try and close him down. And Nico Riley has just got his eye on the ball and he is attacking it. And it was a lovely goal. But again, if you're Eddie Howe and Jason Tindall, you know where the failings were. That it's easy to analyse that goal. He should have pushed in a yard, and that would have been it. He would have blocked it. He would have stopped the run. And those little moments, you just wonder whether their travel arrangements midweek, the fact that they've had to travel back, it's just a question of slipping off, shutting down for 1 second. And I think that's what's cost them today. But I thought Newcastle were excellent. They deserve a huge amount of credit the way they performed today. They just couldn't or didn't do enough.
Yeah, and as Eddie Howe said, lacked that little bit of cutting edge. Manchester City managing the game, seeing it out, earning all 3 points. That puts the gap at the top to just 2 points on Arsenal. And look at the scenes at the end. Have you seen this from Pep? I think maybe at Anfield, you know, when they scored those goals late on. But this was Pep really enjoying the moment.
Yeah, you don't often see that, particularly at home. I mean, more often than not, they've beaten Newcastle at home, 17 on the spin at the Etihad. But I think such was the size of the game, such was what happened in midweek to Arsenal, and then what may happen tomorrow with Arsenal. That was a huge statement from Manchester City. Now, you could tell the relief from everyone inside the stadium, both players, management, and the fans. It was a huge relief because they were under a lot of pressure from Newcastle, but they just had to get those 3 points, and they have.
And now we have a 2-point gap at the top, the smallest it's been since the 29th of December. It's game on.
It is, and it's going to be, for the neutral, it's brilliant, isn't it? You know, not one team is 9 points clear like Arsenal, where it's now, they've dragged each other back. They have to play each other at the Etihad in April, but before then, it'll toss and turn. Look at the goal differences, nigh on the same. So actually, it's just the sake of you have to go out, you have to do your job, and the pressure should flip-flop now between each team. Who can handle it? Who's got the biggest squads? Because Manchester City, a lot of their players have been there and done it virtually every single year for the last 5 or 6 years. So they can handle the pressure. Can Arsenal? That's the only question everybody around the country is saying, isn't it? Arsenal couldn't handle it last year, the year before. Can they handle it this year? And we'll find out very soon.
Well, that's going to be the big difference between the two, isn't it? Because, you know, they've got 11 games left to play, 12 for Arsenal with the North London derby, and then they play each other. Many people saying Arsenal, it's theirs to lose because they did have that gap. Is that still the case, or do you fancy City more now?
I would still probably just say Arsenal, but there's not going to be a lot between them. I think what we can guarantee is that each and every Saturday we say, right, we've done our job the game before, now it's over to you. But, and I also say that not every team, or not both teams are going to win all of their games. So that it is going to be backwards and forwards, right? The pressure's on you, and it will flip-flop. I've been in that position myself, and I know the pressure that Arsenal are under because of the circumstances and how they've finished second on too many occasions for their liking. Man City have been there, they know what it's about, they've got so many players, and the management have been there, and they understand what it takes to get over the line. But I still feel Arsenal might just have a slight advantage, just.
Yeah, that last fixture on the graphic we just showed is the League Cup final between the two. For many people, on the 22nd of March, that's the kicker. That could help decide, even though it's not a league game, it could help decide the league. Is that your feeling?
No, I think the next 3 games are the ones, because if you look at paper, of course, Tottenham, Chelsea, I think Arsenal, Brighton, on paper, Manchester City's games are a lot easier, and Manchester City's games come before Arsenal. So if Arsenal slip up once, then City could go top of the league. And I think that's when it'll start to get interesting. As soon as City go first and Arsenal start playing catch-up with the game at the Etihad to come in April, that's when people will start thinking about whether it goes back and forth. I think the League Cup final is is a bonus, really. Whoever wins that, fine. I don't think it'll have any bearing on the league, on somebody winning the league.
Al, you mentioned that you've been in the situation before, the one that the Arsenal players find themselves in. Just how tough is it to be in that dressing room? How tough is it to be in the dressing room where you are leading? Which one would you rather be in?
I would much prefer to be leading, yeah, but having said that, when you are leading and you drop points, the whole of the country's then saying, well, are they going to bottle it? Is the pressure being too much for them? Yeah, it's probably easier chasing than it is being chased, and that's what Arsenal have to deal with. They somehow... And even Man City, you look at the relief tonight, look at how they all reacted at the end of the game. Even Man City realised the enormity of that result this evening against Newcastle. But that's what it's going to boil down to, the mentality of both teams. What Man City will feel is a lot of their players, and particularly the staff, have been there before, they've done it and know what to expect. Whereas Arsenal are under more pressure than anyone has ever been because of the situation that they were. There were so many points clear. They've become second in so many occasions. They've spent an absolute fortune. He's now got the squad that he wants. He brought the players in that he wanted, Mikel Arteta. So, and with what he had 3 weeks ago, it could have been 9. It's now back down to 2. And then that tells you that the pressure is right on them tomorrow.
Which dressing room are you going to, leaders or chasers?
At this moment, I'd be in the chasers because you've got them at home. You know where you're going to, what you have to do at your own grounds, and that atmosphere will be rocking. You know what you have to do. And as Al rightly said, you've got players who haven't won anything, like Mark Gay, when he spoke eloquently after the game. But you've also got 8 and 9 players who have won it 4 or 5 times, and you've got Pep, who's won it as many times as possible. So I'd rather be the chasers at the moment.
You mentioned Mark Gahey. We obviously caught up with him after the game on Premier League Live, and he said something that stands out to me and that I actually find hard to believe. He's not watching the Arsenal games. How difficult is that actually to do in this day and age, and to stay away from social media?
There's too much football on. You can't watch every game, can you?
He might not be watching, but he won't be able to get away from it, particularly with social media, the way that is nowadays. But I watched every single game. I watched the opponents, and I was praying for them to drop points. And then it's over to yourself to try and get the points. But what you can't take away is the pressure, and there's lots of it there.
I think Mark Gahey was watching Newcastle against Karabakh because it was on at the same time. You know, he's studying his next opponent. That's how professional Mark Gahey is.
Mark Gahey, whether he is watching or not, we will never know.
He was watching Newcastle Karabakh.
What does the academy mean to you?
There's certainly a want from all the staff to try and produce the young players and give them opportunities as much as we can.
When you witnessed the hairdryer, were you like, crikey?
Yeah, I'm not sure I could replicate that.
If I were to ask you if you wanted it, beyond. So the last time I saw you was after Match of the Day. Were those experiences so bad that you felt you just had to jump a job that came your way?
I have to say I really enjoyed it, you know, seeing it from a different perspective, different angle, watching football in a different way. I enjoyed it, but this one was too good to turn down, unfortunately.
Take us back to the process of getting here to get this, and the first phone call that you got, and what went through your head.
Well, I was actually in the car, to be honest with you. I was driving.
On your own? Or was it one of those where somebody rings you and you have to... I've got the kids in the car, please don't swear. That's normally what I start phone calls with.
No, I was in the car driving on my own, funny enough, going on the way off to Newcastle at the time. And the message come through, so... to be honest, yeah, it was a nice thing to hear. Of course it was, you know. But I was quite calm about it, actually, you know. It's,
were you?
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I don't know why. I just, yeah, it just felt right, and that's not me being not arrogant or blasé in any way.
Yeah.
But it just felt quite normal, and obviously, you know, get a good feeling from it and excited. And I've been here for so long and experienced so much that probably at some point I was always hoping in the back of my mind that the opportunity would come along, and thankfully it has.
You smiled, surely, when you got... I mean, surely you smiled. And who did you ring after you put the phone down on that call?
No, listen, I was delighted, obviously, you know. It's to be at this club is special. So I'm not playing it down, but I just mean it wasn't a case of I come off the phone and shout and scream and celebrated on the motorway or anything. It was, I just called my wife and said, you know, this is what's happened, this is where we're at.
So when you agree to do it, and you know the length of time that you're doing it for, what do you start preparing for? Your backroom staff, had those calls already gone in?
Yeah, obviously assessing what needs to be done, what needs to be put in place, what staff, what that balance looks like, and obviously it's quite condensed into a short space of time. So putting the staff together was something that we had to get right and wanted to get right. So I was really happy with that. I thought that, you know, I would come together absolutely delighted with the staff. And yeah, of course, it's part of getting the best out of the players, isn't it? So like you say, the first conversations and that first impression goes a long way if I've been on the other side and someone new comes in the room. And my main message, to be honest, was, you know, I'm here to support you, I'm here to help you, and we're here to push you. So ultimately, we want to get good results here, but there's ways of doing it, and hopefully they've felt that support so far.
Did you think they'd been underachieving as a group?
It's not really to say whether they achieved or underachieved for me. I think it's what, for me, walking in the door was what was in front of us, and I knew it was a really talented group, capable of, and a lot of potential within the group. So it was just about what can we do to try and help and improve things and have 3 days before we played Man City. So it was quite a really kind of compressed, condensed game prep week with a lot of things going into it in a short space of time.
Did it help that it was Manchester City and Arsenal as the first two?
You could say it helped now, I think.
Well, hindsight's a wonderful thing,
yeah,
isn't it?
I think the fact there was two massive games, you know, City was a huge game playing at home, and the atmosphere, I have to say, was pretty special on the day, and even building up to the game, you know, you could feel it in and around the stadium before kick-off. It's impossible to describe how much that helps, but to feel that between everyone, you know, it's a real special feeling for me to be in the position to be able to share that with so many people, and that's probably the most satisfying thing so far is getting that connection and feeling that emotion from everyone in such a positive way.
With the three members of staff that you brought in Steve Holland and Jonathan Woodgate and Johnny Evans, how do you work as a four? Because there was a lot of attention on the people you brought in.
Yeah, well, there's Travis as well, Travis Finnian, who was here, and he's been here for a number of years now through the academy and 18s and 21s. So, and Craig Mawson, the goalkeeping coach, has been here as well. So there's a really strong group, and it feels like we've been together a long time. But you know, we didn't all know each other. I didn't really know Steve personally an awful lot before. Thought it would come together nicely, and there was balance, and there's a reason why I wanted to bring Steve in. And Jonathan had him at Middlesbrough, loyal, gets me, knows me, pushes me, challenges me. Really good relationship, I think, is important. And Johnny knew the club, been here for so long, and has a really good relationship with the players as well, and loves coaching, loves helping, and cares a lot. So there was that. And then Travis, I think the club needs the academy. It's a massive part of this football club. And that's 259 players now have made their debuts. Just presented. Tyler Fletcher was the last one.
Yeah.
You know, the academy is a massive part of the club. I think there's a real good balance with the responsibilities of the academy young players, and then the balance with Jonathan and Johnny being two of the best centre backs you can come across in the last 20-25 years. To pass their information on, Steve with his experience in so many ways, Chelsea with changes of managers and different styles of managers and top players, and England, you know, and all the staff are able to cope being around the environment, and I think that's so important. So
and they challenge you. They tell you when you're wrong.
For sure. Yeah.
Not every manager would accept that.
No, but I can't be right the whole time. You know, it's impossible, and that's why we've got a group of 6 in our office. We've all got opinions and strong opinions, but I think we all filter it in, and it's important that we have a connection and understanding of what direction we want to go in, and we have to push each other. Yeah, for sure.
You mentioned the academy. What does the academy mean to you?
Yeah, an awful lot. Listen, I've always kept that feeling of what it was like as a young player, and something I've always had an eye on and been quite passionate about, to be honest. So, you know, with the tradition of this football club, it's natural to take that on, and it's just a proud moment as any to give a young player the debut, and there's certainly a want from not just me but all the staff and everyone at the club to try and produce the young players and give them opportunities as much as we can.
And is a United Academy player has always been in the first team matchday squad since, I don't know, 1930 something, isn't it? Is that a sense of pride? How much can it become a slight millstone if you would be the one that breaks that run?
Huge sense of pride, and on behalf of the whole football club, I think to have that is it's really outstanding to have for such a long period of time to have that, and it's something we need to hold on to. You know, it's what this football club is built upon really, and has been for so many decades, and so yeah, sure, I'm definitely well aware of it, and we want to carry that on. When you watch the academy and you're watching the underage teams as well, when you go, is the pipeline that, again, I'm not putting pressure on them, but is the academy in good health? Yeah, I think it's in great hands. I think it has been. I think that historically here it's kept producing players year after year, and we always hope for the next group or the next individual, and there's so much good work that goes into the academy. There's so many coaches, there's so many members of staff. We get carried away sometimes about the football and results in where we're at now. It's wins and draws and losses that count in some ways, but it's about developing young people and behaviours and helping them. There's so many players from this club that have maybe not even made their debut here but have moved on and had unbelievable careers in the game, and I think that's something, again, that as a football club we're really proud of. So following on from the academy chat then, so much noise around Colby Mainoo this season and not featuring, and now he's featured all the time under you. What did you see when you first got to work with him mentally? How was he, and how have you got him to where he is at the moment? I've known Colby a long time. I started working with him, I think it was 13 or 14 really, when I started to do my coaching badges a good few years ago. So I've kind of only little bits, and then obviously when I was here the first time he was in and around little bits of working with him. So I think knowing him and having an experience with him and you know and seeing him, you know, to perform at such a level and such big occasions, to be able to cope with the I said earlier about coaches being able to cope with being here and at the level, you know, to deal with it. What Colby's done at such a young age is quite incredible really, and we forget how young he still is. So I was just a big fan of watching him play and knowing what he was capable of. So it wasn't really a big decision to play him, and to be fair, it's not easy when you haven't played to find your rhythm and find your form, and there's things he can get better at, things he can improve on, but we haven't really got started in any of that because we're just letting him go and find his flow and find his rhythm of playing football again. So I've been really conscious of not really giving him an awful lot. A couple of little pointers, a bit of positional things and little bits here and there, but trust in what he is. You know, he's a fantastic footballer and he's got a huge talent. It sounds in many ways you rely on the human being side of things, rather I don't mean this in a disparaging way, rather than a flip chart and a, you know. Yeah, that's me. I like being around people. I like sharing things. I'm not one that would be an individual as such, and don't promote the fact I've got all the answers, and I'm quite happy to discuss that. I think getting the best out of people, whatever that is, whether that's in the industry of TV, whether that's in the industry of sport or business, I think treating people in a way and respect, but pushing, like I said, for me, support and helping, but pushing is, and the feeling, the connection. I think that whatever it is, the technical side will help when we can get better at all that, but if you haven't got that connection and that buy-in and that willingness to want to come with you and follow you, then all the other bits, you know, kind of lose the value and don't get to fill all that potential. So I see it as a massive thing to get that connection with people. Do you shout at them? I haven't yet, no. I haven't had to really, no. Not yet. There's a time for all sorts of emotions, and that's the beauty of being in the position, you've got to pick the right time and tap on the right kind of buttons to get the right reaction. You know, that's and if that's the case, that's the case.
When you witnessed the hairdryer, were you like, crikey?
Yeah, I'm not sure I could replicate that. And I wouldn't try to, but yeah, a couple of times I've seen it, and it puts you at the back of your seat, trying to get further away from it. But again, you know, you're talking about Sir Alex, and he was the genius at using people and getting the best out of people in so many different ways. Support, pushing, bit stronger than pushing at times, but it worked, you know. But it was all about getting the best out of his players.
Who are the managers that you played for that you look to incorporate now in what you're doing?
There's a few times maybe I've done something and then it's not till after, and I remember something that's happened years ago with different managers or coaches, and you think, oh, that actually happened then. So it kind of sometimes, experience is a beautiful thing to kind of draw upon in different ways, you know, and that's just life and anyway, you know. And listen, Sir Alex had the biggest impact on me. I think that's pretty obvious to say, because everything we kind of achieved here, but I think just learning and knowing that I've never got all the answers, and just keep searching for more experience, and that's why the staff are there to help in that regard.
A lot of the players from that era are now pundits. In the same way that when you were playing, a lot of the successful Liverpool team were pundits. Do you have to accept it and just shut it out? And is that easier for you than it is for your younger players?
Yeah, it doesn't bother me one bit.
I didn't think it would.
Generally, it doesn't. I'm not going to really fall out with anyone over that. I think it's a respect thing as much as anything, really, and I'll give and take that. I think for younger players, I think in general it's something we need to help them and look after them. You know, it's a different world now to when, say, I was coming through, but we'll do that and we'll look after them.
If I were to ask you if you wanted it beyond, like I know you'll have a stock answer, but I also think you're probably very much just what will be, are you? Yeah, it's not a stock answer, you know. Listen, for me, it's the ultimate role, you know. I'm really enjoying it. I love it. I love what I'm doing. I'm fortunate. I feel privileged to be in the position I am, but it's not the fact that I believe I can do it, you know, and I'm here for it to do. I said it when I came in. There's the sentimental side of that, of understanding the role and coming through the club and being here and loving the club and being a supporter, and all that side of it is one thing, but actually I'm here to do a job now and to make a good team and be successful. So I don't decide how long that's going to be, but I love being here, and while I'm here I'll give everything I can, and I'll always plan for the long-term future for the benefit of the football club. That's how I believe it should be. And you're very happy, aren't you? Yeah. Yeah. Have I smiled enough for you? Yeah. I'm loving what I'm doing. It's again, you know, really good people. The staff are fantastic. The players have been unbelievable. It's a really good place to come in every single day to drive in and look forward to being here, and then obviously and then around the city and globally, that, you know, the reaction and the support that you get is just, it's very hard to describe. It's incredible. So yeah. I'm delighted to be here. All right, but if people keep asking you that, then you might shout at them. Possibly. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
And that's kind of been, Sue, the theme in recent weeks, that they haven't been that far away, but it just hasn't produced points, it hasn't produced wins. Today it did. What was the difference?
I think he said it there. I think it was the fact that they scored goals and they were clinical when those chances come, because you kept coming to me and I kept saying Brighton are on top, but they just haven't got that goal, and that has been, you know, the theme for the last few weeks, where performances have been okay, but when they've been on top, they just haven't been able to get that goal and kill the game off. Whereas I thought they were very good today. I thought they thoroughly deserved the 3 points. You know, they didn't look like a team that were struggling for form. And we said Fabian Hurtzler potentially under pressure because of that form that they'd been in. But the club just don't panic, do they? They back him, and he clearly felt that backing. And yeah, they were the better side. I think the difference was exactly what Hertzler said. They scored and then they defended well when they needed to defend. It was a real sort of professional performance. Brentford had the opportunities, but Brighton, you just felt they had that good game management, which again is something maybe that's been questioned, a mentality and things. Have they got the right mentality when they go ahead in games? Can they hold on? They also did that. So yeah, a real good all-round performance from them.
And they seem to have Brentford's number in recent games because they won at home, I think 2-1 back in November, and actually this fixture last season they won by 4-2. So they've got something on Brentford at the moment, haven't they?
Yeah, and I think Brentford will be, disappointed with that sort of result. They're having a brilliant season. They beat some superb teams, Newcastle, Villa. They drew with Arsenal, could have actually won that game. We know that they're a well-organised side off the ball, and then they're good on the break. But I felt like Brighton stopped those breaks. They stopped it at source, which was great. And like I say, they did have chances, Brentford, that usually they've been clinical with this season. They just couldn't take them. And I think the second goal for Brighton was key, where Collins had just come on the field and just didn't deal with the cross. It was a mistake from him, which allowed Welbeck to score the second. So I think scoring at crucial times certainly helped Brighton. But yeah, Brentford, it wasn't their best performance today.
And of course, Wesley Fofana sent off in that game, their 8th red card this season in all competitions. Liam Rossini was asked about that in the subsequent bits of the interview and said, well, it's only 1 red card since he's been in charge. But once that happened, it just felt like it changed the dynamic of the game. And it was interesting, wasn't it? Because watching Palmer come off, we saw plenty of times under Maresca where he was unhappy. We talked about the medical directions as well.
Yep.
Why? Listen, you often have to change things when a player gets sent off, but why was he the fall guy?
Yeah, because I think they went to a 4-4-1 and they had the 2 midfielders in the midfield, and then Enzo Fernandez had to do a job, and Neto. And I just think he got a kick 5 or 10 minutes earlier, which he was hobbling. But he was all right, and he wanted to stay on the pitch. And I was surprised. I feel like I've seen it before with Chelsea when they go down at Old Trafford earlier in the season, go down to 10 men, take Cole Palmer off, then took Neto off. I was surprised that Neto came off because you still need to get up the pitch, and Neto would take you up the pitch. And then towards the end, he made 2 changes as well and brought on 2 defenders. I always see that, and I think, unless there's injuries, why are you making changes to the defensive line? Because he just said there, they have to be better defending set pieces, and they weren't good enough from set pieces. And in the end, Chelsea were probably lucky to come away with a point because Burnley had a great chance at the end to win it. But they'll be disappointed, Chelsea, because they dominated possession. And when you're on top, you've got to be ruthless, and they wasn't ruthless enough.
And also, it's the second home game running where they've not been able to kill off a team. They were 2-0 up against Leeds United. That finishes 2-2, 1-1 today. They're developing a little bit of a habit at home, aren't they? Why can't they kill games off?
That's the big question. They're creating chances. Credit Burnley, they defended well, but you've got to be clinical in that final third. I always feel, you saw it with Arsenal in midweek, 2-0. You need to go and get that third or that 4th goal without a shadow of a doubt. And they didn't today, and you have to give huge credit to Burnley. But I think the game flipped on its head with the 2 yellow cards from Fofana. It's a reckless tackle, the second one on James Ward-Prowse, and then Burnley got a big lift, and then Burnley thought we can get something in it, and then we can go and get the 3 points. So they'll be disappointed, Chelsea. I've seen good signs of them progressing, but as you said, they've got to learn how to see out games. It happened to Leeds, and now it's happened to Burnley.
But from a Burnley point of view, listen, if you set a point heading into the game at Stamford Bridge, they'd have snapped your hand off. But they know, we heard from Zian Fleming earlier, he was pretty gutted because it could have been so much more.
No, it could have, and they need wins at this moment in time. But you're right, before the game, they definitely would have took a point going to Chelsea. It's off the back of disappointing result last weekend in the FA Cup to Mansfield, even though Scott Parker made a few changes. And then they've beaten Burnley, so they're doing okay. I mean, beaten Crystal Palace in the midweek, so they're doing all right at the moment, but they'll be disappointed. Brun Larson has the great chance. If that falls to Fleming, they win the football match, because his header before that was fantastic.
Clinton, what's missing with Chelsea right now?
Yeah, good question, that. The ruthlessness in the final third, mate. I do think they're dominating possession. They were brilliant in that first half, but they're not clinical enough in that. I think if João Pedro ain't scoring, who else is going to step up to the mark? Cole Palmer had a few opportunities, but he's just getting back to his best form. They have to be more clinical in that final third.
Can you make a case at the moment for them causing Arsenal problems next Sunday when they face them?
Yeah, of course they can, because they've done it before. And you raise your game. Obviously, they're going to raise their game. I'm not saying they didn't raise their game now, but when they've got their best 11 out, which they will have for the weekend, they can cause a lot of problems.
It won't be like that League Cup semi-final second leg, though, will it?
No, he won't be like that. He had a game plan there, and it didn't work. And he'd probably be the first to hold his hand up. But when they played earlier on in the season, I thought they were unlucky. against them. It's only because Caicedo got sent off, or they might have gone on and won it. So it'll be a good game.
And Tim, we'll talk about Leeds United in just a moment, but Aston Villa keep up this record of picking up points from losing position. I think that's now 19 points for the season. But the start from Villa today, it was so lacklustre. What was missing?
I think it was a little bit of complacency. It was so easy for the first 10 minutes. They was in control of the game. They've got players who can handle the ball. They moved it around the field, but they weren't penetrating at all. They weren't pushing the ball forward. Obviously, Morgan Rogers is their best player. He's the best attacking player. They couldn't get him on the ball enough, and hence why they couldn't get Ollie Watkins in the game. So I thought it was a controlled start. I didn't think Unai Emery would be panicking. There wasn't really a threat. There was a couple of Calvert-Lewin breaks with support of Aronson, who got in support of Bogle, willing runners, chase lost causes. And you just felt they would always be a threat. So the defence of Aston Villa had to be on their game, had to be concentrated. But you didn't see a goal coming until it actually did. And she's got no right to score. I mean, it's all of 35 yards out. It's from a wide area. And Martinez, the goalkeeper, just takes a step too far to the left-hand side. He expects the cross coming in. They've all gone up, and he just whips it into the top corner. It's a fantastic strike from Stack. And it's a poor mistake, in my opinion, even though it's a wonderful strike from Martinez. Then they go in at half-time, and then all of a sudden I think Unai Emery's going to change it up. But he left it a little bit too late. I mean, Sancho come on, Ross Barkley come on, and then eventually Tammy Abraham, who gets the equaliser, and it comes from a corner. It was the only, really, it didn't look like they were going to open up Leeds with open play, with a nice combination play. It had to come from a set piece. It was Konza's header and Tammy Abraham. It come to his mid-drift, and he just had to try and get something on it, and he just flicked his knee, and it comes off the top of his thigh. And Calvert-Lewin's at the back post, and he jumps as high as he can. The ball just squeezes between his head and the goal. It was meant to be for Tammy Abraham, but I was crying for him to come on. I'm pleased, delighted for him, and I'm delighted for the crowd, because the crowd actually stuck with the team today, and it was a poor performance. 67% possession, but it just shows you possession's not everything.
West Ham United drawing still in the Saturday Night Football 0-0 at home to Bournemouth. So the gap at the moment from Leeds to the bottom three as things stand is 6 points. Look, they're a different proposition since that turnaround in the second half against City. 2 defeats in their last 14 games. Oh, sorry, I should say it's 2 defeats in the last 14 games. Despite that still being a relatively small gap, they got enough for you to stay out of trouble?
They play with that spirit. I mean, the togetherness and organisation, what Daniel Farke's got playing with. I don't see them in trouble, I really don't. But I keep looking at all the teams down the bottom, and looking at West Ham here, look well organised as well. So, look, I wouldn't like to bet who's going to go down, but I would say on that performance what I've seen today and in recent performances from Leeds, I think they might have enough. I really do, if Calvert-Lewin can continue to stay fit and to be a goal threat.
And next up for them, it is Manchester City at home at Ellen Road.
One place to start, though, and that is Sunday's North London derby between Tottenham and Arsenal. Former Arsenal striker Jay Bothroyd is with us. Good morning to you, Jay. How big is this?
It's a massive game. If we spoke about this a few weeks ago, I'd feel, pretty confident that Arsenal could, get the result, get the win that is needed. But now, after, recent form, the Wolves game, there is a level of concern there, because Arsenal are not creating enough, they're not scoring enough. They look a bit fragile at the back now. It is concerning times, but I still think Arsenal will get over the line. I'm not sure how they will do it, but I'm sure they'll get over the line.
It's funny how that result against Wolves has definitely put a lot of doubt into neutrals' mind. We've heard that it's put into doubt into Arsenal fans' mind. But what will it do to the players?
I think exactly the same things. There'll be an element of doubt there because of what's happened in the past. Finishing second for the last few seasons, and then being in the position of strength, which is top of the league with games in hand and points in hand as well. So there is going to be that element of doubt. I'm sure the manager will be reminding them of the pain that Arsenal have suffered over the last few years. The only thing that I look at sometimes that lacks a bit at Arsenal is, the real experienced players that have been in these kind of situations before. Arsenal don't really have that. Nonetheless, though, they still have the leadership, the likes of Declan Rice, who's been amazing this season, Gabriel, who's, you know, wears his heart on his sleeve. There's a lot of players there, and then obviously Saka, who's just signed his new deal. So that's great news and a good time to come out. But there is concern in times, and these next 2 games, in my opinion, are just massive. You know, Tottenham and then Chelsea, they're massive games that Arsenal need to get at least 4 points, because I think Man City will beat Newcastle, and then I think they've kind of clicked into gear now.
In terms of the North London derby, we're going to get the fan view in a moment, by the way. I'm going to ask the fans the same question. Is winning the title bigger for Arsenal than Tottenham surviving relegation?
I mean,
what's bigger?
It's definitely, listen, it's subjective, isn't it? For Tottenham fans, they're going to say it's bigger. For Arsenal fans, you know, we're going to say that Arsenal need to win the league. And I think there's a lot of pressure on players. I think there's a lot of pressure on Arteta. Because if he doesn't win a major trophy, there's definitely going to be questions asked. Because you don't spend £1 billion on players, on your squad, have the best squad in the world, arguably, and then talk about a domestic trophy and Community Shields. No one's interested in that now. It needs to be a major.
But, see, from a neutral and a journalistic point of view, I think Tottenham getting relegated is a bigger story than Arsenal not winning the league. So can you understand that argument?
Yeah.
And actually,
in terms of story,
can you see why it might be bigger for Tottenham?
Yeah, in story, as a story, yeah, you could never really fathom
that stadium in the Championship.
Yeah, you could never really fathom Tottenham being in the Championship. I still don't think Tottenham will be in the Championship. And to be honest, you know, as an Arsenal fan, I want to see the North London derby. I think it's great. It's a great spectacle. There's always, you know, battles going on. Don't get me wrong, Arsenal win the majority of the time.
But do you want Tottenham to stay up?
I mean, the dream come true would be Arsenal winning the league and Tottenham going down. But
you want the North London derby? In the FA Cup,
I do want the North London
Cup.
derby, but I love the bragging rights. I still live in North London, so I love the bragging rights. But listen, I don't see Tottenham going down. They've got too much quality in their squad. Yes, they've got a lot of injuries, but there's still players there that can come and do a job. So hopefully Tudor can get a reaction out of the players and turn things around, but not against Arsenal.
Right. Sky Sports to partner with Finalysis to discover true fan opinions. Have your say on your club. Download the Finalysis app now. Scan that QR code for more details. Let's speak to Arsenal fan Scarlett Katz Roberts and Spurs fan Cam Mitchell. Good morning to both of you. Right, we'll start with the home side. Cam, for Tottenham, is this the biggest North London derby in Premier League history for your club?
Morning, guys. No, I don't think it is. I think actually the pressure's off Spurs in this game for the first time in a long, long time. I think we kind of don't know what to expect with our new manager. We don't even really know who's going to play in what positions. So as far as I'm concerned, it's new manager bounce, they're wobbling, and all the pressure's on Arsenal.
Pressure's off. You're only 5 points above relegation.
Tom, preach to him. I don't think you realise where you are.
I think there might be a relegation battle. I think there might be a bit of pressure on. Yes, there's definitely pressure on Arsenal. I think there's pressure on you too, surely.
No, I don't think so. I think we've got other games that we'd be expected to win. I think we'd be normally expected to lose this game. So I think out of the games we've got left, if we're trying to be, sceptical or non-sceptical about it, realistic, let's be honest, we would always look at this game and be like, top v bottom, who's going to lose? We're probably going to lose this game. So if we go into it and get a draw against Arsenal, I think that's a great result. And I think on the flip side, if Arsenal don't win and they draw or lose, that's a terrible result for them.
Mind games.
You sound like an Arsenal fan in disguise.
he's putting the pressure on Arsenal and Scott.
Oh, he's playing mind games. He's doing that, isn't he?
Cam, for once, you have the opportunity to derail an Arsenal title charge by actually winning. Like, isn't that appealing to you?
Arsenal going to derail themselves, so it's not really up to us.
Scott, in terms of it being, you know, the biggest North London derby in Premier League history, I am going to ask you that question, although I am aware that you did once win the title at White Hart Lane.
What did you say there, please, Tom? Say that again.
Win the title at White Hart Lane.
Oh, okay.
History's great.
Cam, I'm going to have to start taking your side in a minute because you're getting ganged up on here.
I thought this was a news channel, not the history channel.
What do you think, Scott? Is it the biggest since then, or is it even bigger than that?
It's hard to rate these things comparatively. What it is a cup final, and unfortunately, I think we've joined Tottenham there in the next game is a cup final trenches. Because if we lose this game, I don't know how it will be possible that bottle job noise is going to get louder, and it will get louder. But this feels like a tipping point psychologically. The Wolves game was so poor, and I'll be honest, unexpected from my side, although maybe not for everyone else. I've resisted this bottle job idea for so long because I think that there is plenty of context to be administered around our second place finishes. But I can't call what I saw on Wednesday anything else. So the chips are down now, and we have to answer the question.
Scarlett, the only reason why I'm not calling Arsenal bottom jobs is really, because you can't call Arsenal bottle jobs until the end of the season. Once the end of the season comes, and if they don't do it, then yes, everyone can call Arsenal that. But right now, you can't call Arsenal bottle jobs because they're in a situation where they're still top of the league. They've still got points in hand. So I think we have to try and stay as positive as possible. But one thing I would like to say to you, Cam...
Practice what you preach, guys, because...
Cam, I'm going to come...
Your T-shirt there, Scarlett, says first isn't everything. So it looks like you're preparing for second place there.
I'm not preparing for second place.
I think it's a fork in the roads, isn't it? It's like an unbelievably stark contrast. I think if the train stays on the track this season, we win the league. Potentially, we usher in dynastic success for years to come with Arteta at the helm. If we lose this game and go on to lose the title, don't win anything major, Arteta goes, what next? And no, first isn't everything. And that's why I'm wearing this T-shirt, because this badge is.
Yeah, I know, but Scarlett, I'm really sorry, but first is everything, especially now after the last few years. There's nothing else. I don't care about runners-up, and most fans don't now. It's all about winning the league this year. Arsenal have been, top of the league for like 134. Like, you can't let that go now. So for me, it's the most important thing is winning a major. Like, if Arsenal come runners-up but they win the Champions League, then I'd still be a bit salty about losing the league from this position. But winning the Champions League is still, I'm still be delighted with that. I would.
But I think where we are, the advantage we've had in the league, it undeniably makes this situation something will have had to have gone catastrophically wrong for us to have lost the league from where we were, and that's why it feels like we have to do it. And that's why this game feels huge, because I think if we slip up in this game, the psychology of coming back from a situation where you've been so far ahead and now you're pegged back and potentially behind, I think that's so hard.
Yeah.
Well, it's happened before.
Cam.
06, 07.
All right, Cam. Cam, this is a news channel. Come on. Cam, this is a news channel.
It's a news channel, not a history channel.
Listen,
hey,
Cam.
you're the ones who brought it up, so I'm just bringing back.
Cam, I think you're going to enjoy the next bit. Scarlett, maybe not so. I'll ask you both about this. Scarlett, first of all, what did you make of Wolves quite clearly mocking you on social media with this? We're showing the video right now. This was on Wolves' TikTok, poking fun at the fact that Arsenal, basically, let's call it game management. And of course, in the end, Wolves ended up getting that equaliser. And then after that, you might have noticed on X, which we can show as well, Manchester City put this up with the caption, something like seeing a game out. And that was after Wolves had done that. What did you make of it? Manchester City being mischievous?
I love this.
I'm very glad to say that I didn't see any of it. This is the first time I'm seeing it, because I did what any sane fan does after a game like the Wolves game. I switched off the TV and I pretended football didn't exist. But
we've all been there.
I think people know they can rile us up. That's why everywhere we go, people are singing second again, allez, allez. And what's so frustrating about it is that it seems to get to the players. So to our rivals, of course it's an opportunity to take the mickey out of us because it seems to affect us.
Are you enjoying it, Cam?
Arsenal have done that before.
You were smiling, Cam. Did you enjoy that?
I mean, hard not to, isn't it not? And I think the rest of the league is as well. That's why I'm saying the pressure's on them. I mean, are the whole league wishing that Spurs go down? Maybe a big portion of it. We're not the most liked club. But I think the majority of people want to see Arsenal fail again. So I think in terms of the social paranoia, like you said, it's affecting the players. So the more of this, the merrier, as far as I'm concerned.
Cam,
Loving
listen,
it.
I actually don't want to see Tottenham go down, but I love it where you are.
You just said your perfect season was Arsenal win the title and Tottenham go down.
Fans' perfect season want to see that, right? But I love the North London derby. I love the build-up of it. I think it's a very good spectacle. I mean, if you live in North London, I don't know if you guys do, but it's always, you know, everyone's always talking about it before. So I like that part. But I have to say, Tottenham going down, I can't fathom that. I can never see that happening. But I am happy to see where you are in the league. I can't lie, Cam.
No, and that's totally fair. But I heard you before we came on, and you even said, I don't think Spurs will go down.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, I think most people probably think that. Whereas
what do you
Arsenal
think?
right now, what do I think?
Yeah.
I think, I agree with you. I think it's, listen, I don't really want to think about it, but like you said, the quality, I think, in the squad, we have injuries, they will come back. I think we will have a strong enough squad to stay up compared to the other teams around us. We have got a tough run of games, though. So, like you said, you can't really let any of these games slip. But if there were 5 games and you saw Arsenal, I don't think we'd be expected to win it. So take any points away from them is a win as far as I'm concerned. Whereas normally you'd want to win that game, obviously, because you know, for many years actually, we were the ones in Champions League and you were below us. If we want to talk history, so
Cam, I don't want to talk history. Cam, obviously Tudor's come in now. Do you think that's a good appointment? And do you think that Tottenham are now in a rebuilding transition stage where you need to get some players out and get some some quality players in?
I think what he's going to do is I think the main thing I want him to do, listen, I don't really know too much. I haven't watched too much of him in Serie A. I know he carried or brought Juve to the Champions League last season with only a few games to spare. So he has experience in short-term jobs. I just want to see a bit of passion. I think I'll put this to you guys. If you had Thomas Frank in charge and he's trying to give you a speech to sort of get you prepared and fired up for a North London derby, I don't really think he's the guy for it, especially holding Arsenal Cups, etc., etc. So Igor Tudor, from what I've seen, he's very serious. He's very passionate on the sidelines. He's that kind of Conte-esque kind of manager. I think that's the kind of guy you want leading you into a North London derby. So my expectations are open, but I'm looking forward to it, actually. I'll be going to the game on Sunday. I wasn't looking forward to it as much
a few weeks ago.
Well, until the Wolves result, and now I'm like, well, now we can really do a number on Arsenal.
What players do you think Tottenham need to get rid of now at this point? And to be honest, I'm alluding to Romero. Would you keep him or would you let him go?
No, I think Romero is actually exactly the kind of characters we need in the team. We need more of those, I think. While he might have made a silly mistake getting sent off, I think the passion is there, and that's something that is lacking for a lot of the players in the squad. If I could take the passion of Romero and put it in, 5 other players, I would, because that is what you want when you're watching your football team.
Well, we've got a poll on at the moment about is this the North London derby, who is it bigger for? And it's still saying 55% Arsenal, but pretty close though. Yeah. 55% saying it's more important for Arsenal than it is for Tottenham down at the other end of the table. Scarlett, in one word, because we want to get on to Jay's combined 11, in one word, do you want Tottenham to go down?
Of course, 2 words.
Oh, OK, right, fair enough, good honesty. Jay's picked a Premier League North London derby all-time combined 11. Right, Jay, talk us through it, then we'll get the guests' views on it.
I mean, Seaman, do we have to... I mean, is there even a debate about Seaman? I don't think so. 145 clean sheets, I mean, in 344 games. I don't even know how many great keepers Tottenham have had. I mean, Lloris,
Lloris, World Cup winner.
Lloris, I know, but he didn't really have that many clean sheets. His clean sheet percentage is less than Seaman. So I'm going with David Seaman.
You've gone Tottenham for a right back there?
Yeah, Kyle Walker, 100%. He's been, probably, arguably, England's best right back ever. Gary Neville's in there, obviously. Right. Big tone, the leadership qualities, he's an unbelievable player. Both on the field and off the field. You don't have to give team talks when you've got Tony Adams in there. Sol Campbell, and yes, I'm claiming Sol Campbell. I'm claiming Sol Campbell.
He's a mix.
But Campbell himself says that, he's an Arsenal lad. He's an Arsenal lad.
He played for both.
He thought to himself, you know what? I'm not having Tottenham. I'm going to Arsenal. And then obviously
Where's Ledley
Ashley
King?
Cole. Pardon, Cam?
Ledley King, he should be in there, no?
Ahead of who?
Either of them.
Ledley King is a great player, don't get me wrong. He's a great player. I mean, he was one of those players that brings the ball out of defence. But the reason why he didn't get an F, in my opinion, is the longevity part. He didn't play long enough at the highest level. Then I'm going Ashley Cole. Obviously, we don't even need to talk about that. Patrick Vieira and Fabregas in there. I mean, you're probably gonna think, where's Modric? But I think Modric had his best time at Madrid. I mean, then you've got Gareth Bale. There's no denying that. Dennis Bergkamp. I can't think you can deny that. Who are you going to talk about? Van der Vaart?
Jay, sources tell me you had Modric in there earlier.
Your sources?
What happened? What changed? Yeah, my sources.
Yeah, but then I started thinking about it. I'm trying to give. That was a token gesture. I thought, you know what? Let me just put Modric in there. But then I was like, you know what?
Who's won a Ballon d'Or in this lineup?
Pardon?
Who's won a Ballon d'Or in this lineup?
Don't matter. That's one season. And then Vieira, obviously, Fabregas is in there. Bergkamp, Henry, and then Kane. I think Kane gets a little bit disrespected for what he's done in world football. His goal-scoring ratio is second to none.
Yeah.
In my opinion, he's the best number 9 in the world right now, and he has been for a few years, to be honest. And
Jay,
that's why he's in there.
you mentioned, it was at Real Madrid, but Bale never played at right wing for Spurs. So
he played in the hole at Spurs. He played in the hole. It doesn't matter where Bale goes. He could be left back.
He's left wing.
But I don't think he's a better left back than Cole. Cole can defend. He gets forward, up and down.
I'm not putting Bale left back. I'm putting Bale left wing.
Left wing?
Yeah.
He ain't playing left wing.
Where's Henry going?
I can't believe you shunted Henry.
That's the thing. So you might as well bring him out the team then, isn't it? You might, because Henry is better than Bale. So Bale's on the bench.
All I'm saying is you took Modric out because he played for Real Madrid.
I'm trying to fit in Bale. Because if you're saying to me he's a left winger, he's not a better left winger than Thierry Henry.
Right.
I think Modric. Come on.
Modric at Real Madrid.
It's a brilliant debate. And
Scarlett, what are you saying?
Go on then, quickly,
I just can't
Scarlett.
believe you've moved Henry to the left-hand side for Harry Kane.
Harry Kane's got to be in there.
Oh, come on.
Yeah,
Harry Kane's got to be in there.
He's the best striker in North London derby history. It's not Harry Kane's great, but you've got to put Thierry Henry up front.
Well, okay, so listen, this is a debate, right?
Harry Kane clears
Dennis
Thierry Henry.
Bergkamp. Hold on, Dennis Bergkamp is one of my favourite all-time players. But if you're saying that, then I have to take Bergkamp out to put Kane in. And I don't want to do that, so I'm trying to accommodate as well.
Right, looks like we've got one of those topics that's going to get everyone talking. Scarlett, Cam, thank you. Everyone at home, get your opinions in on this. Jay, you've caused controversy yet again. Right, North London derby is on Sunday. The stakes have rarely been higher for both clubs. You can see it live from 4 p.m, Sky Sports Premier League. Jay, I thought your combined 11 was actually quite fair.
Fair, yeah, I thought it.
Listen, I've got some messages as well, actually, from some Arsenal fans. I'm going to hit the text line. Saka stats are pathetic this year. That's the first one. Madueke is so much kudos.
He means so much better than
so it says he's so much. No, he's not. Kulu stats push Saka, whose stats don't back up the hype. Compare Saka to Son, Salah, Mane. Is Saka in that conversation to those guys?
I do rate Saka. I think Saka's a class act. I don't think he's playing very well at the moment. I don't think he's been very good this season. But Bukayo Saka is an excellent player, and I think that there is actually a conversation to be had around Bukayo Saka and maybe the lack of development. Like, genuinely, a few years ago when they nearly won the league, say the first title race was City, I thought that Bukayo Saka was going to become one of the best in the world at what he does. I thought he was going to have the development that maybe Jurgen Klopp, when Jurgen Klopp sprinkled the stardust on Sadio Mane or sprinkled the stardust on Mohamed Salah, I thought that maybe Martin Odegaard as well, Odegaard and Saka, were going to have that kind of
elevate. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I thought they were going to have that.
They haven't ignited.
No, they're still. I mean, arguably
Saka
they're both
first
worse.
Goal since December the other day.
I mean, arguably they're both worse than they were. If you think about the player that Odegaard was when he scored those 15 goals, that feels like a lifetime ago. If you think about the development of Saka over the past 2 years, it doesn't feel like he's gone particularly far. And I wonder if Mikel Arteta is responsible for that. You need to allow Saka to express himself, don't you?
Exactly, as they do with a whole load of players as well. Aaron says Kudus is not better than Madueke on the text line. I'm sorry, but he is for me. A page says Solanke and Richarlison are better than Gyökeres. Xavi and Maddison are better than Odegaard and Eze. I wouldn't go with that page. The first one, Solanke and Richarlison better than Gyökeres, though. You might have some legs there. And tomorrow's TalkSport Daily podcast will feature our host Ollie Klink, Arsenal fan Harry Symeou, and Spurs fan Ricky Sachs as they look ahead to the North London derby and ask, is it the biggest one in years? We're going to go to the phone line now to an Arsenal fan. We're going to speak to Harvey. Harvey, how massive is this game?
Yeah, how you doing, boys? You're right.
All good, mate.
I think it's huge. I mean, especially after dropping points at Brentford and Wolves, if you win them 2 games, then you expect to beat Tottenham anyway at the moment.
We'll come back to him. We're going to cross over to Ryan now. We'll try and get Harvey back on the line. Sorry about that, Harvey. Let's go to Ryan. He's also an Arsenal fan. How you feeling? How you feeling, Ryan?
Yeah, I'm all right. I think it's a must win. It's a must win. I think Roy's giving too much stick to Gyökeres.
Is he a Premier League player?
Yeah, of course he is. How many goals has he scored? 10 goals in the Premier League all together? And you think, how many did Drogba score when his first season?
Oh, God, you can't do that, Ryan. You can't.
Hold on. All the time, there's 2 people marking him. That's why every time he comes off, that's when we can see the late goals. Because they're throwing a defender up front.
This is crazy. To bring up Didier Drogba in a conversation about Victor Gyökeres is wild.
Is it not valid in terms of you look at just to play devil's advocate for what Ryan's saying? You know, in his first season, Didier Drogba, didn't set it alight.
It's a bit of a myth. If you look at the quality of goals that Didier Drogba scored, I remember being at Selhurst Park when he scored his first goal for us. So it's a header. Celestine Babiaro whipped it over, and it was a towering centre-forward header. The clues were there that Didier Drogba was going to go on. Yeah, the clues were there that Didier Drogba was going to go on to become one of the best strikers the Premier League has ever seen. That was there for all to see. I've seen nothing in Victor Gyökeres, literally nothing, to suggest that he's going to be even a mediocre striker in the Premier League.
Ryan's not having it. He's saying it. He is a Premier League player. I think with Gyökeres,
he's a dud.
Yeah,
he's so obviously
if I'm being honest, I think it's the way he moves. He's quite clunky. I think there's been a lot of evidence of not being able to actually engage in defenders. Now, it is about the team as well. It's not just all one thing of the player. Do Arsenal create chances for him? How involved is he? How are they trying to play through him, for him, round him? No, but I do agree. I look at him and I go, not at the required level. I look at him and go, you need to go back to Havertz.
Also, do you know what, Flex? You know when you say
he's not having an impact on games.
I find it so frustrating when people talk about forwards and they start blaming everybody else around them. We go, who's creating for him? Who's moving for him? Where's the service? Think about great goals that have been scored by great strikers. Didn't Ruud van Nistelrooy basically run the length of the pitch against Fulham?
Yeah.
Right. So who created for him?
Yeah.
Who?
No, but that goal was an anomaly out of Ruud van Nistelrooy's catalogue. Mostly it was supply line from Scholes, from Giggs.
But the example is when somebody didn't create for him, he created for himself. When Didier Drogba smashes it past Tim Howard at Goodison Park to almost guarantee us a lead.
That was. Victor Gyökeres couldn't do that.
Who opened the door for him? Who was providing the service? It was him crafting the service for himself, creating the chances for himself.
Let's go back to the phone line. I think we've got Harvey back with us. Harvey, sorry mate, we lost you there. Over to you, my friend.
That's all good. I think it's massive. After dropping points at Brentford and Wolves, which you expect to win, it puts huge pressure on this game. I think we're going to beat Tottenham anyway, and the way they're playing.
Do you think that's a given? Do you think that's a given that they've got a new manager bound? Thomas Frank is gone. They got to galvanise themselves. The crowd's going to be up for it. You're not playing too well. Don't you think there's a little bit of more than a banana skin here?
I don't know. I think we're going to be right up for it. I think we tend to lack when we're playing the games that we take for granted.
True.
I think it looked like we take Brentford and Wolves for granted. Like we're going to beat them. Whereas, I think going away at Tottenham, we got a really good record there. I think we're going to be right up. We have to win. If we don't win, you throw the title away. Well and truly. So,
Harvey, what do you think? What do you think the problem is in the team at the minute? Like, is it literally just down to pressure? You get into the crunch moments now, or do you think this is a little blip, or have you seen this coming? Like, what have your thoughts been about what's actually wrong with the team at the minute?
I don't know. I think it is just a bit of pressure. I don't know what else it could be, because Arteta's coming out and saying that it's not a tactical reason. That he's telling the team to sit back on leads and. So I'm not so sure. I think there has to be just pressure. We're feeling it. Every time we've had time to capitalise this season, to go 12 points clear, 15 points clear, we choke. Brentford away, although it's a tough game, you should be going and beating Brentford away with the quality. Everyone bangs on about the squad and the quality that we have. Yet we can't seem to score goals enough or beat anyone. Wolves, one of the worst Premier League teams in history, and we blow a 2-0 lead there. If that's any other Man United, Tottenham, Chelsea, if that's anyone else, everyone...
You just see it out. Yeah, we've lost them again, but we pretty much get the gist of what Harvey was saying. Thank you for calling in there, mate. I just think it's like, it's just such a big game, Roy, and I just think the loser of it, I know you're saying like Spurs can be all right, because statistically, mathematically, there's enough games, but like if they keep taking too many more drubbings, that what will start to kick in is that like, oh my God, we're in this now.
Yeah.
If the others, if West Ham and
mate, I completely agree.
do you know what I mean? And then for Arsenal, like you say, they have to show it. They have to now.
No. Arsenal can't draw to Brentford, Wolves, and Tottenham 3 games in a row and expect to have any chance of winning the league. They just can't. But equally with Tottenham, I do understand what you're saying. I do sort of agree with you as well that it gets very troublesome for Tottenham. But equally, they need to accrue 10 points. They've got a new manager in. They've got a decent squad. They're a big club. They've got good support. They need to find 10 points. If you look at their fixtures, they're playing both Palace and Brighton. Arsenal isn't where they have to win.
Yeah.
It's where they want to win.
Yeah, I know what
Arsenal isn't where they need.
Those are the unforgivable ones that they can't drop.
They're playing.
You have to win that.
Yeah. The fixtures where you look, if you're a Tottenham fan or if you're in the club and you're not looking at the emotion of the situation, you're not thinking about the rivalry with Arsenal. You just think, where do we accrue our 10 points?
Yeah.
You're looking at Palace, you're looking at Brighton, you're looking at maybe Everton final day of the season, who probably have nothing to play for.
Yeah.
There's 9.
Up the gels! Mate. Up the gels! Honestly. What happened? What happened? You know what? Up the gels! So disappointed, mate. That's so disappointing. That performance and result, mate.
Shambles.
It was... Even 11v11, right? We were poor today. That's the worst we played under Lim, in my opinion. Worst we played. The red card comes and you go... I don't know if we were playing well enough to even just get a draw. And I'm worried that once they got the equaliser, you're thinking, they have a set piece. Swing ones over. Ward-Prowse puts it in the same area. You think, we're going to lose it now. We're going to lose it. Same thing against Leeds a couple of weeks ago.
Good team, though, Burnley. Good team.
They're not a good team.
They're a good team.
To be fair, right, they deserved that today.
Of course they deserved it. You're garbage.
No, we were garbage today. We were garbage. I can't defend that performance, Jay. I can't defend it.
Well, come on.
I can't defend it. No one was at it. It's a brilliant goal we score. Go and, they're getting relegated, this team. Go and put your foot on their throat. Go and take the game to them. Nah. None of it.
Up the
That's
gels.
poor.
What about the subs, though, Jace? The subs weren't great.
Well, the problem, when you go down to 10 men, you're going to have to bring centre-half's been centre. You've got to bring a centre-half on, right? Who are you going to bring off? Who are you bringing off?
Not Cole Palmer.
Cole's been injured. Do you know what I mean?
I know, mate. But
you can't have him.
You need someone who keeps the ball.
Who are you bringing off? That's the question. You can't bring off your 2 defensive midfielders. You can't bring off João Pedro. Why? Who's going to play? Well, eventually he did come off.
Yeah, he did.
I ain't got a problem with that. I ain't got a problem with Cole Palmer.
Take off João Pedro and play Cole Palmer as a false 9.
Yeah, and like I said, he's been injured, mate. So I ain't got a problem with the sub. Problem I've got with is the performance. That's what I've got a problem with. That performance, that is...
You put on 2 centre-halves and you conceded from a set piece. Free header.
Jay, I can't defend it.
Free header.
Jay, I can't defend it. No one challenged them. No one taking responsibility. It's who we are. They'll let you down. This team will let you down. They
just who we are, mate.
They will. They'll let you down. They'll disappoint you. It's
just who we are, mate.
We're still that team. We can't deal with a blow. We can't deal with a bloody nose. You get a whack on the nose, get a whack on the face... And we're up against the ropes, and we're there 10 minutes reeling for what this blow that you get round the head. We're just that team, and it's just we can't seem to be able to recover. You know, like you need smelling salts. That's what we need. Get a red card, smelling salts.
I'll tell you what smelling salts you had, mate, after that red card. Toilet ones.
No, but even 11v11, Burnley deserved that, and that's the most, you know, that to me. I'm
though, Jace.
I'm angry. I'm angry,
No,
Jay.
but they're a good team. You've got to give them some credit. No, they are a good team.
Do you know what?
Well organised.
They were today. They were good today, Burnley. And take the goal out of it. I would say Burnley with the better side.
No,
take the goal out of it.
Way better.
I would say Burnley with the better side.
Way better.
And that's hard for me to admit. It's hard for me to admit.
Let's go to a Chelsea fan. Harry's phoned us up. Right,
H.
Hello, how's it going, boys? Thanks for your time today.
I'm in good spirits. Chelsea throwing it away.
I bet, mate. Hopefully you can do us a favour in the North London derby. Nobody wants to see Arsenal win the league. Hey.
Yeah.
But I don't have much hope for Spurs. I want to be as productive as possible with this call. I'm a lifelong Chelsea fan. When do we put the finger on the fact that this project just isn't working? I don't want to pin that on just today's result. I think since 2022, when the sporting directors came into the club and started making the signings that they've made, it's just been a complete and utter collapse from top to bottom within a football club that was ran brilliantly before. Yeah, I know we had the quick fires, but we'd always come back with character. And Chelsea Football Club, as a playing club now, I think they've lost that, in my personal opinion. The evidence backs it up this season with the red cards. It's running through the players as well. We've been in winning positions against, off the top of my head, Sunderland, Villa, Leeds,
Brighton. Was it Brighton?
Today, Brighton, and it's just completely and utterly collapsed around them. Up the Chels. Reece James is our captain. He's been hooked when we've needed a leader on the pitch today. I really didn't understand that.
I think he had cramp. I noticed he was stretching his hamstrings.
Cramp.
Yeah, he was stretching his hamstrings, mate.
Yeah.
I think that's why he's come off.
Yeah, not enough electrolytes.
And then the two things. I'm not going to pin the manager yet, but I'm not confident in the recruitment of the manager. The two times that both of our coaches had time to prove if they were cut for it this season with red cards, I'm thinking Man United away, where Sanchez got sent off early doors, the manager lost his pants early, and we bottled it with subs. And I think our manager's done the same today. He's completely and utterly bottled it with the subs that we've made, and we've made it really easy.
What would you have done differently then? Because I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. No, I don't agree with that. Because what can he do when you go down 10 men? At that stage of the game...
I think you need an outlet, Jace. I think you've got to have an outlet on the pitch.
And he brought on...
Yeah, but I think his legs had gone, mate. Sorry, I think his legs had gone. And when... I don't want to go on that anti-Delap thing, but again, it's another signing that these sporting directors have made. I'm just going back to the main point of why I'm calling in here. At some point, there's got to be some accountability from the people that are making these signings. They want a coach who is only there to coach the players, pick the side. Maybe on occasions, they're not even being able to pick the side from what Maresca left the door on the accountability of. And they're not even getting the signings right. So when you look at our 11 now, yes, there's, 1.5 billion quid we've spent over the last 4 years. Is that right?
I mean, yeah.
Something
And
like
you're going to be... I don't know how much, but it ain't far off that, right?
Yeah. So you look at our starting 11, it's good. I would confidently say that we'll give, when they're all fit and they're firing, our starting 11 is good. Anything behind that, which has been, again, evidenced in games this year when we've started with a rotated team against Leeds away, we were awful, absolutely awful. Tosin was poor, Delap was poor, and there was obviously other players against West Ham. They did the same thing. They went 2-0 down. Lucky we had players on the bench that could come and turn it around. You can't keep getting away with it, Jace. The signings that we're making for a club like Chelsea are not good enough.
Here's the thing. You know that they're not going to sign. You know, it's the youngest squad in Premier League history. There's a reason we ain't going to sign off the peg players that are 28 years of age and are going to have an impact. That's just not happening. It's not happening.
So, is the project going to work
Yes or no, Chelsea fan, Jake?
Well, at the moment, you can't say that it's working, but you can't say it's not either. I mean, we got Champions League football last season, right? With the youngest squad in Premier League history. Okay, is it perfect? No. There's absolutely no one's going to argue that. Has it got holes in? Yeah, it has. And that transfer window in the summer. I mean, there's talk of Liam Delap perhaps leaving, maybe going on loan. We still don't. The problem when you sign young players, you're signing potential. And that's all well and good, but it's when you have so many of them that you do see holes in the squad. And as I said...
How old is Sanchez? Robert Sanchez?
The keeper?
Yeah. He's not young, is he?
I'm going to say 27.
Right, but he's got plenty of experience, right? Yeah. Mate, in the 85th...
Mate, I know exactly what you're going to say. Mate,
he's 28 years old.
Jay.
The ball comes to him. He collects it.
Jay.
All you do, go down.
Jay.
Hold on to it.
What does he do?
He kicks
it.
He
boots it.
Booted it straight to a Burnley player, and they're back on it. He's done it twice. I'm looking at him going, what is he doing?
Jay, 100%
like that right there. Like that ain't about being young. No. That's just being stupid.
Jay.
And I'm looking at him going.
I was when he done that.
He doing?
He catches it right. Catch it. Go down. Kill the clock. Yeah. He boots it to João Pedro, who's putting up with cramp. Yeah, what's he going to do when he gets it? It's 3v1. What's he going to do if he brings?
It's the most ridiculous.
I totally agree with that.
And you know, we can sit here and say youngest squad and this and that, but come on, when your goalkeeper's doing stuff like that, you deserve what you got.
Jay, mate, you're pushing an open door here, right? Unfortunately, I agree with you. No, I was fuming when he catches it. But he's on it. Here's the thing I said in comms. Even if it's the perfect pass, what's he going to do?
Yeah, it's nothing.
3v1.
There was nothing he could do with it. There was nothing he could do with it. You get hold of it, you go down, you get the team up, and then you boot it into the corner, right? You've wasted 2 minutes. Like that stuff there, right there, is where Chelsea are just ridiculous.
I
all
agree,
the time.
I agree with that. And that's not. You're right. That is just stupidity.
Yeah, like
I totally agree with that.
It's like non-league stuff. Do you know what I mean?
No.
Up the Chelsea. Hey, listen, thanks for your call. Let's go to Kieran. He's a Burnley fan. All right, Kier?
All right, Kay.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good team today, Kier. Good team.
Enjoy next season. Enjoy next season.
Yeah, I'm in a mild.
Yeah, I hope we never see you again in the Premier League.
I beg your pardon. I was talking over you there. I'm in a mild state of shock, gentlemen. But at 4:52 p.m. this afternoon, I've seen England shambles against Ireland in the rugby.
Oh, no.
My afternoon turned from utter depression to joy, and we should have won the game. But you know, but listen, Jace, I was very upset for you, Gov. Now you know how I've been feeling every second weekend this season, and you know, please be reassured by the thought you'll be in the Premier League next season. We'll be back in the Championship. That should surely cheer you up.
Here's a question for you, Keir, though. Scott Parker's come under a bit of like stick recently. People wanted him gone, and you know, saying he's not quite got the minerals for the Premier League.
Sure.
Do you still want him in the Championship again?
Do you know what? I went down to the game against Fulham before Christmas, and when we attacked and went at Fulham, we looked really good. But I have to say, I've said to friends of mine at Burnley, he sometimes reminds me of a North East Lancashire version of Gareth Southgate. You just wish he'd let the handbrake off and go for it. Because when we do that, like today, against Palace, for 15 minutes we turned a 2-0 deficit into 3-2, you know? And we've got the players. Ward-Prowse is a great signing, and I'd like to see a few more. I'm afraid some of these, forgive the terminology, gentlemen, European journeyman footballers, a little few of those, a few more, you know, Ward-Prowses and people like that from England, Ireland, Scotland and Wales, and I think we could do really, really well. I think we have the ability. I think we haven't looked out of place this season, unlike 2 years ago when Vince Kompany was our manager. You know, we've been in games. The only game we actually really lost badly was City, and that flattered City because they got 3 goals in injury time. Do you know what I mean?
No,
so,
you
yes,
have been. You're not one of these sides that gets battered. You're absolutely right. You stay in games, like you know.
Yeah.
I mean, our goal was a brilliant goal, but you take that away. I thought we were pretty bang average, and I thought you had the measure of the way the game was going tactically. I think Scotty Parker got it right. You're frustrated. 5-4-1. Dealt with anything that we. Yeah. I mean, I say anything we threw at you, we threw nothing. Yeah, it was. I thought we were terrible today. Honestly, I did. Terrible today.
Well, Jace, I'll be honest with you, Gov. When I saw 4-0, Sorry, 1-0 after 4 minutes,
Yeah, well, of
forgive
course.
me. And I was watching the rugby. I went, oh, dear Lord. You know what? It was going to be one of those afternoons like losing at home to Mansfield last weekend and losing the rugby to Scotland. But listen, you know, there's always hope, Jace. As I say, at 4:50 today, I was down the dumps. 4:52, everything turned around.
Yeah.
We're going to go down, but at least we're going to go down with
Go
some
down
dignity.
fighting, can't you? Just too little, too late. But look, I thought that was all right, Burnley, to be fair. I thought they played well.
No, but come on, that's
No,
not.
they're a good
that's
team,
unaccep-
mate. Just
it's
accept
not.
it.
They're
you
not.
know,
They're not. Good.
that's just where you're at right
It's
now.
unacceptable.
where you're
Today's
at.
performance was unacceptable. I'm just so angry that you get yourself in a position without even playing. Even at 4 minutes, you don't know what sort of performance we're going to put in. Honestly, mate, up
the gels.
It's a difficult topic because I think it happens in this day and time anyway, where these type of topics are even more difficult to discuss, it seems, than it used to be in the past, you know. So you have on one side, because I watched the game live. I tried to to watch the Dortmund game, but it was on Prime apparently, so I didn't have the right thing. So I ended up watching Madrid and Benfica, and I was really intrigued by the game, you know. So I saw it happen live, and then there's a couple of different components to this story. There's what happens on the pitch. Second, there's what's happening with the fans as well. Third, there's what happens after the game. And for me, in those three things, there's some clear separations we need to make. So what happens on the pitch, for me, you have Vinny Jr., who, when you watch the action itself, his reaction cannot be faked. You can see it. His reaction is an emotional reaction. I don't see any benefit for him to go to the referee and put all this misery on his shoulders. There is absolutely no reason for Vinny Jr. to go and do this. And he does it, and when he does it, I think in his mind, he's doing it more because it's the right thing to do in that moment. So he goes and does it, and next to him you have Kylian Mbappe, who normally always stays quite diplomatic and on every side, and Kylian Mbappe is really clear about what he heard and what he saw, and is even more clear after the game when he speaks about it. So all of this happens, but then of course you have a player who's hiding what he's saying in his shirt. And on the end you have this side of it, which I think is a little bit okay. You have a player who's complaining, you have a player who says he didn't do it, and I think unless the player himself comes forward, it's a difficult case. So I understand this, but then in the background you see in the stadium there are people doing monkey signs. It's happening in the stadium as well. It's happening. You can see it's in the video. So it happens. You have on one side the altercation between the players. You have on the other side what happens in the stadium as well. And then for me, even worse, and I'm clear in what I say, is what happens after the game. So after the game, you have the leader of an organization, Jose Mourinho, who uses who attacks the character of Vinicius Jr. by bringing in the type of celebration to discredit what Vinicius is doing in this moment. And for me, in terms of leadership, it's a huge mistake. And it's something that we should not accept. So I'm very clear on that. On top of it, he mentions the name of Eusebio. To say that Benfica cannot be racist because the best player in the history of Benfica is Eusebio. You know what black players had to go through in the 1960s? Was he there to travel with Eusebio every away game? When he went to every place in Europe? Probably at the time, because my dad is a black person from the 1960s also who made his way. Probably at the time, the only option they had is to be quiet and to say nothing and to be above it and to be 10 times better, to get a little bit of credit and people say, actually, he's good. that's Eusebio's life, probably. And today to use his name to make a point about Vini Jr., who's actually finally in a situation where he can say something about it. There's a lot of players who play in different leagues, still in Europe, who don't have a voice. There's players today in Hungary, in Bulgaria, in Serbia. If something happens to them and they are black players, they have zero chance to have any kind of support. Vini Jr. at least is in a situation where a lot of people have made it possible for him to take this moment and to protest in this moment. You know, and then I'm thinking how it is that you can, so it's a difficult thing for me to speak about because, to be honest, in many ways, and I say it very honestly, I don't actually fit in what I see today in the world that is happening in the world. Me personally, I don't see my place in a lot of the things that are happening in today's world. I really don't. So I don't want to be a part of one group. I don't want to be a part of the other group. But if I see the situation with the player, I would like to see a situation where my dream is that at the end of the situation, if it is true that the player from Benfica said something as bad as what he said, I would love a situation where there's still a room where somebody can apologize and say, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. And this has an impact on the sentence as well. So the sentence should be A or B, but if you admit that you've made a mistake, there should be an opportunity as well to say that, hey, nobody's perfect. This is also a good step, you know? But we are taking away all these options because we are creating left or right and black and white, and you have to be on one side or on the off side. And actually the one thing you can't do is punish someone unfairly. And the one thing you can't do is dismiss a person and attack the character of a person who's complaining about something he experienced and something that must be very painful to that person. So there's something that needs to happen, and I'm just thinking, I'm sorry I'm going on this, but I'm just thinking, you know, when Jose Mourinho is doing the knee slide at Old Trafford, when he goes because he attacked the celebration of Vini Jr., when he goes to the fans in the semi-final Inter Milan against Barcelona, and he goes in front of the Barcelona fans and does the celebration, when he plays against Sevilla with AS Roma, and in that moment he's fighting with the referees, and the referees have to go under protection, leave the country under protection after that game. In that moment, if someone was racist to Mourinho, I would have hoped that all of us would say, stop, it doesn't matter his celebration. Let's listen to what he has to say. And let's defend some simple things, some core things. But again, even in that sense, I like to give context. So I have to still say that I know so many players, and I'm thinking about this situation, who have gone through it, and it's important it's happened to Eto'o, to Samuel Eto'o, it's happened to Mario Balotelli so many times. Okay, so it was their celebration as well? Okay, maybe there were some characters with personality. What if it happens to Patrick Vieira? What if it happened to me? You know, 20 years ago I was in Sevilla, and then we're going to say, oh, it was 20 years ago. Okay, I was in Betis Sevilla. I was there with Cheick Tiote. Cheick Tiote is a player from Newcastle who died with a heart attack when he went to China. An unbelievable person, like a heart of gold. Both of us were 18, 19. We go to this game, and you have the Betis Sevilla fans going on the fences, singing Ku Klux Klan, doing monkey chants, going on the fences like monkeys. And we played a game. I was happy to score a goal in that game as well because of this. And it happened back then. So was it my celebration as well? What did I do? You know, and at the same time, I have to note something. It was also one of the most beautiful moments in my career, because the Betis Sevilla fans of the General Stadium started to boo against the ultras from Sevilla, from Betis. So you had a fight within the stadium of fans who were not happy that the ultras from Betis Sevillas were doing these things, who were protesting, and I found this beautiful because I said, okay, you know the world is not perfect. You have so many things, so many situations, but at least you have people from the same club fighting because they don't accept this, you know. So it was also a moment. But then you fast forward, and I'm a coach now, not so long ago, and I told you this story not so long ago. I go to Club Brugge, and I played for the national team. I was the captain for the national team, and me, my staff, we get called brown monkeys, and so on. And after I complain, I see how all of these politics happen again to kill the story. So no consequences, no nothing, and I have a voice. What do you think for the people without a voice? The problem is not necessarily the incident. The problem is how after that everything gets put in motion to basically sort of, I don't. I'm sorry. I'm going because I'm thinking about this as well. But so what you see and what you feel when you grow up with these issues is that somehow, somewhere down the line, this translates into maybe lack of opportunity, because what happens is that you get pushed further and further away, you get branded more and more into one way, and actually what needs to be done to grow closer together takes a lot of time, takes a lot of effort, but what happens is exactly the contrary. You get put into what, you get pigeonholed into one group, and the other one gets pigeonholed into the other group, and you just grow further apart. And so my thought about this is, and now I'm going to finish on this because you've opened up something for me here, but I'm going to finish on this. In the end, I'm not saying go left and kill or go right and kill. That's not what I'm saying. Deep down, I know I've met 100 people who worked with Jose Mourinho. I've never heard a person say anything bad about Jose. All the players who played with him, they love him. So I understand the person he is. I understand he's fighting for his team, he's fighting for his club, and he's made that decision. And you cannot be a bad person and have all the ex-players you've had talk so positively about you. So I know he's a good person. I don't need to judge him as a person, but I know what I've heard. So, and I understand maybe what he's done, but he's made a mistake. And it's something that hopefully in the future won't happen like this again, and that we can move forward and grow and hopefully yeah, I mean, look at the things that we can do together rather than the things that always constantly separate us. Yeah.
Why not give it to a manager like Carlos and let him build something? Stop this chopping and changing from all these different styles.
There is a ruthlessness to him, which I think you need in management.
100%.
The new signings look as though they can handle it. Cunha and Bruno in particular look as though they belong on the pitch at Old Trafford.
Nobody's looking at Manchester United now. It's been negative for 10 years, and now it's great.
Michael Carrick has been appointed Manchester United head coach until the end of the season.
What a start from Michael Carrick. Outstanding! Matheus Cunha! United's revival under Carrick. It's the spirit of Fergie time! It's a boom of the placing! What a finish!
It's a huge moment for all of us. We've got to keep building on that.
Welcome to the breakdown. So we're going to talk about Manchester United, the impact that Michael Carrick has had on the club, and the improvement that they've made since Carrick replaced Ruben Amorim at Old Trafford. In the company of Steve McManaman, Ali McCoist, Owen Hargreaves and Joe Cole. Owen, I'll start with you as a former Manchester United player. How impressed have you been by what Michael Carrick's done?
He's done an incredible job. You know, I've known Carlos. I played with him in the England under-21s. What was that? We were in that team, 2002.
Yeah.
And you know, I probably would never thought he probably would be a manager. You know, he was so understated. He was so quiet.
But you know what? Karras has a natural elegance. He did as a player, and the way he carries himself, I think he's been class. He's just gone straight into the back four. You think, but under Ruben, you know, with that back three, under Karras, virtually every player's playing a different position except the goalkeeper. Two centre backs went from playing in a 3 to a 2. The wing backs now playing as full backs. Went from a midfield 2 to now and playing in a 3. Went from having 10s to wingers. You know, it's changed the whole team, and everybody. It's not rocket science. Everybody's in their natural position and they're performing. Put Bruno in as a 10 and let him go create. How Kobe hasn't played for football as a year is mind blowing. One of the best young talents in the world of football, and for a kid not to play for a year and to come in and play against City and Arsenal and basically run the games is a testament. And obviously Karras knows that position, but I just think Karras right now he's been flawless. He hasn't got one thing wrong, and I'm delighted for him because the fans have really suffered, and it feels like Old Trafford's back. The fans are happy, but most importantly, Fletch, they're winning. That's all this is about, is winning, and when you win, it fixes a lot of things.
Listen, I know him very well. My roommate at West Ham, we come through a youth team together.
He survived that, didn't he?
Yeah, he survived, mate. He put up with me for 3 years. That should put him.
Hey, Man United's a piece of cake after that.
God, yeah, he's a doddle now dealing with them. No, but what people don't know about Karras, he's very elegant, but there's a ruthlessness to him as well. Like, don't let that. He's one of them guys who'll sit and he'll watch. Mad competitor, quiet competitor. Like he wants to win. But there is a ruthlessness to him, which I think you need in management.
100%.
You know, and I think he's one of them. I agree. You sort of when you first have impressions, would he be a manager? Would he go into that? You probably think no. But then when you sit back and think about how intense he can be in his preparation, he was meticulous, and I think he's done a great job. And Owen's right. Kobe Mainoo coming in, it's doubly bad for Amorim because it makes him look so stubborn. That this kid's not played for a year. You know, he can't play in a system. Good players can play in any system. They'll find a way. And Kobe Mainoo coming in has been outstanding. He's like I said, he's run them 2 games, and he must look at it and go, I've woken up in a dream. I'm back playing for Manchester United. I've got arguably one of the best players the club's ever had in that position as my manager, who knows that position inside out, who can help me develop. And all of a sudden, he's back at the races, and you know, could be a late call up. Is exactly what England need as well.
But you know what's remarkable? Everybody said Man United's biggest weakness was the central midfield. They needed midfield players, right? They need to go spend 100 million on 2 players. All of a sudden now, we've gone back to Casemiro. How many Champions Leagues has he won? And you've gone back to Kobe, who's one of the best young talents in the world, and you've got probably the best player in the Premier League playing his natural position. It's not that bad, just because they're playing their natural positions.
Steve, you played at Liverpool, a club with a massive identity. Real Madrid, a club with a massive identity. Manchester United, likewise, huge identity. Does it help Michael Carrick, the fact that he knows the ethos of Manchester United? He knows what Manchester United is and needs to be. Has that made that move into this interim role easier for him to be successful?
Yeah, I think so. He's just gone back to basics, really, hasn't he? In the style of play that he wants to see, the style of play that the fans want to see, the style of play that he was brought up with, and the fact that he's got away from the 3 at the back, which didn't suit a lot of the players, and he's gone back to, well, weirdly enough, he's gone back to the positions where the players are happier in. They look more attack-minded. They look as if they're playing exciting football, and that's what it's all about for Manchester United. I'm the same. I'm thrilled to bits for him and Johnny Evans and Jonathan Woodgate, because the criticism they were off some quarters that they were taking when they got the job, without them even kicking a ball, I thought it was terrible. So the fact that they've proven a lot of people wrong in the short term, I'm made up for them. I mean, I know Michael. I know. You know, Johnny, and I know Jonathan Woodgate. And why shouldn't they be able to? They've got the experience. Jonathan Woodgate's managed. Michael Carrick's managed, and he did really well at Middlesbrough.
Don't forget Steve Holland on there as well, with his experience alongside.
Michael Carrick has got the experience. He managed at Middlesbrough. Who's to say, you know, Middlesbrough is the same quality as a Sport Lisbon or a Leipzig or whatever sexy manager they're looking at in the future.
What do you think they need to see more to give him the job? Because when you look at the list of candidates, Thomas Tuchel's staying on with England, so you can put a line through him, because he would have been a strong contender.
He'd never a disaster for him not to get a job.
Do you think he's absolute clear favourite now and should be?
Oh, God, 100%. Yeah. Well, think about it. Think about it right now. If he keeps going the way he's going and they don't give him the job, they bring somebody else in and they're not a success, they'll get absolutely, those owners will get crucified, absolutely crucified. Ruben Amorim is obviously a very, very good coach, but I think the best coaches can adapt. And the thing that surprised me is, we know the way he played. We saw them enough over in Portugal, but it wasn't that United team wasn't suited to playing that. So Michael Carrick's come in, and the first thing he's done is he's played people in their natural position. He's got Fernandes, who, out of all the doom and gloom, I have to say, I think has been absolutely outstanding. I really think he's been outstanding. And there's a couple of things that are very, very important. The new signings look as though they can handle it. Yeah. You play at a place like Old Trafford and Anfield, you've got to handle it. You've got to handle it. It's easy to handle it when things are going well.
Isn't it?
It's a big shirt. You've got to handle it. It's easy to handle it when things are going well. Difficult when things aren't going well. Cunha and Bruno in particular, to me, look as though they belong on the pitch at Old Trafford. Šeško's beginning to look the part as well, 1 or 2 goals. And one of the most important things, I'm talking about players looking the part and handling it on the pitch. Michael Carrick, I think, looks the real deal off the pitch.
So why not give it him now? Why not just say to him, you've done well enough, you're the manager, there's your job. What are they waiting for?
They'll hold the cards. They're waiting just to see if he carries on or if he fails, and then they got the opportunity then to change
But
their
are
mind.
you better off? I was chatting the other day about this. Are you at the minute, he's the interim manager. So he's been given a free go to be the manager of Man United, the winning games. There's not a great deal of pressure that comes with it because he's got no idea if he's going to get the job or not. Why not give him the job and see how he handles the pressure and say to him, listen, we think we should be finishing second. We're going to set you.
But they did that with all, didn't they, Fletch? Yeah, but once they announced he was going to stay on, and then they kind of.
But what do you learn if he's not the permanent manager between now and the end? He's not managing under pressure.
But he is the manager, isn't he? He is the manager to the end of the season. I know he's the interim, but it doesn't matter. He's still manager of Manchester United now. So,
but you can't believe in him if you're not giving him the job. If you don't believe in him,
you just don't need to give him the job at the moment. That's the thing.
But what would I don't see the benefit. I think actually not giving it to him right now just keeps a little bit of tension and pressure on everyone, which is good. And I think when you have that, you perform better.
Does it not stop the plans that you might make for the summer? Because Michael Carrick is going to want certain things if he's the Manchester United manager. Why would you not start putting that in place now? Why wait till the end of the season?
But if they said tomorrow, Manchester United has a 5-year contract, you know what the press will do.
Don't give him a 5-year contract. Give him an 18-month contract. You don't need 5-year contracts as a manager.
What if they give him the job tomorrow and he doesn't make Champions League?
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, then you know you've got the wrong fella. And you can get out of it in the summer if that's what you choose to do. Yeah. But if you leave
what's the point?
Sorry?
What's the point?
Yeah, there isn't no point. There isn't.
Because you've made the decision that he's the manager that you want, and he's winning matches. You've all sat around this table and waxed
lyrical. And then all of a sudden you don't
about...
qualify for the Champions League, and he's not the manager you want.
But does that still make him the wrong manager? Because all you've said around this table, all of you, is he's done that right, that right, that right, that. You've not found anything yet that Michael Carrick's done wrong. So ultimately, he's trying to qualify for a competition where he's only had a limited amount of time to get the necessary points.
So why don't we wait and see if he gets there?
You know why they won't?
Because should that be the ultimate decision? Fletch. Is he only going to get the job if he qualifies for the Champions League? If he doesn't, does he not deserve it? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is, if he qualifies for the Champions League, which I think he's got every chance of doing right now, he's an absolute certainty and should get the job.
But if he doesn't, would you still give it to him?
I'll tell you at the end of the season.
Yeah. We're not doing the programme at the end of the season. We're doing it now.
If he finishes 10th, the answer will be no.
Yes. Yeah.
You know.
If he finishes just outside of it by a point because Liverpool have clicked into gear and won 8 out of 9, I still think Manchester United going, well, that's a huge improvement from where we were to what we do. Do we want to change that all up?
I don't think it's a big deal.
I don't know.
I really don't.
Neither do I, actually.
No.
As far as I'm concerned, he's manager of Manchester United until he messes up. So it doesn't matter whether he's called interim or what. As far as I'm concerned, looking at it, he is the manager of Manchester United.
But you know why they won't do it? Because they've already done it with Ruben, and it didn't work out. It wasn't a good fit. So the people above, I don't think they can afford to make another decision like that and then it not work out at the end of the season.
That's why they won't. Since Sir Alex retired, they've done it with everybody and got it wrong. Ultimately, because they've not won a league title or a Champions League, and they're the two trophies that Manchester United should be challenging for every year.
And that's why really Carrick, he's shown, most important is winning, right? They brought in some of the best managers there's ever been. You know, you think about the last decade outside of Pep and Klopp, Van Gaal, Mourinho, you know, they did a decent job, really. So why not give it to a manager like Carrick and let him build something? Stop this chopping and changing from all these different styles.
I agree. I just find it difficult to work out why you just don't. If you've decided
we agree, but let's just do it in the summer.
I just think, like Joe said before, just leave it as it is.
Yeah.
Don't touch
it.
It's working. I think if you said to him, your manager, here's a 2-year deal, all the press and all the nonsense that would come with it. And it would be.
It would,
we know that.
Marcus,
you don't need that at the moment. You might as well have it in the summer while England's are playing in the World Cup and everybody's focused there.
Are you not better seeing how he handles that? Would you not then have an indication how he's going to handle that?
Karras can handle that. He's chill.
Yeah, I just don't think you need the outside noise when they're doing really well and the pressures. Nobody's looking at Manchester United now. It's been negative for 10 years, and now it's great. Just leave them alone and let's focus on it.
I'm not sure Karras would even want it right now.
No,
announce like that. He wanted to say, "Let me prove it."
Leave me alone.
Let me prove. Yeah, leave me alone. Let me prove it to you.
Yeah.
You've just said there, though, I know that Karras will handle it.
He will.
A lot of people have gone in there who should be able to handle it and haven't been able to handle it. Managers with a lot more experience than him. So what makes you so certain that if he becomes Manchester United manager, he can do what other managers with a lot better track record than him as a manager haven't been able to do?
I'll tell you what he did, which makes me think he can handle it. When he took the job as an interim for 2 games, they played Chelsea away, and he dropped his mate Ronaldo because he couldn't press. So that I think, as his first job as a manager, he's dropping Ronaldo, and he's your mate.
And then they got rid of him after that.
Listen, whether they got rid of him, but just that tells me he's got the minerals to make big decisions. And we know him personally, and we know I've never seen him fazed by anything.
And me too.
Never
Even
seen
in the
him
game.
fazed by anything. Yeah, you know
He just looks at home.
Yeah.
The only argument you can have to not give it to him is experience. He doesn't have the experience at the top. He's not a Tuchel or a Luis Enrique. But what comes with that comes demands and expectations. I want this player. I want that player. Karras is never going to do that. Karras has been around these boys and he knows what it's like. He knows what it's like for the fans. He knows what it's like for the players. He can deal up. He's not going to get 2 up, 2 down. With those managers, look at them all now. Comes this expectation. Give me this. I want that. Karras is never going to do that. He'll work with the company. Right, guys, this is what we need. We're going to build. He's been around the best players Man United probably had in decades. He knows what a 10 looks like. He knows what a defensive midfield player looks like. He knows what centre-backs look like. He can help in terms of that recruitment. So I think, in a way, if he finishes in top 5, he'll get it. He has to, because, like Ali said, if they don't, and the new manager starts, they're
You see, it strikes me as a pretty much a no-brainer, just based on this list of people that are supposed candidates. Roberto De Zerbi just got fired at Marseille. He's one of the one of the shortest priced on a list that did include Thomas Tuchel and doesn't anymore. It's not as if there's an embarrassment of riches beating down the door at Old Trafford to become the manager. It looks to me at the minute that Michael Carrick is pretty much a no-brainer. Just based on what else is there.
Well, we're not.
We'll just agree on the timeline.
I'm exactly with you.
Yeah.
Tuchel's with England, Carlo's with Brazil. I know that could all end in July, August, but then that'll be too late. And I'm the same as you. I think it's a no-brainer unless they've got some.
Unless you get Luis Enrique out of PSG.
He's not leaving PSG, is he?
No, I know, but I'm saying, unless you could do that, I don't see who else could get it.
Knowing Michael Carrick then, as you do, and you've spoken really positively about him, if Luis Enrique was available, would that then move you away from Michael Carrick based on the fact he's won the Champions League with PSG and Barcelona? Would you then say, well, now, would you be confident that Enrique would go in there and be a shoe-in success?
Unless Enrique wanted a different challenge, and he said, I've done France, I want to go Man United, and I can imagine he might want to do that. You think about that, Barcelona, PSG, he's ticked every box. He's been an incredible manager. And to be fair, the success he's had, you could say he deserves that opportunity, and he'd probably get it. But I do think Karras has shown that he can get a tune out the players. The fans are on side. I think he can deal with players. He can deal up. I'd rather see Man United build something with somebody because all these men, like De Zerbi's a brilliant coach, probably one of the best tacticians about. Everywhere is like a year and a half, 2. That you don't need that at Man United. Look at the success they've had. Build with somebody. Build with the Sporting Director. Let's all work together. Let's stop throwing each other under the bus.
Let me ask you this one then. So you've made the point there that you're confident that Michael Carrick can manage up. Are you also confident in that structure around Michael Carrick that they can give him the opportunity to be successful?
I think they need Karras in there to tell them what they need.
Right.
To say, look, guys, the biggest issue they've had has been recruitment. And I'm not sure who was buying and selling the players, but it sure wasn't, they need somebody like that, like Karras, to go in and go, this is what a Man United midfield player looks like. This is what a centre-back looks like. Yeah, we do stuff on data, but in the end, can data deal with pressure, Fletch, when you walk out of Old Trafford? There's been pressure there, and you guys said before, sometimes the shirt weighs heavy, whether you're at Liverpool, whether you're at Real Madrid, you have to be able to deal with that. Ali made an amazing point about Cunha and Bremo. They're ready for that. They walk out there and they say, come on then, I'll deal with that.
Flip side of the coin, you could name 4 or 5 boys excellent players, good players, no doubt about it. They couldn't handle it. Whether it's Anthony, Hoyland, boys like that. Sancho, yeah,
Sanchez. There's been a lot. Yeah.
They just didn't look as though they could handle that environment. And I just think the big difference is, and they're not here yet, but they're work in progress.
I don't think they're a million miles away either. When you kind of look at the team and you think if they can have a good summer against the Champions League and they have money to spend, if you look at, you got the goalkeeper, you don't need any more centre backs. They've got great centre back. Luke Shaw and Dalot, that's good enough. Obviously Casemiro leaves, so you need a defensive midfield player. But if you still got Kobe and Bruno, you got Mbeumo and Cunha, so you need a left winger and a couple of centre mids and maybe an experienced striker. That's doable, you know. And then I think they're not a million miles away.
Yeah, they need to deal with that, don't they? You know, the Rashford situation.
Do you think he might come back if Michael Carrick's the manager, Rashford?
No.
Why not? They need a left winger. Why
no,
not?
I don't think so. If Barcelona want him and they're willing to come to some agreement in paying the wages, and we all know what Barcelona's financial statement is at the minute, which is all over the place and terrible. But if they can afford him, I think he'd rather stay there.
I love Mark. Can you imagine him back in that team with Carrick? Carrick would be the perfect one to probably get something out of him.
Probably.
And you think about Hoyland as well. He's tearing it up in this Serie A. You don't. They're already your players.
Hoyland. If he wasn't a Manchester United player, he might be on the list of they'd be having a look at him, wouldn't they?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Which is insane. Yeah.
McTominay would possibly.
Can you
one
Scott?
It's been fantastic. Isn't it?
It is amazing though when you feel it and how quickly he's changed it, and it does kind of beg the question: what were they messing about at prior to Michael Carrick coming in terms of allowing the manager to constantly pick it?
There's always a shiny new toy for these clubs, isn't it? There always is. There's always something over there which is better than what they've got in front of the faces. You know, Sir Alex was local, and then they've gone all around the houses picking Jose and different styles of football and back and forth, and they've gone back to where they originally were, haven't they? But an ex-player who knows the style and who knows the club inside out.
Do you know what? You know what's remarkable is you think about all these foreign managers get so many opportunities, which is great, and they brought so much to the game. You think about Klopp and Pep and Arsene Wenger. It's nice to see a young English coach actually get an opportunity. Why? This is one of the greatest countries in the world for football, and the English coaches can barely get an opportunity. It's like, how is that even possible? The career that Michael Carrick's had, and people are questioning the fact that he actually gets an opportunity. Why?
If they do have a good summer with Michael Carrick as the manager, could they legitimately challenge for a title as early as next season?
No, probably not, because the biggest issue they've had is recruitment. And if you fall behind for 3 or 4 years and you don't spend the money correctly, say, that's like 400 or 500 million. You're 400 or 500 million behind. That's why the championship teams promoted struggle to compete, because they don't have the squad depth. So I think United, they could take a step, but you need to take a step. Arsenal did it this summer, didn't they?
What if they finish second this year? Because there's a legitimate chance.
They could, yeah.
They've got 12 league games left, so they've not got to bother about anything else.
No European football.
They can pick the same team if they want to.
Which is a big thing.
Yeah, so
massive.
They've got a good chance. If there's a stumble from either of those above, they could finish. If they finish second and have a good summer, are we still saying that the title would still be beyond them next year?
Well, we're not completely beyond, but what I'm saying to you is you need to build towards that. Arsenal have proven that. You finish second, and then you got to spend a lot of money. Now Arsenal have a squad to compete to win the trophy, and they're probably going to win it. And I think United need to build towards not having so many holes in the squad.
They need 100%.
And spend correctly.
He's 100% right. What's the difference this moment in time? And you're right to point out that United have beaten Arsenal City. However, no European games. You're looking at European games, Tottenham FA Cup, League Cup, whatever it may be. What's the difference between Arsenal and City? Their squads. Arsenal might, in my opinion, have the strongest squad I've ever seen in English football. Might not be the best team, right? In English football that I've ever seen. I think it's the best team this season. But in terms of the squad, it might be the strongest squad I've ever seen.
So to finish then, Michael Carrick's a yes?
Yes.
Definite yes.
Absolute banker.
100% yes.
So Michael Carrick's a yes. Everybody's impressed by what he's done.
What do you think, Fletch?
Oh, I would give Michael Carrick the job now. I've been quite clear on that. I'd give it him now. I can't see that. I hear all of you, and I bow to your superior knowledge of these situations than me. But if he's your manager and he's doing well, I can't see the necessity to wait. I give him the job. I just think it makes your summer planning that much easier if everybody knows who's doing what, and you're just a lot more joined up than you are if you've got a question mark over who your manager's going to be. So I would give it to him now.
I think the players every game are going out there thinking we need to do well here
for Carrick,
because we want him to get the job.
Yeah. And that's the point about the tension, isn't it? Keeps everybody under a tiny bit of tension to perform.
And that's why this programme's the tension. That's not what it's called. That's not what it's called. The tension, isn't it, Greg?
Tension. Steve McMahon, Ali McCoy, Owen Hargreaves and Joe Cole. Everybody's bought in on Michael Carrick. He'll get the job, we're just not quite sure when. Tomorrow if it was me, the summer if it's this lot. Manchester United doing really well. You can follow the rest of the season to see where they ultimately finish on TNT Sports and Discovery Plus. And we'll speak to you soon.
When you hear that you've won just 2 of your last 7, how much of a worry is that?
Yeah, of course it's a concern. It feels like
that's 6 maximum points out of 21.
No, it's not great. No, obviously, you said there.
Terrible.
Draw against Wolves. Draw against Brentford. Yes, beat Leeds in the league. Beat Sunderland in the league. Lost to Manchester United in the league. Drew with Forest. Drew with Liverpool. It's just come at the wrong time. But listen, Arsenal have got to kind of shake this. They would hear all the noise as players. You hear all the noise, what everyone's saying. You'll be having not even so much conversation, but last 3 years you've come second. The players don't want that to happen again because effectively when you're talking about bottle, you're not talking about the supporters. You're talking about the players, so they're going to take it personally as well. So, but they've got to get out of this. They have to mentally, because I think that's the problem. Mentality. They've got to get out of it.
I think you've got to be careful that you don't walk the streets alone through a kingdom made of chrome. That doesn't mean anything. I see them ripping up the cobbles and tearing down our childhood homes. I see, who puts the word architecture in a song? I see the architecture changing. Watch the history disappear. I'm watching that happening. See the history, the skyline rearranging in towers of veneer. Who's written that? North London forever. Whatever the weather. Who's come up with? I mean, what rhymes with forever? Weather? Yeah, stick that in. That works. Should we go to the phone lines? Oh, there aren't any calls yet. Let me ask you some more questions. How big?
I don't answer any more questions. Joe, put the calls through.
How big is the game at the weekend?
It's massive. Just for derby reasons. What's funny?
I just can't believe the capitulation that's happened again.
Listen, at the moment, there's still light at the end of the tunnel because they are still at top. But,
yeah, that's correct. Let's talk about facts. You are right.
But I don't like what I'm seeing in terms of because again, Arsenal didn't lose, but it feels like a defeat because you go 2-0 up against Wolves, who have been like statistically the worst team potentially in Premier League history in terms of their points total. You go 2-0 up, so great start, and you can't bring that home. That's where I'm a little bit concerned, and this is where it feels a little bit. Now, listen, I hope I'm wrong, completely wrong, but it just feels like what we've seen. The first year it happened when they finished second. No one really expected it because it came out of nowhere. They played this free-flowing football. It was lovely. But then the next year, everyone went, right, this is their time. It doesn't happen. You finish second. Then last year, you go, okay, it's finally going to happen. They finished second. But it felt like around this time, it started to change again.
This was the squad. You've got the squad.
You've got
you went out, you got Yorkers.
Yeah.
There's not one gap.
No.
Two players for every
And this
position.
is where my concern is because realistically, Arteta, as a manager, who I'm still a big fan of, I'm still behind him 100%, has been given everything now. Like, there's 2 players literally for every position.
Yeah.
If it doesn't come home now, then what can I say?
All jokes aside, right? All jokes aside, and it's difficult for me to move jokes aside when I'm talking about your side. I don't necessarily see the benefit of sacking Arteta. As in, if you get a new manager, right? There's 2 sides to this
start again.
If you don't get over the line this season, I think he has to go. Because then it's a thing, and you start questioning. He obviously hasn't got the minerals to get you over the line. That's a fact. But then again, the risk is the flip side. A new manager is going to rip up the team he's got and make it his own.
Yeah.
Then it's going to cost you another £1 billion, and there's no guarantee.
Yeah.
I don't really know what you do next.
Although
if you lose this, like if you win the FA Cup, that's not enough. If you win the League Cup, that's not enough. But Arsenal fans will go, well, we won a trophy.
No, do you know what it is? I think we're certainly with Arteta and a new manager. It's not so much starting again really because the squad's already set. Do you know what I mean? The squad's there. Declan Rice, you hope, signs a new contract. Saka's just signed a new contract. So I think, was it Saliba, Gabriel recently signed a new contract as well. So the squad's there. You just bought Gyökeres. He's just come in.
Yeah.
But listen, I'm fully behind him. I'm fully behind him, Arteta. But at some point, you got to get over the line. You've been given everything you want. What are you reading
I'm
now?
just reading lyrics.
More lyrics.
North London forever.
Mate, listen, this ain't Virgin.
Every time I hear the old school talk about the good old days,
So what's going on there?
or every time I watch the football and have a ruby with the lads. I don't think the Ivan Novello Award came for that singer-songwriter. Kobe is an Arsenal fan. Hello, Kobe.
How's it going, gents? How are you? You all right?
I'm great, man. I'm great. Are you enjoying me reading out the lyrics of North London Forever?
Yeah, I've been laughing, to be fair. And to be honest, I feel for Benty because I've been absolutely slammed by all of the lads in the group chat today, so that's always great.
Good. It's all friendly fun, right?
It is, mate. Yeah. Well, no,
I wouldn't call it fun.
I would.
I wouldn't call it fun either. I think that's what I was going to ask. I was just going to say, like, mate, we're talking a lot about, like, I said this to Jeff and McCoy the other day. Like, I don't understand. We talk about Arsenal bottling it, but what about Arteta? Like, I get so frustrated with him sometimes. It's like he has already pre-chosen subs to come on at like 60 minutes. It's always the same point in the game that he's bringing subs on. It's always usually the same calculated subs. So Jesus for Gyökeres, or you got Mourinho coming on for Zubimendi. It's just like I don't understand even what our style of play is at the moment. I mean, can you guys tell me like what our style of play is?
At the minute, it's lethargic. That's what I do know, because it's way too slow. Way too slow. There's no intensity to the passing. Like at the minute, we're keeping the ball for the sake of keeping it without any purpose. And listen, I know there is purpose to it because they're trying to, but it just doesn't look like it. Like there's no energy. Like when we win the ball back, can we break really quickly? Can we get into the attacking half and then pin them in? It just goes back to the goalkeeper, back to Gabriel, back to Saliba.
I also think moving someone like Saka, if I'm a left back and I see the team sheet and Saka's playing number 10, I'm like over the moon.
I didn't mind that.
But why are you doing that? You just wouldn't do that with other... No big managers, when you're getting to such an important part of the season, will move one of their top key players out of position.
No, but it's about getting him in the right areas and
no, but the right areas is where he plays every... You wouldn't do... I've never seen Salah play a 10.
No, but then Salah's numbers are ridiculous. He's a kind of an anomaly, but I've seen...
Well, he's not though, D. That's my point.
Yeah, but listen, I've seen France play Mbappe, left wing, striker, and 10. And that's Mbappe.
But he can do that. He plays that role.
Yeah, but no, he doesn't play
Saka
10.
doesn't.
Yeah, but Mbappe's not a 10. But I've seen him play it.
But it doesn't mean it's right because you've seen Mbappe do it.
My point is, I didn't mind it because Madueke, good, get him on the pitch, get Saka into attacking areas, left wing, Martinelli starts. So I ain't got a problem with that. And to be fair, it worked because he scored straight away at the start of the game. But
by the way, defending was all.
Appalling.
You could have a little header flick, a little like that.
And the 6-yard box as well.
Yeah, that's embarrassing. Daniel's an Arsenal fan. Hi, Daniel. Daniel.
Hi, guys.
Hi, man.
Good, great show as always.
Thanks, Daniel. How are you today?
I'm not sure about that, but yeah.
Do you know what? Whenever it's Arsenal, it just seems like everybody jumps on the bandwagon. And I know why it is. It's because you're all scared that if we do get this over the line, we're going to dominate. We're going to dominate for years, and you know it. And also...
Can I just stop you there? Just sorry. The reason everyone wants Arsenal to fall down isn't because of what you just said. It's because people like you come on and say that about Arsenal. That's why.
No, you know, if we don't win the league this year, then let's not panic. Let's not go sacking Arteta. You know, he's got us to where we are now. Hasn't quite got us over the line yet, but it's coming, and you all know it's coming.
No,
but,
I don't.
You know what I mean?
I've said it's not coming. I have. I've said Man City will win it.
About 15, 20 minutes ago, you said, Andy, Arsenal have blown a 9-point lead. It's never been 9 points. You're counting when City were losing to Liverpool mid-game.
Yeah,
So
that's no.
but
That's what I said. I said with 6 minutes to go as a 9-point lead. That's exactly what I said.
But you can't count a 9-point lead mid-game. At the end of the fixture, when the results are finished for the weekend, that's when you look at the table.
Yeah, but I think you'll find I can quote whatever I want.
Oh, all right. Oh, do you know what, Daniel? There he is. Okay. There he is.
Daniel, let me ask you this. With 6 minutes to go, was it a 9-point lead?
No, it wasn't.
How many points? Okay. How many points was it?
He was watching.
It was, what would it have been, 7 at that point?
No. With 6 minutes to go, what was the gap?
I don't count results mid-fixture.
I know, but I'm asking you the answer to that question.
If that game ended with Liverpool...
No.
winning, then it would have been a 9-point
I'm not
game.
saying if you blow the whistle there. I'm just saying, at that stage, what was the gap?
Yeah. It was 9.
Okay, well, that's all I said.
Fair enough. But it's always whenever it's Arsenal, like 22, 23 season.
It's not. It's when it's any team. I've done it to Man City. I've done it to Liverpool. Liverpool, we've bashed loads on this show. It's any team that's what we do as football fans. It's not a personal thing.
No, I thought it feels personal.
It's not personal.
Do you know what kills me as well? Is everyone always comes out with the line, oh, if they don't do it this year, then they're never going to do it. I've been hearing that for like 3 or 4 years. Oh, next season
Well, they've been
Liverpool
right.
will be back. Chelsea will be back. Man United will be back. And every year, like Man United haven't been back for donkey's years.
They were back 3 weeks ago, weren't they?
What, one game?
Yeah.
One game. Let's see where you guys finish.
Let's see where you guys finish.
We'll win it. We'll win it, Andy. And
Daniel, I don't think you will win it, honestly.
Do you know what? A couple of weeks ago, I was confident. I'm not going to lie. We've lost our form. We need to get it back quickly, and there's no better game than this weekend to go and put them further in the relegation battle and get ourselves back on track.
Can I ask, if you don't beat Spurs, do you think you've got problems?
I think if we lose, we've got problems.
Okay. But a draw, no, you're okay.
It's not ideal. A draw's not good enough. We need the 3 points, but I think a draw keeps us in that conversation of it's going to. We're still only in February. There's a long way to go.
Okay, good call. Very good call. Hussein's up next. Hi, Hussein.
Hi. It's not ideal. A draw's not.
Can you turn your radio off and not down, please, because we're getting feedback.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you loud and clear, but I'm just saying, can you turn your radio off?
Yeah, I've turned the radio off.
Superstar. How are you?
I'm just upset with you because you're just making it personal.
What?
Let me ask you something, Andy.
Personal to who?
Let me ask you. All right, no, fair enough. Not personal, but the way you're talking, it's like you support Man U, right?
Yeah.
When was the last time Man U won a Premier League?
2013.
2013.
When was the last time Arsenal won
that
the
wasn't a
Premier
question.
League?
That wasn't a question.
But no, I'm asking one back. We'll have one question each.
It's about 20 years ago, 22 or something like that, yeah?
Okay, yeah.
Now you're scared. If Arsenal do it this season, all the pressure is going to go to Man U. Oh, they haven't won it for 13 years.
No, but the pressure's always on Man United. We're the biggest side in the world. The pressure's always on us.
Oh, come off it, mate. Yes, that was a long time ago. Right now, you're looking at City, Bayern Munich, and these are the big teams.
Yeah.
Not Man U. Man U, they've been there and gone.
Okay. Are Arsenal a big team?
Anyway. Sorry, yeah, of
They're
course.
a big team. Okay.
Because we are going places, and this is what.
Where are you going?
You guys.
Where are you going?
We're gonna. I'll tell you what, Andy.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Andy.
Go on.
This is my prediction.
Okay.
It's gonna come to the last game of the season. Arsenal playing Crystal Palace and Man City playing Aston Villa, and Arsenal are gonna win, and Man City are gonna win, but we're gonna win the Premier League.
Okay.
And I'll call you back to remind you of this.
Okay, let me ask you this.
How about that?
If you don't, what happens?
You decide if it doesn't.
No, I'm saying if you don't win, I'm not talking about a forfeit. I'm saying if you don't win the league, what
I am
happens?
confident.
No, I know you're confident. I know that, but
we're
no
gonna
one's
win the
got a crystal ball. If you don't win the league, what happens?
But you don't have the crystal ball either.
No,
But
I'm
you're
saying
talking as if we're not going to win.
I know, but I'm asking you what happens if you don't win it.
We continue. Okay. There's always next season. We're going to keep continue. I'm not going to sack Arteta. We'll keep Arteta, and we're going to keep continue.
Continue what? To get second?
If Tottenham won a European Cup, that if I asked you last season, are they going to win it? You would have said no, Man United are going to win it. But they did. They beat Man U in the final.
You know, what can I ask? Why do you keep talking about Man United on a day we're talking about Arsenal?
Because you're upset because Arsenal is doing better than Man U.
Well, they're not. Last time we played you, we beat you.
Yes, one off. Come on.
Oh, that was a lucky goal.
Lucky.
Come off it, man.
No, it was lucky. Yeah.
Honestly.
The way can you curled that into the corner from outside the area?
You just here making people angry. And do you know what, Joe? I love it.
Here's the ironic thing. Your club are making your fans angry. Nothing to do with me.
No, you're no.
I'll tell you why. Because your fans wake up angry before we've come on air.
No, you're winding them up.
What, are you joking? No. Arsenal fans woke up with a spring in their step, Until 4 o'clock, all Arsenal fans were singing from the rooftops.
No, they weren't singing from the rooftops. They were just like, do you know what? We're in a bit of a tough spot, but we'll get through it.
Tough what?
And it's tough spot. And then I heard your voice, and they're like, you sent them into overdraft. Overdrive? Overdrive.
Your manager's got a huge overdraft.
We're going to start right where we have to start, because after Arsenal dropped points against Wolverhampton Wanderers midweek, nobody could believe it. It was never supposed to happen. 2-0 up, cruising. Not playing that well, but 2-0 up, see the game out. They're going to draw the game 2-2. And we have to start at the North London derby now to look ahead, because this is a game of all games. Who needs this win more, Arsenal or Spurs?
Oh, Arsenal need it more. It's a much bigger game for Arsenal. Arsenal simply have to win. Anything other than a win for Arsenal is a catastrophe. Tottenham's season won't be defined by losing to Arsenal. Tottenham can lose this. Tottenham now have to survive, right? Yeah. All that matters for them in a domestic conversation is that they survive, and they can survive whether they win, lose or draw against Arsenal. So they can salvage their season elsewhere if it needs salvaging. Arsenal can't.
No.
Arsenal can't drop points here. It's not only because of the 3 points, but if Arsenal do lose to Tottenham, symbolically, that is such a kick in the gut. It's such a wallop.
It is. They haven't lost there for quite a while, and they haven't lost against Spurs in general, really, for quite a while. And I just think after what we've seen from Arsenal in the last 2 league games against Brentford and the last game against Wolves, Arsenal need something big.
No, they do.
Like they have to go there and win. Like you said, they have to go and lay down a marker to say, right, we've eaten into our cushion. There can be no more mistakes.
No, they're getting it.
Because we can talk about City a little bit later in the show. We're going to be previewing all the Premier League games. But Pep Guardiola's men will be there going, season starts now.
Yeah, 100%. And equally, Mikel Arteta needs to talk to his own team. Do you know what it reminds me of? Do you remember a few years ago when that documentary came out? There was a documentary about All or Nothing, right? Did you watch it?
I did.
I saw bits of it. I couldn't really get too invested, but I watched bits of it. And there was a moment, though, that really stuck with me. And it was Mikel Arteta screaming at Nuno Tavares.
Yeah.
Remember? Right, screaming at Nuno Tavares. I think it was at half-time at West Ham. I think they were losing at half-time at West Ham. Nuno Tavares was apparently at fault, according to Mikel Arteta. And he's screaming at him, really going mad. And he's swearing. He's really animated. And he says to Nuno Tavares, do you even want to be playing in the Champions League? Do you want to play in the Champions League? He's screaming at him.
Yeah.
It feels to me now that you could scream back at Mikel Arteta. You could go, do you even want to win the Premier League?
Yeah.
Are you trying to win the Premier League? Like, what sort of title challenge is this?
Yeah. It's,
what approach is this?
I mean, look, the optimists will say we're still in the lead. We're still first. We haven't been losing games, although in a title race, draws are, they're not great.
Yeah,
they're like
value
losses.
In the draw. Yeah, the value in the
they're
draw
like
is
losses.
definitely
But I'm talking from like an optimistic Arsenal fan, because we can't paint a picture that every single Arsenal fan is down and dumps thinking they're going to lose the league, even though a lot feel like that. But they would point to that. Mikel Arteta is pointing to relishing the challenge after they lost against Manchester United. He said in the press conference, we're all going this way. We're going to enjoy this. We're going to embrace this. And since then, okay, a couple of wins against Leeds and Sunderland, but then you look at the last couple, the pressure is getting to the players. I mean, we were speaking before we came on air, and you said that you can't have 12 cup finals.
No,
it's so true.
No, it's too emotional.
Yeah.
It's too emotional. But when you said he said this and he said that, I mean, he says too much. I've heard him, honestly, he says too much. Do you know what I heard him talking about, Mikel Arteta? And look, for the record, before we do what we're about to do here, which is effectively pull him apart because he's been getting it so wrong, the thing I must hold my hands up and admit is that I think he's a good manager. I think he's done very well. I think, if nothing else, he has turned Arsenal from a joke into a serious football club. Arsenal are now, under the guidance and tutelage of Mikel Arteta, they are now a serious football club. About 10 months ago, I genuinely believed that they were going to win the European Cup.
Yeah.
I still have a terrible feeling that they're going to win the Premier League. They are, whether they win it or not, I thought they were going to win the
They're not 100% out of it.
No, they're a serious football club now, and Mikel Arteta has overseen that change. But I think we have to almost ignore what he says. I heard him saying, when he was using the phrase, he kept saying full gas. We're going to play at full gas.
Yeah.
You're talking about what he's been saying. I heard him say we're going to play at full gas, which effectively means we're going to take the handbrake off. He said they're going to jump on the fun boat and really play and have some fun with
and
it.
that's what I mean, really embrace this.
And none of it has happened.
Well,
none of it.
With Arsenal still top of the table in all 3 competitions, the boss, Mikel Arteta, was asked whether their critics need some perspective.
Because I think everybody has his own opinion and his perspective is the right one. We have ourselves a very clear instruction is we have to live the present. Now, what we did in the past is great, but we have to live the present. And the present is beautiful. We are exactly what we want to be in every competition. And what is there to play? We need to earn it like we've done in the last 7 or 8 months.
Arsenal boss Mikel Arteta, they're saying we are exactly where we want to be. Do you know what? In in a bird's eye view, they are. They're top of the Premier League. They're through to the next round proper of the Champions League, finishing top of that. They're still in the FA Cup and they're in the Carabao Cup final. So in terms of February the 20th, at the beginning of the season, you write where you want to be. You write that. Now, the isolation, though, is, I think it's 2 wins in 6, which is not the form required to win the league. It's showing signs of PTSD, showing signs of crackling. People want to obviously say bottling. So in isolation, you're not really where you want to be in terms of the form you're currently showing, because if that continues, you're not going to win what you want to win. But in an aerial view, a bird's eye view, he is right. I'm just trying to give both sides.
Look, I think you're right. I think that Arsenal would certainly take, if you were to just say to them in isolation, you're top of the league in February, do you take it? Of course, Arsenal fans would say yes, but there is so much going on here. We have to factor in everything that we know. This isn't a simple equation. This is really complex, and the fact that Manchester City have been woeful. We've spent a lot of the season talking about Arsenal being the best team in the league, Arsenal being the best squad in the league, Arsenal playing at various points some of the most effective football in the league. They were top of 2 leagues. At the same time, we've been juxtaposing the conversation about Arsenal with saying Manchester City are abject. Manchester City are a team in transition. Manchester City are dropping points left, right and centre. They are not the team that they once were. And we've had some fairly genuine conversations around Pep Guardiola's future.
Yeah. And
how's there only a couple of points? Yeah. How can there only be a 5 points
with a game
in hand? A couple of points between them, really.
Yeah.
So I think that.
And that's the real context, isn't it?
It's a real context. I think there are major problems for Arsenal. I think that they're certainly salvageable. I think that they're certainly capable of solving these problems.
Yeah.
But we are going to learn exactly who Arsenal are over the next
2 games, because you boys go there next.
Over the next 2 games, we're going to learn, and we're going to get a real indicator as to who they are in this Tottenham game. It's massive.
We're also going to start learning about what Spurs are going to be about under Igor Tudor, because this is his first game. Could Spurs actually get relegated? Like, take your Chelsea hat off, where you'd love to see it, and all that. Like, just as a neutral, if I can say that to you, can Spurs actually get relegated?
Do you know, Flex, to explore this topic, I don't think I need to be neutral. I can put my hands up and say, I would love nothing more than Chelsea. You know, the way the fixtures go, we could relegate them.
Yeah.
And I would take that over any trophy this season. Of course I would. Like, we'd sing about
You'd take that over any trophy?
Yeah, what if we send Tottenham down?
No, you wouldn't.
100%.
You would rather send Tottenham down than win the Champions League?
No, I suppose not. But realistically, we're not going to win.
Would you rather send Tottenham down and win the FA Cup? No, you wouldn't.
Yeah, I would.
No, you wouldn't.
Yeah,
No, you wouldn't.
What, relegate? We relegate?
Would you rather take your little girls to Wembley to I don't know, beat Arsenal in the FA Cup final, or City, or whoever, right? Than send Tottenham down? Really?
If we had the luxury, we played Tottenham at Stamford Bridge.
Yeah, last game of the season.
And we were the team. I think we played them penultimate game, or maybe one before that.
Yeah.
If we're the team to actually say goodbye to Tottenham, we do it.
You'd take that.
I mean, that's historic.
Only the
Champions
Champions League.
That becomes a story of parable. Like that becomes something that lives forever. That becomes something that we sing about. That becomes something that we sing about forever and a day.
Down, yeah.
Like, we already stopped them winning the league, and now I know that if people want to be really particular and actually explore what happened that season, we didn't exactly stop them winning the league, but we did.
Yeah.
But imagine if we could be the team to stop them winning the league and to send them down.
Rory, Champions League final against Real Madrid. Yeah. Or a relegation decider at the Bridge.
I'm not a proud man, but I am I'm a very petty man. I'm a small man, but literally, I'm very petty. And people will say to me, right, how do you find the hate? You know, you're married, you've got 2 children, you've got a very fortunate life. How do you find the hate to be like this? I'm like, I find the time. I dedicate the time. I commit myself to finding the time to be as petty as I can towards Tottenham Hotspur. Of course, I would embrace the opportunity of relegating Tottenham, and of course, that would mean about as much to me as certainly winning a League Cup and maybe winning an FA Cup.
We are going to talk more Arsenal Spurs on the other side. I just can't believe it. You said you'd rather send them down to win a trophy. Incredible.
So, Declan, we're speaking about, 36 hours after the Wolves game? Head still spinning a little bit? Are you still processing that?
Yeah, really, really difficult to process in the moment. I think right now I processed it, digested it. Obviously, because we have such a big game on Sunday, we can't dwell on the other night too much. But from our standards, it was to be 2-0 up with half an hour to play. you've seen us in games this season. We either go on to win that 3 or 4, or we see the game out of 2-0. So to come back and for them to come back and draw 2-2 was sickening and very, very disappointing in the end.
Can you put your finger on what happened in that last sort of half an hour?
We just stopped doing the basics.
Why?
I don't know. It's easy for people to say, oh, they're doing this, they're doing that. In a game of football, it swings both ways all the time. We ended up getting into the game they wanted to play, which was duels, long balls, giving them silly fouls. They kept putting the ball in the box, so we're constantly on the back foot. We didn't really get a foothold in the game after the goal, which is what's disappointing, because at 2-0 up, you think we're going to walk away with it. Yeah. But look, it's one of them things. Mistakes happen in football. It's part of the journey that we're on. It's never going to be like plain sailing every single week. Obviously, it was a real kick in the teeth because it was 3 points that were there for you. But that doesn't stop what we want to go for and what we want to achieve, and that's why, yesterday I was still thinking about the game, but I've come in today and I feel, really more relaxed about it, just because, not about the result, but just in terms of my mindset and things like that.
But you have to move on, right?
Yeah, you have to move on, and obviously with the game that's coming next and the week after, we need to be ready for that.
When you've had a bad day or a disappointing result, do you have a process for moving on? Like, what are you like after the game? How are you the next day? How do you handle it?
The manager's really, really good at calming down situations. You see a lot of talk of what's it going to be like in the changing room? What are players going to be saying to each other? Like, us as players, trust me, if you were in there the other night, you would see how much it means to us. Yeah. And that's the level we need to be at, because if you want to win stuff, you need to be able to demand stuff of each other and say truths in the moment, I've had them done to me, other players have had them done to themselves in their time, and that's just part of trying to build a winning culture. And I think that's where the manager, like I said, comes in, because he comes in always from different angles and puts perspective on things, and is really calm. And obviously yesterday we had a day off to clear our minds, obviously, and then now we're going into Spurs, and we're going to be ready.
So go on then, you touched on it there. Take us into that changing room in the moments after that Wolves game. It was volatile, was it?
I think from the moment I come in to the moment where we're at now, I've seen a big difference in terms of after games and the mentality of the boys, in terms of if things ain't right, things will get brought up and things will get said in the moment, even if it's heated. But 5-10 minutes after that, you'll shake hands and it's over. But that's what it's about. I've seen documentaries on top teams over the years and how they push and demand from each other, and when bad moments come, saying something and getting something off your chest that you feel can actually help the situation. So I think the other night that was needed, because at 2-0 we should have went on to win the game. We know the position we're in, but like I said, we've all just come in this morning, and we're men. We shook hands the other night. It was disappointing. It was not nice, but we've come in now. We're ready to go for Spurs. So.
And what would you say about form in general at the moment? 2 wins in 7.
Yeah.
How do you explain that?
Yeah, it's obviously not looking good on paper. My thing is, I've looked yesterday at the results that we've had and the goals we've conceded, and I think the goals that we're conceding were self-inflicted goals. I could go through so many goals, but just where we'd make a mistake and we give the game back into the opponent, whether it's from a second phase or the first phase of a corner where we're usually so strong.
Yeah. Is that become a habit? Letting teams back in?
It's not become a habit, because it's been our strong point. Our defence has been incredible. Everyone's in sync from front to back. But there comes points in the season you ain't going to be perfect for the whole season. What we was doing at the start of the season, there was talks of can they go on to do clean sheets, and there was never any thought of that from us, because this is the Premier League now. You're playing against the best players week in, week out, and any team can surprise you. Wolves. Everyone would have thought, Arsenal are going to win comfortably at Wolves. They have good players. And that's why you've got to be switched on 24/7 in this league, because you can get hurt at any time.
I suppose what a lot of people are looking at it at the moment and thinking, because over the last few years you've not got over the line, is the weight of that, is the pressure of that playing a part in the performances and in the results. What do you think?
Me playing, no. Like, this is just another day. It's another game. Like, of course we're first and outside noise and fans from other teams, people want to talk it up. We're on our own journey, we're on our own path, and we fully believe in each other here. We want to do it because we've got such a good core group, such quality players now that we can do it, and it shows that then we can flick a page in terms of people talking about that mentality.
Well, one thing that stuck with me after the Man United game, the manager talking about, look at the position that we've earned for ourselves. We have to enjoy this.
Yeah.
This might be completely wrong because obviously I'm not inside it. It does sometimes feel at the moment like you're not enjoying it. Is that wrong? Is it right?
No, we enjoy every day. Like, every day coming in here with these teammates, like the manager, the coaching staff, I can tell you now it's unreal. Like, you enjoy it. Of course you do. This is our job. You know, we're playing for Arsenal. You know, final of the cup, next round of the FA Cup, final in the first phase of the Champions League, first in the Premier League. So we need some perspective about where we are, but also we need to look a bit bigger to understand that if we carry on doing what we're doing in terms of the results, it isn't going to last. So it's on us as players to pick that up because we have it in us to win every game. I believe that. I genuinely believe with this group, with this players, what we've done here before, I can see us. We could go on a run and easily win games, but it's on us, you know. It's going to be switched on. You're going to be ready for everything that's thrown at you, because that's what's needed for these final games.
As I think the manager said after the game, straight after Wolves, you know, is the next game the perfect game?
100%. I think North London derby is always special. You know, I've been able to play in a few of them now, and I understand the rivalry. Understand, you know, who you're playing up against, what it means, and yeah, on Sunday, isn't just going to be about football. It's going to be about how much you want it as well. You know, you're going away to Spurs. They have a new manager. Obviously, yeah, they've had loads of injuries, but it's going to be a game both of us are going to want to win. And there'll be a lot of quality on the pitch, but that day it's all in your mind. You know, how much do you really want it? And yeah, you've got to fight for it. And trust me, I want it. So yeah, we're going to be ready.
I feel like it's not that other games don't suit you, but it's kind of your type of match. You know, like a battle, a fight, something you can sort of chuck yourself into, lead from the front.
Yeah.
Are they? You relish every game, I'm sure, but you look at this one and think, I'll have a bit of this.
Yeah, definitely. I think getting to play away as well. I've only been able to do that once for Arsenal at that Spurs stadium. So look, it's going to be tense because obviously we're going away to there. Like I said, they got the new manager, but we've got to be ready for everything that's thrown at us, and we've got to gain that energy off the crowd. You know, from within, you've got to think every fan in there, other than the Arsenal fans, you know, they're trying to beat us today. And
do you love that?
Yeah, you have to. I think, you know, you've got to enjoy these moments for sure. But I believe in this team. I believe in this squad, and I know what we can do and what we're capable of. So yeah, we're going to be ready.
Do you think the team performance in the first game against Spurs was your best, or maybe your most fluent performance of the season?
I think it was a really good performance because we dominated them in every phase of play. The high press, you know, mid block, defensive block. We was really good that day. It was probably one of our best performances of the season. But you also get that extra energy when it's a London derby, when it's Spurs, when you're at home. It gets spoken about so much. So that result that day didn't surprise me.
I wanted to ask you about Eze, because you obviously know what it's like being a new player, coming in, big fee and having to impress. He was unbelievable that day, but it's probably been more difficult since. What do you see from him, and how big is that challenge when you make the step up? You had a very similar thing.
Yeah, it's a massive step, and he's coped with it amazingly well. Even though it looks like he's not played a lot of games, he has played so many games for us already, and he's done amazing for us. And his mindset and the way he trains, the way he looks after his body, the way he is with the boys. I've never seen a player settle so quickly with lads like Ez has done. So that's credit to him. But I see his quality every day, and we have a special player on our hands, and it's down to us and obviously down to him to keep getting the best out of himself, because you know, he's more than capable of doing anything on a football pitch. Some of the stuff he does with the ball on the pitch, you're just like, how do you even do that? He just glides with the ball beautifully. So, yeah, we need to keep getting the best out of him. You know, he's done amazing for us so far. But there's much more to come. It's only his first season, so yeah, much more to come.
Also wanted to ask you about how football has changed, Premier League has changed. How much has the league changed in the last, or even during the course of this season?
Yeah, so much. I think this is my 10th season in the Prem. I would probably say this has probably been one of probably is the toughest in terms of that it's been.
Do you mean the quality, the physicality, both?
I think the quality, yeah. I think a lot of people have an opinion that the Prem is not where it is. The Prem is not where it's at the minute. But you could ask any player in the Premier League, they'd tell you the opposite. I think a lot of people, the game has changed in terms of probably physicality, duels, set pieces, trying to gain an advantage wherever you can.
Yeah.
That's where it's changed. And in terms of the quality, every time you play against a team now, every team's got 2 or 3, 4 players who have world-class ability and are very good. And on their day, if you're not switched on, they can punish you. So this year's not been easy. It's not been a walk in the park, you know. We've done really well because as a collective, our 11 starters, the players that have come off the bench have all chipped in and helped us with goals in the moment. So yeah, I think that's why it's been tough, but the Premier League is it's definitely changing.
And Sunday will be your 100th Premier League appearance for Arsenal. I mean, firstly, that's gone quick, hasn't it? But also in so many ways, in the way you've progressed, become, I think, a more versatile player, talked about whenever there's discussions about the best player in your position. Do you feel like in so many ways it's just gone, you know, as well as it could have done, really?
Yeah, definitely. I think I've just tried to work as hard as I can and give it everything I've got. I watched a good podcast of like Steven Gerrard with Rio Ferdinand the other week, and he was just talking about himself as a midfielder and like what he was, and he didn't put him down to like one thing. He just said he's a midfielder that could have done a bit of everything, but he was the best at doing everything. And I think he's someone that I love to look up to and look forward to. Just because of how he was on the pitch, his demeanour, how he took games by the scruff of the neck, the fight he showed, the passion. And over the years, I've tried to watch him as much as possible, and I think I've started to grow into that much more. Still a long way off before I hit his level. But yeah, I think he's someone I've really tried to emulate since I've moved into this box-to-box role, and it's really helped me. So yeah, look, I want to keep going. 100 games for Arsenal in the Premier League is, you know, it's special. So yeah, I'm really happy.
And do you know what? I think back to all the interviews I've done with you over the years, and you've always said there's much more to come, and you've been right. And do you still feel that?
Yeah, 100%. I think every year when the season ends, I look at myself and I think, where can you? My dad used to say it to me. How are you going to get better again? Like, how are you not going to stall that other people go past you? You know. You need to have this mindset that you're just going to keep getting better and better, and I think consistency plays a massive part in my game. Knowing how to play well, knowing when to do the right things right. So yeah, look, I think there is much more to come from me. I think this season's been amazing. Still so much more football to be played, but I do think I can still go to more levels. So yeah, exciting times to come.
And very lastly, we sort of said it's gone almost perfectly. I mean, we know the one thing to add, don't we? It's the trophies.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's what we all want as players. That's what the manager wants. I think we're so driven and hungry to try and win something. I think if you come in and see us, you know, there's a group of boys here that, like I said, the mindset's changed in terms of we know what we want and we know we're in a great position to go and do it, but it's on us. So a big fight coming up over the next 2-3 months, but one we're going to relish.
Good man.
Top man.
Up the gels!
Up the... Oh, mate.
Up the gels!
Honestly.
What happened? What happened?
You know what?
Up the gels!
so disappointed, mate. That's so disappointing. That performance and result, mate.
Shambles.
It was even 11v11, right? We were poor today. That's the worst we played under him, in my opinion. Worst we played. The red card comes and you go, I don't know if we were playing well enough to even just get a draw. And I'm worried that once they got the equaliser, you're thinking, they have a set piece. Swing ones over. Ward-Prowse puts it in the same area. You think, we're going to lose it now. We're going to lose it. Same thing against Leeds a couple of weeks ago.
Good team, though, Burnley. Good team.
They're not a good team.
They're a good team.
To be fair, right, they deserved that today.
Of course they deserved it. You're
deserved
garbage.
That. We were garbage today. We were garbage. I can't defend that performance, Jay. I can't defend it.
Well, come on.
I can't defend it. No one was at it. You know, it's a brilliant goal we score. Go and, you know, they're getting relegated, this team. Go and put your foot on their throat. Go and take the game to them. Nah. None of it.
Up the
That's
gels.
poor.
What about the subs, though, Jace? The subs weren't great.
Well, the problem, when you go down to 10 men, you're going to have to bring centre-half's been centre. He's got to bring a centre-half on, right? Who are you going to bring off? Who are you bringing off?
Not Cole Palmer.
Cole's been injured. Do you know what I mean?
I know, mate. But
you can't have him.
You need someone who keeps the ball.
Who are you bringing off? That's the question. You can't bring off your two defensive midfielders. You can't bring off João Pedro. Who's going to play? Well, eventually he did come off.
Yeah, he did.
I ain't got a problem with that. I ain't got a problem with Cole Palmer.
Take off João Pedro and play Cole Palmer as a false nine.
Yeah, and like I said, he's been injured, mate. So I ain't got a problem with the sub. Problem I've got with is the performance. That's what I've got a problem with. That performance. That is.
You put on two centre halves. And you conceded from a set piece. Free header.
Jay, I can't defend it.
Free header.
Jay, I can't defend it. No one challengeable. No one taking responsibility. It's who we are. They'll let you down. This team will let you down. They
just who we are, mate.
They will. They'll let you down. They'll disappoint you. It's
just who we are, mate.
You know, we're still that team. We can't deal with a blow. We can't deal with a bloody nose. You get a whack on the nose, get a whack on the face, and we're up against the ropes, and we're there 10 minutes reeling for what this blow that you get round the head. We're just that team, and it's just we can't seem to be able to recover. You know, like you need smelling salts. That's what we need. Get a red card, smelling salts.
I'll tell you what smelling salts you had, mate, after that red card. Toilet ones.
No, but even 11v11, Burnley deserved that, and that's the most. You know that to me. I'm
team, though, Jace.
I'm angry.
No,
Jay.
They're a good team. You've got to give them some credit. No, they are a good team.
Do you know what?
Well organised.
They were today. They were good today, Burnley. And take the goal out of it. I would say Burnley with the better side.
No,
take the goal out of it.
Way better.
I would say Burnley with the better side.
Way better.
And that's hard for me to admit. It's hard for me to admit.
Let's go to a Chelsea fan. Harry's phoned us up. Right,
H.
Hello. How's it going, boys? Thanks for your time today.
I'm in good spirits. Chelsea throwing it away.
I bet, mate. Hopefully you can do us a favour in the North London derby. Nobody wants to see Arsenal win the league. Hey. Yeah. But I don't have much hope for Spurs. I want to be as productive as possible with this call. I'm a lifelong Chelsea fan. When do we put the finger on the fact that this project just isn't working? I don't want to pin that on just today's result. I think since 2022, when the sporting directors came into the club and started making the signings that they've made, it's just been a complete and utter collapse from top to bottom within a football club that was ran brilliantly before. Yeah, I know we had the quick fires, but we'd always come back with character. And Chelsea Football Club, as a playing club now, I think they've lost that, in my personal opinion. The evidence backs it up this season with the red cards. It's running through the players as well. We've been in winning positions against, off the top of my head, Sunderland, Villa, Leeds,
Brighton.
Today, Brighton, and it's just completely and utterly collapsed around them. Up the Chels. Reece James is our captain. He's been hooked when we've needed a leader on the pitch today. I just really didn't understand that.
I think he had cramp. He was stretching his hamstrings.
Cramp.
He was stretching his hamstrings, mate.
Yeah.
I think that's why he's come off.
Yeah, not enough electrolytes.
And then the two
cramp against Burnley.
The two things. I'm not going to pin the manager yet, but I'm not confident in the recruitment of the manager. The 2 times that both of our coaches had time to prove if they were cut for it this season with red cards. I'm thinking Man United away, where Sanchez got sent off early doors. The manager lost his pants early, and we bottled it with subs. And I think our manager's done the same today. He's completely and utterly bottled it with the subs that we've made, and we've made it really easy.
What would you have done differently then? Because I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. No, I don't agree with that. Because what can he do when you go down 10 men? At that stage of the game...
I think you need an outlet, Jace. I think you've got to have an outlet on the pitch.
And he brought on...
Yeah, but
Go on,
I think his legs had gone, mate. Sorry, I think his legs had gone. And when... I don't want to go on that anti-Delap thing, but again, it's another signing that these sporting directors have made. I'm just going back to the main point of why I'm calling in here. At some point, there's got to be some accountability from the people that are making these signings. They want a coach who is only there to coach the players, pick the side. Maybe on occasions, they're not even being able to pick the side from what Maresca left the door on the accountability of. And they're not even getting the signings right. So when you look at our 11 now, yes, there's, 1.5 billion quid we've spent over the last 4 years. Is that right?
I mean, yeah.
Something
And
like
you're
that?
you're going to be... I don't know how much, but it ain't far off that, right?
Yeah. So you look at our starting 11, it's good. I would confidently say that we'll give, when they're all fit and they're firing, our starting 11 is good. Anything behind that, which has been, again, evidenced in games this year when we've started with a rotated team against Leeds away, we were awful, absolutely awful. Tosin was poor, Delap was poor. And there was obviously other players against West Ham. They did the same thing. They went 2-0 down. Lucky we had players on the bench that could come and turn it around. But you can't keep getting away with it, Jace. The signings that we're making for a club like Chelsea are not good enough.
Here's the thing. You know that they're not going to sign. It's the youngest squad in Premier League history. There's a reason they're going to. We ain't going to sign off the peg players that are 28 years of age and are going to have an impact. That's just not happening. It's not happening.
So, is the project going to work? Yes or no, Chelsea fan, Jay?
Well, at the moment, you can't say that it's working. But you can't say it's not either. I mean, we got Champions League football last season, right? With the youngest squad in Premier League history. Okay, is it perfect? No. There's absolutely no one's going to argue that. Has it got holes in? Yeah, it has. And that transfer window in the summer. I mean, there's talk of Liam Delap perhaps leaving, maybe going on loan. We still don't. The problem, when you sign young players, you're signing potential. And that's all well and good, but it's when you have so many of them that you do see holes in the squad. And as I said...
How old is Sanchez? Robert Sanchez?
The keeper?
Yeah. He's not young, is he?
I'm going to say 27.
Right, but he's got plenty of experience, right? Yeah. Mate, in the 85th...
Mate, I know exactly what you're going to say. Mate,
he's 28 years old.
Jay,
the ball comes to him. He collects it.
Jay,
all you do, go down.
Jay,
hold on to it.
What does he do?
He kicks
it. He boots it.
Booted it straight to a Burnley player, and they're back on it. He's done it twice.
Jay,
I'm looking at him going, what is he doing?
Jay, 100%
like that right there. Like that ain't about being young. No. That's just being stupid.
Jay.
And I'm looking at him going.
I was when he done that.
He doing?
He catches it right. Catch it. Go down. Kill the clock. He boots it to João Pedro, who's putting up with cramp. What's he going to do when he gets it? It's 3v1. What's he going to do if he brings...
the most ridiculous
I totally agree with that.
And we can sit here and say youngest squad and this and that, but come on, when your goalkeeper's doing stuff like that, you deserve what you got.
Jay, mate, you're pushing an open door here, right? Unfortunately, I agree with you. No, I was fuming. When he catches it... But he's on it... Here's the thing I said in comms. Even if it's the perfect pass, what's he going to do?
Yeah, it's nothing.
3v1.
There was nothing he could do with it. There was nothing he could do with it. You get hold of it, you go down, you get the team up, and then you boot it into the corner. Right, you've wasted 2 minutes. Like that stuff there, right there, is where Chelsea are just ridiculous.
I
all the time.
I agree with that. And that's not. You're right. That is just stupidity.
Yeah,
I totally agree with that.
It's like non-league stuff. Do you know what I mean?
No.
Up the Chelsea. Hey, listen, thanks for your call. Let's go to Kieran. He's a Burnley fan. All right, Kier?
Okay.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good team today, Kier. Good team.
Enjoy next season. Enjoy next season.
Yeah, I'm in a mild...
Yeah. I hope we never see you again in the Premier League.
I beg your pardon. I was talking over you there. I'm in a mild state of shock, gentlemen, but at 4:52 p.m. this afternoon, I've seen England shambles against Ireland in the rugby.
Oh, no.
My afternoon turned from utter depression to joy, and we should have won the game. But listen, Jace, I was very upset for you, Gov. Now you know how I've been feeling every second weekend this season, and please be reassured by the thought you'll be in the Premier League next season. We'll be back in the Championship. That should surely cheer you up.
Here's a question for you, Keir, though. Scott Parker's come under a bit of stick recently. People wanting him gone and saying he's not quite got the minerals for the Premier League.
Sure.
Do you still want him in the Championship again?
Do you know what? I went down to the game against Fulham before Christmas, and when we attacked and went at Fulham, we looked really good. But I have to say, I've said to friends of mine at Burnley, he sometimes reminds me of a North East Lancashire version of Gareth Southgate. You just wish he'd let the handbrake off and go for it. Because when we do that, like today, against Palace, for 15 minutes we turned a 2-0 deficit into 3-2, and we've got the players. Ward-Prowse is a great signing, and I'd like to see a few more. I'm afraid some of these, forgive the terminology, gentlemen, European journeyman footballers, a little few of those, a few more, Ward-Prowses and people like that from England, Ireland, Scotland and Wales, and I think we could do really, really well. I think we have the ability. I think we haven't looked out of place this season, unlike 2 years ago when Vince Kompany was our manager. We've been in games. The only game we actually really lost badly was City, and that flattered City because they got 3 goals in injury time. Do you know what I mean?
No,
So,
you
yes,
have
we've
been.
lost games.
You're not one of these sides that gets battered. You're absolutely right. You stay in games. I mean, our goal was a brilliant goal, but you take that away. I thought we were pretty bang average, and I thought you had the measure of the way the game was going tactically. I think Scotty Parker got it right. You're frustrated. 5-4-1. Dealt with anything that we. I mean, I say anything we threw at you. We threw nothing. Yeah, it was. I thought we were terrible today. Honestly, I did. Terrible today.
Well, but Jace, I'll be honest with you, Gov. When I saw 1-0 after 4 minutes, forgive me, and I was watching the rugby, I went, oh dear Lord. You know what? It was going to be one of those afternoons like losing at home to Mansfield last weekend and losing the rugby to Scotland. But listen, there's always hope, Jace. As I say, at 4:50 today, I was down the dumps. 4:52, everything turned around. We're going to go down, but at least we're going to go down.
Go down fighting, can't you? It's too little, too late. But look, I thought that was all right, Burnley. To be fair, I thought they played well.
No, but come on, that's not.
They're a good team, mate. Just accept it.
They're not good.
That's just where you're at right now.
It's unacceptable. Today's performance was unacceptable. I'm just so angry that you get yourself in a position without even playing, even at 4 minutes, you don't know what sort of performance we're going to put in. Honestly, mate, up the
gels.
It's time now to hear from both managers, starting with David Moyes.
How different a Manchester United are you facing now under the charge of Michael Carrick, obviously, compared to what you faced at Old Trafford earlier this season?
Well, I don't think there's any player changes, that's for sure. I think it's roughly the same players, just about as what Ruben had when he was in charge. I think Michael's come in and done a brilliant job. I really do. I think he's sort of freshened the players up with the looks of it, and certainly freshened up the support as well, and the way they're getting some victories.
Going away to Everton, I know it's a new stadium, but historically it's always been tough. It's always been the atmosphere and the supporters that they create. I think it's always been one.
Tackle.
Let's go.
Robertson, who might have been playing in the North London derby today if Spurs' January interest had been allowed to see him move. He's going to come on here in place of Milos Kerkez. Jones off as well, with Joe Gomez coming on to take his place. Someone said that prior to the game, Gomez was ready to start. As it is, he's on for the last 7 minutes plus stoppage time. Hurls in the throw. Out to Gravenberg. So maybe the best outcome at the moment for Forest from this weekend is the fact that West Ham failed to make it.
Sunderland are losing. What the?
As you were at the start of the weekend. Van Dijk gets the flick on. Williams.
Forest are giving it their all. They're putting everything into this.
Yeah. Lands on Jankovic, his own goalkeeper. It's not the greatest of punches. Gomez, who's just come on, hurls another one in. It's a tussle between Milenkovic and Van Dijk, but Luka used his enormous frame to get there. Van Dijk's header on, Katiko was looking to get there. Milenkovic won the aerial battle. Here is Bakwa. Something going to ignite his first Premier League match in charge of Nottingham Forest.
You'd love to win, but at this stage, you want to make sure you don't give something silly away and lose the game.
Fenerbahce are here on Thursday for the second leg of a tie that should be over after they won 3-0 in Turkey. After that, it's Manchester City and Fulham.
Hello.
Hello, what
Here's
do you
Nico
do?
Williams.
Watching Liverpool.
To the cross, Alisson misses out. It's Gibbs
Ooh, shoot!
And it's Sangare who lashes it wide.
Daddy, which team do you want?
Which team do I want to win? I want Forest to win.
Why Forest?
Because I want Liverpool to lose.
Mummy, is that Forest hockey?
That's Liverpool people.
It's kind of the same old house, you know.
Yeah. That's your mama's team, Liverpool play.
No, that's Nano's.
Nano's team, yeah. He's supposed to Liverpool,
Still
isn't it?
very much with a part to play
Nano's
for Liverpool.
Daddy,
Yeah.
do you know I like Al Nassr? Do you know why I like Al Nassr?
Why do you like Al Nassr?
Because he knows.
Here's Sangare.
Daddy, look, Spurs.
Gomez taking no chances. He was about to do this. Coming in from behind.
Well, and doing it to be another 5 yards further in. He's trying to make up the ground. Needs to be on top of all this.
It was a brilliant start, and it looks like finishing with a flourish as well for Nottingham Forest, whose fans have found their voices here.
Forest Stadium.
Their team
Yeah.
showing plenty of ambition.
It's not bad.
Dory's corner
It's
into
so
the crowd.
big, so
And now gets
giant.
enough on it.
Giant.
Here's Dominguez. Here's Sangare. It is deflected behind for another corner. But this is a Liverpool team who've conceded 4 stoppage time winners already this season. Palace, Chelsea, Bournemouth, Manchester City.
And some of the set pieces, but today they've not really looked under threat so far.
Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ow, 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 ow.
Long to Luka. Boy tries to place one. Luka gets up again. Cleared for now by Chiesa. Soboslai. Gomez. He's halted there by Fernandez, who was adamant that the throw-in should have gone his way. His predecessor, Sean Dyche, won his first game in the Europa League, but lost his first Premier League match at Bournemouth. There's a problem there for Stefan Ortega. He's get as far as the goalkeeper. Gomez. Gomez, Ortega wins it back. Clips on the cross, Rakitic.
Oh, goal! Liverpool.
Oh
my days.
McAllister, and in the most fortunate of circumstances,
Wow.
Liverpool may well have won it late on.
Wow.
It's a calamity for Nottingham Forest. Ortega thought he denied them, but with good fortune for Liverpool, it spells bad fortune for Vitor Pereira on his home debut.
Yo, they fell asleep.
Premier League match in charge here.
When it's
They
going
fell
against
asleep.
you, it is going against you. The most fortunate of goals for Liverpool, but the young substitute and Gamoa does well out there to clip it across and ask the question. Katike must have thought he'd scored. It's a good save.
So unlucky.
Ortega can do nothing about this. Nor can Oliveira, really. He probably thinks he's going to get some height distance with that clearance, but nothing of the sort. A late goal here that's probably going to win it.
Wow. Olaina tried to clear the ball. Kicked it, and McAllister just turned his back, and the ball bounced off him and went in. Feel sorry for them. Yo, the manager is not looking happy.
Talk about natural positions, do we, in this kind of situation?
Is it handball? Yeah.
Point of contact. McAllister's trying to claim it with shoulder, but it does look lower than that. So
it looks like a handball. They might disallow it.
This could be ruled out.
Nah, it's a handball. It's a handball.
Yeah, I mean, it's lower. Yeah, you're right. It could be off his back.
So,
is it his back?
The word is coming through that it strikes the elbow, and in that case, intent has nothing to do with it. This goal that Liverpool thought they'd scored is going to be ruled out here.
The clue is force with Williams come back off.
The goal has been ruled out for Liverpool. Wow. Wow.
The goalkeeper, Stefan Ortega, had made that save anyway from Katike, which looked crucial. McAllister thought.
Good, ruled out.
Perhaps he might have got his first Premier League goal of the season, but he hasn't.
Wow.
Yeah, that's actually the best angle, isn't it? See the arm shudder when it comes off the elbow.
He's claiming the ball hit his back, but it actually hit the elbow. So which means it's an accidental handball. Go get ruled out.
Really snatched it there.
Okay. Unlucky though for both sides, you know.
Trying to convince Anthony Taylor that it happened higher up.
But this game, a draw would be a perfect result for both teams. Well, Forest needs to win anyway. And here they come. They got corner. Wow. The place is still full. Right? Forest Stadium is still packed. The stands is still packed, bro.
Biggest cheer we've heard here all day. came from that.
The stadium is still packed.
Effort being disallowed.
Nobody's leaving. Nobody's leaving.
Themselves had one disallowed field for a handball in November, which Igor Jesus thought he'd scored. So McAtee on for Gibbs White. And it's
Nobody's leaving. No one is leaving.
Take this corner.
Corner kick.
For Forest.
Corner. This might be the last kick shot of the game. Come on, he's in. Oh. Oh, kept it in. It's gone out.
Can't keep it in.
Yeah, ref, just end this game. Should be a draw. We've got the big one coming up. Arsenal. Spurs versus Arsenal. Is that been a goal at Palace? Palace scored. Crystal Palace takes the lead at Wolves.
Goal for them from Evan Gessel. And it's another hard luck story for Wolves, it seems, who missed a penalty earlier in that match. That's live now on Sky Sports Plus.
Palace takes the lead there.
There's about 3 minutes left here.
6 minutes of added time.
Still chance for a winner.
Yeah.
Here's Sangare. Ndoye. Prodded back to Sangare.
Ooh.
Been Forest's best player, Sangare, in that middle area. Really good.
Thank you.
Aina. Sangare sweeps it forward. Set up on by Bakwa. Here's Dominguez. Soboslai won it back. Chiesa looks for Ungamoa, but Nico Williams steps in. Ungamoa again, though, for Liverpool. Great run from him. Robertson plays it across, looking for Chiesa, but Murillo's in the way. Dominguez gives it away to Gomez. He wins the throw.
Really good game.
It's going to be one that drops again for Liverpool. Here's looks back this time to Dominic Soboslai.
Don't give him that room.
Oh! And Van Dijk came in round the back. He scored this time.
He scored. The same guy.
Incredible.
You can't rule that one out.
What he thought he'd scored ruled out. This time he breaches the defence of Vitor Pereira in his first Premier League game in charge. The Forest manager is fuming.
That cannot be ruled out. That's a clear goal. McAllister again. Oh.
Soboslai's patient in putting it into the box. It's whether Van Dijk here. He's in an offside position.
Oh, offside. He might get ruled out. Offside.
It does look as if he is off.
He is offside. Yeah. He might get denied again for the second time. Wow. Yeah, it's offside. Oh, the arm.
So is Van Dijk in an offside position when this ball from Soboslai comes in?
Offside.
Is the player behind him, Aina? Yeah, tough one for VAR that. One of the players is obscured. this season when that happens. So this might take some time to separate.
That will be called offside. It will be called offside.
For Pereira,
It should be called offside. It looks offside.
What he thought was a goal.
It's like,
The goal is given.
it's a goal. Stood.
And Alexis McAllister does finally have something to celebrate. Pereira alone with his thoughts. It didn't take as long as we thought. Here's the semi-automated. That's Oliveira, number 34. It's the boot that's keeping him on. The left boot to the Forest defender, and they snatched it, Liverpool.
Smash and grab. Smash and grab.
Canate, Liverpool needing to just clear the decks now. Aina playing it against Federico Chiesa.
Wow.
I'd have said that Forest shaded it on points when you think of what they put into the first half. It's been fairly even second. Nondescript real 45 minutes, but they won it, the visitors.
So unfair.
Late show
They
from
gave it
Liverpool
all.
wins the day. Alexis McAllister put behind him the disappointment of having one effort disallowed to frustrate
He's not happy
Vitor
with
Pereira in his first home match in
Not
charge.
happy with that.
Anthony
First
Taylor
home
had
match.
worked on a previous effort from the
Oh yeah, let's not
Argentinian
do that.
as it had gone in off his arm, but he wasn't to be downcast. And in following in after a Virgil van Dijk effort had been kept out, he lashed home the winner for his first Premier League goal of the season to earn Liverpool the points that moves them level with Chelsea and Manchester United in the race for a place in the Champions League via their league position for next season. They left it late, but it's all smiles in the end for the champions. Nottingham Forest 0, Liverpool 1.
Wow, what a city ground. Liverpool denied once, but not to be denied twice, Jamie. And just how vital might those last few minutes prove to be?
Absolutely huge. I mean, that's one of the biggest robberies I've seen in the Premier League this season. But what I will say is, there was a player who came on for Liverpool, Rio Engamoa, who came on the 77th minute. He did more in 15 minutes than Gakpo and Salah had done up until that point. He absolutely changed the game this game, and he needs more opportunity. He does. He needs to start starting games. McAllister gets the winner. Little bit unfortunately didn't get the winner a few minutes before, but again, he was another player who really struggled in this game, and Liverpool do struggle physically, but that is for the summer in terms of what they do recruitment-wise and the makeup of this team. It couldn't come for long periods of this game, but as I said, I don't think there was anybody better in Premier League history than getting last-minute winners, and that is Liverpool.
Credit McAllister. He kept his composure in that crucial moment, as Jamie says, already having been denied what they thought was the winning goal. But
was it open goal, Dave?
He was still there. He was still there, Jamie. I've seen them miss from closer this season. Look at Cole Palmer 2 weeks ago, for example. But Darren, how tough does that feel on Forest?
Yeah, it's tough, but second half just didn't offer enough, I thought, in periods, yeah. They played really well, but never really tested Alisson. Never really had a real foothold in the game, and I thought Liverpool raised it second half, certainly, but as you said there for McAllister, nice finish, middle of the 6-yard box, but if he's not there, you don't score, so...
Exactly!
You don't score.
Well, it could be absolutely massive for both teams, of course, because Forest are not safe yet. You can barely believe what we see, Jamie, here.
But you know what? What he has seen in the first 2 games will make him really, really confident that they've got more than enough to stay in this Premier League. He's a really good coach, got great experience, and he's got some wonderful players in that Nottingham Forest team. And as I said, if they perform anywhere near as they have done in his first 2 games, they'll have absolutely nothing to worry about in terms of staying in the Premier League. They were absolutely fantastic, especially in that first half.
Crucial victory for Liverpool and a tough defeat to take for Nottingham Forest under Vitor Pereira. This is going on right now at the Stadium of Light. We are deep into stoppage time. Just 30 seconds left to play, and Sunderland with an awful lot to do. You would feels like Fulham have got the points in the bag here. 2 goals from Raul Jimenez to put them 2 up. Sunderland coming back into it through Enzo Lefebvre's penalty, but then on the counter-attack, Sunderland pressed for that equalising goal. Alex Iwobi tucked it away to make it 3-1. Another 15 or so seconds on the clock at least. There should be, but I'm not sure there's going to be time left. This would be a really good victory for Fulham, Darren.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, they've done really well. Obviously, hit them on the counter attack. That last goal from Iwobi was absolute sensation.
That's it. That's the full-time whistle there at the Stadium of Light. A 4th away win of the season for Fulham, and a 2nd straight home defeat for Sunderland, having gone all season unbeaten at the Stadium of Light. They've lost their last 2 there. Right, this is how we stand ahead of the North London derby in the Manchester United game on Monday night at Everton, with Liverpool staying in 6th place but opening up a gap over Brentford, 5 points there. And now level on points with Manchester United and Chelsea. Jamie Carragher rubbing his hands together with keeping an eye on Aston Villa as well, who have a 6-point advantage in that race for Champions League football. Fulham into the top half of the table as well. Sunderland slipping to 12. Palace there in 13th after beating Wolves by 1-0. They're now 10 points clear of the bottom 3. And defeat for Nottingham Forest leaves them in 17th. 2 points clear of the bottom 3, with still 1 big game to come on this Super Sunday.
Arsenal are having a bit of a wobble. Can Tottenham, under their new manager Igor Tudor, take advantage at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium? A huge North London derby coming up for the World Cup. Jamie Redknapp.
Truly is a massive game at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium later. What a half-time. We wondered how much analysis really full-time. It turns out that everything came to light in the second half. Goals from everywhere, and we'll react to all the 2 o'clocks. A dramatic late finish in the City Ground in just a moment.
There is no, and this is part of the problem. There is not a leader in that Tottenham team right now. Had no one of the caliber of Harry Kane. He's like, Harry Kane would be like Godzilla, and whoever they've got now would be like Barney the dinosaur.
I think Van der Ven.
It's just ridiculous, honestly. I know
I
wasn't trying to be... Actually, it's quite good, I thought. But
I like Barney the dinosaur.
But do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They just don't have that bite. They are porous in defence. They are lightweight in midfield. There's that stat, isn't there, about them conceding the most goals from outside the box. What does that tell you? The midfielders are not doing their jobs. And then you look up front and, OK, they'll score some goals here and there, but they're not that great. I mean, listen, take a look at some of these.
Yeah, this points to what you were saying, you know, conceding from outside.
I think as well, like Igor Tudor, I know he doesn't stay at clubs for long. He was at Juventus as an assistant when I was there, but I do think they needed that little bit of freshen up. You spoke about the injuries, Darren, as well. I mean, these are the types of things. When goals are being scored in the moments like that, that is players not having the willingness to get out.
Really?
That is the type of thing, you know, that's something you can't, you know, you don't need to be told. We all have bad games, right? But when you have, like, the willingness to get to a ball, that's an attitude thing for me. So hopefully, Igor Tudor going in there, it's temporary. You know, he's never stayed at a club longer than a year, as Darren mentioned. So this appointment came out way out of left field, but also they needed something different. I think the fans now need to just get behind the team, in all honesty, because they can't keep sacking managers time and time again. Daniel Levy was the problem before, according to the fans. He's no longer there. Then it's the Lewis that's the problem. Then it's the Lewises that are the problem. Like, the players, I'm not making excuses, but they have a lot of injuries.
Yeah.
A lot of injuries.
Like the starting 11, basically.
But even I suppose my point with Spurs, now I'm happy to be the Grinch on this one. When you looked at that graphic just now, you had Nottingham Forest, you had Wolves, and then you had Spurs as conceding the most goals from outside the box. And we saw an image of Palhinha there, and we could see why he didn't last that long at Bayern Munich. Because if teams are able to get shots away that are able to get past you, he was decent.
Really good at Fulham.
But then, you know, he seems to have lost his way. And if they're going to do something in the summer with a new manager, and the word is that Pochettino will come in after Tudor leaves at the end of the season, then what they've got to start with is rebuilding that defence. And when Pochettino was there first time around, the joint best defence in the Premier League with Manchester United in his first season at Spurs, and in his second season, the best defence outright. He made Southampton one of the toughest places to go in the Premier League, all based on that defence. So he would rebuild them.
The thing is, I love Poch, right? And he's a good friend of mine, but I think there's this romance of what it was like at Tottenham. He's the only manager that's been there, that's got them to a Champions League final. There was even talk about Ryan Mason coming in as the interim again. Now, if the fans get what they want, they clearly want Poch back, hopefully that works out. But if it doesn't, then what? Do you get what I mean? Because he's not a miracle worker. There's a lot of problems at Spurs. Like, we talk about the injuries, but, like, do they have the pedigree of players that can take them to another level? They lost Son, Harry Kane. I like Van der Ven. I think he should be the captain. Yeah. You know, I know Romero's the captain, but, like, Van der Ven has those qualities, but they just don't have, for me, like, a lot of young players that are decent. You know, Archie Gray's decent, Bergvall, but they don't have, like, to make your point, enough leaders in that team. So there's a lot of frustrated fans at Spurs. So, but the timing of this appointment, Igor Tudor coming in the North London derby, at home. Tottenham isn't a place at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. They don't win games there. But this could be a massive game. If Tottenham can get a result out of this one, it could really, you know, not change everything, but...
Yeah, but there is that new manager bounce factor, and we have seen that with new managers coming in and managing, you know, to do well in their first game.
Carrick?
Yeah, that isn't it. Yeah, he's had a couple of games, new manager bounce. Maybe that's what they're hoping for. Maybe they just realised that they had a couple of days and there was a space and they could get someone else in. I think the reason why it's surprising is because of that idea that Poch would return in, you know, after the World Cup. There's a lot of top quality managers becoming available after the World Cup. And so we were expecting a little bit more of a different interim manager, maybe someone who'd been there before, maybe some of the former players.
Yeah, I think when you look at Tudor's record, as I said before, he is very much a journeyman manager, but I think they brought him in for the reasons that you've just said. A, because he does get that bounce where he goes, but B, because I think a lot of managers here would have said to them, I'll come, but I'm not coming for 6 months. I'm coming to have the job. And they may well have had their eye on Poch and said, listen, this is the guy we want, this is the guy that we think will win the fans over. Because
he didn't leave on bad terms at Juventus. No, it was based upon, you know, Juventus not being in a good frame, but the fans weren't mad at him.
But I think as far as the longer term with Tottenham is concerned, the fans want someone that they can align with. Now, there's an argument for saying that some of their best managers have arrived by accident. You know, they wanted Louis van Gaal. He didn't want them. That's when Pochettino came in. They had higher profile managers before they... designs and higher profile managers before they brought in Harry Redknapp. Harry Redknapp was the guy who got them into the Champions League for the first time in their history. So it could well be that he is a good fit for now because of that bounce. They are too close to the relegation zone, but he's not the man for the long term.
Yeah, and then going into this game, much as it's big for Spurs and their new manager, probably even bigger for Arsenal because, you know, drop points against Wolves, that 2-2 draw. Manchester City could be just 2 points behind them by the time this kicks off. It's bringing up that dreaded B word again for them.
It is, and you know, a lot of people have been speaking about it. I know a lot of Arsenal fans. My dad's a massive Gooner, and like they are so gutted. They feel like they conceded the league the other day, genuinely, because they now have to go to the Etihad as well. And I think, you know, you look at this guy's a fantastic striker as well. I mean, Arsenal go up in this game pretty early on. Saka gets the goal. And I think, you know, a lot of people are saying we will, like, bottle jobs, they're choking when it really matters. But this is why you have to have high-quality players that can take the pressure. You know, because if this is... Many Arsenal fans were not saying they're going to win the league. If it was Man United or Liverpool or City, they'd be saying, we're going to win this league a couple of months ago. And then this is where, you know, Jesus pushes Mosquera. For me, it's not enough for Mosquera to have to go down, to be honest, in that moment. Like, look, come on. He doesn't need to go down in that moment, mate. Come on. Do you know what I mean? Like, Gabriel Jesus shouldn't be doing that. But at the same time, that's not enough for him to go down. But, yeah, I mean, the wheels do seem like they're falling off. I still back Arsenal. I'm probably one of the only people that continue to back them. Because, but if this doesn't get over the line, Jules, I worry for Mikel Arteta because they're still in all competitions. Obviously, they play in the League Cup against City in March. That's a big game. But, like, Pep and City, I think, just have that mentality. They're mentality beasts. If Pep was the Arsenal manager at this moment in time, I'd be backing Arsenal all the way.
Because there have been opportunities against Liverpool, for example,
Forest,
against
Sunderland.
Brentford, against Forest, against Wolves, which, you know, would have given them that advantage having played first going into the next couple of weeks. They just cannot seem to mentally get there. And there are not a lot of players in that team who know how to get over the line.
I'm still trying to work out what the B word is.
Bottle.
Oh, bottle.
She even said
I said it. He don't listen to me. He's thinking of Barney, the dinosaur. Isn't he?
The B word. What's the B word?
What B word did you think it was?
I have no idea.
Let's not go there.
Yeah.
Anyway, the point being, you're absolutely right. I think that they are scared of their shadows. They don't seem to be able to deal with the psychological pressure of being in front. And it was interesting because when they played Manchester United, for example, they scored first, but they couldn't cope with the league. They didn't know what to do, and then Man United came back into the game and worried them out of it. And now they are losing against teams you'd expect them to beat. I mean, this was the draw the other day was them top and Wolves bottom. And I could possibly allow them the draw at Brentford because Brentford are a very, very hard place to go. Only City and Forest have been able to win at Brentford so far this season. But I think there is a psychological pressure on Arsenal's players. I think two things here. I think they're feeling the anxieties of the manager because he wants them to play to a very almost template.
They've changed their style, though, Darren, because beginning of the season, they were playing free-flowing, fluid football, and now it's almost like when they're 2-0 up, they're wasting time.
Is it a side now that's more afraid to lose than a side that's going for the jugular?
So. I think
But why has that changed, though? Because it was working. They were absolutely annihilating teams. There was a time they were top of the Champions League table. Do you know what I mean? And now it's like they're so reserved.
This is my point about the manager. I think the anxieties of the manager are coming through. I think a lot of the players are afraid to make a mistake because they think that if they do make a mistake, they'll be dropped from the team. And the problem for Arteta is City have form for coming from behind to win, their form for being at their very best in the second half of the season. And Arsenal have form for being in front. Last season was 8 points they were ahead.
And the year before that as well.
Yeah, the last time they were in front, 8 points, and they lost it. They have form for blowing it, and that's their problem. I think that they still do have the quality and the capability and the defensive strength to be able to win it, but I think City had the know-how to be able to pick them off within the last few games.
The only thing I will say, though, consolation is that this isn't the City of old. Like, the players they have there, I like them. I like Shirky, Mamouche. I think they're decent signings, Reinders. But this isn't like Vincent Kompany, Kevin De Bruyne, Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like the mentality
yes.
is quite different.
Yes,
but
there's
Pep's
a problem
there.
with that. The City still have a 25-goal-a-season striker in Haaland, who is getting his form back. Semenyo's arrived to score the goals while Haaland's been through his little barren spell. Yes, they're not as strong defensively, but Arsenal keep dropping points. This could be a draw, the North London derby. The Chelsea game could be a draw, and suddenly it's wide open. You said, didn't you? 2 points behind they could be by the time they play on Sunday. If you think about the games that Arsenal have got coming up, this could be a quite pivotal fortnight for them.
Yeah, and that's why the North London derby is such a big...
To be interesting to see what happens. OK, right, there was some positive news for Arsenal fans this week. Though Bukayo Saka's new contract, the Arsenal winger, hasn't yet hit the heights of the last couple of seasons, though. So we asked our resident tactico, Pythagoras in Boots, to look into why.
With Arsenal in danger of losing the nerve in the title race, the pressure is on Bukayo Saka yet again to try and get the Gunners over the finishing line. But their star boy is having his worst per 90 season in terms of goals since breaking into the Arsenal team. So what's gone wrong? And is the new change in position the key to securing silver and maximising his potential? Well, let's start with busting some myths. It's not effort. His sprint numbers are consistent with the last 2 seasons. It's not involvement. He's still second for touches in the box. And it's not creativity. He's Arsenal's leading chance creator. The real issue is that his teammates aren't finishing what he's creating and also where his shots are coming from. Last season, a lot of his goals were inside the 6-yard area, tap-ins, arriving beyond the striker. This season, his shots are further out. So the volume of shots is there, but he's taking it from lower percentage areas, which begs the question, why? Well, striker profile. With Kai Havertz as the false 9, Saka was averaging 0.44 goals per 90. He was running beyond more. With Gyökeres, his goals and assists have dropped by almost a third. Central zones now are occupied differently. That 6-yard box seems less accessible. So he's shooting from slightly wider, slightly deeper. Another factor is predictability. Odegaard and him had an elite connection. But teams are wiser to that now. They overload that right-hand side. He's double marked. He's having to take shots from more difficult zones. Now, if you move Saka centrally, you solve 3 things. 1, he's harder to reference. He's not going to be pinned to the touchline. Avoids that 1v1, sprint duels, double marked in wider areas. He can choose when to burst instead of being forced into running with the ball. Central players do cover a lot of distance, but the intensity profile will be different. Less max speed running. More combination play, more players around you as well, harder to pick up. It also means Madueke, who's more primed to run at fullbacks again and again, will get into the side too. So it does seem that the answer isn't forcing him back into last season's version of a right winger. It's asking what's the next evolution, and that's something that Saka's dealt with his entire career. At academy level, forward, but as a teenager, at times he's playing as a left-back, a year up to accelerate his development. Also broke into Arsenal's first team as a left-back, and he has played centrally before as well during the lockdown season. So ultimately, history tells us one thing about Bukayo Saka. When the role changes, he usually finds a way to level up, and Arsenal are going to need that if they're going to hold their nerve.
It's a fascinating debate, really, isn't it? What happens, do you think, on Sunday, Tim, for Saka? Because he played in that number 10 role, didn't he, against Wolves? He gets the goal.
Yeah.
Does he start there, do you think?
Really interesting, because Eze scored a hat-trick against Tottenham in a reverse fixture.
Right.
So, I certainly, as a manager, would say he likes playing against them. He nearly joined Tottenham, and then Arsenal make a late call, and he goes there. If he plays... Eze doesn't play. I think Noddy Madueke's done a fantastic job on the right-hand side, and I think Saka will play in the 10 role. We saw him against Wolves. He was drifting over towards the side here. He can't help himself but do it, but they combine really well together. So it's what an opportunity it is for Mikel Arteta.
It's a nice problem to have,
and a great problem, isn't it?
Yeah.
I bet Igor Tudor wish he had that problem.
Yeah, I bet he does. What would you do? I mean, Eze is this super talent that obviously got the hat-trick in the reverse. As Tim was saying, he likes playing against them. That was his debut, wasn't it, for Arsenal? I mean, not a bad debut.
What a debut.
Yeah, I think Arteta is going to assess the players after the game on Wednesday and see, what the energy levels are like. And Eze and Bukayo Saka, they have a good connection as well. They have good link-up play. So, he might play them together. It's difficult, to know what he's going to do, but certainly he's going to put a strong team up there, and they're going to be looking really good on Sunday.
I'm reliably informed it wasn't his debut. I apologise. In terms of Eze, though, do you think he's got the full trust of Arteta yet, or do you think he's still got a lot to prove or a little to prove?
I think he's got a bit to do.
Okay.
I think he's been quiet. he would argue he hasn't had the run of games. He needs to play on a regular basis and the confidence coming off the bench a lot. His impact's not been fantastic. We know he's got the ability. We can see, with our own eyes that the guy's got everything. He's got the pace. He can receive the ball in tight areas. I think when he played at Palace, obviously teams come out against Palace. So when they broke on the counter-attack, he had loads of room to drive forward, which is a massive attribute of his, driving with the ball. It's tight. Teams sit back, against Arsenal, and then the tight positions where he can receive it gets tighter and tighter, and he's got not a lot of room to operate in. We saw him against Tottenham. It was effective on that occasion. We haven't seen him against them, but he lived off that. You score a hat-trick in a North London derby, you can live off it and you can be forgiven right up until now. Now the Arsenal fans are saying you need to turn up again. But if someone turns up in a white shirt on the weekend, they can be a hero also.
Yeah, they certainly can. All right, a true Super Sunday awaits you, doesn't it? You can see live coverage of the North London derby from 4 p.m. on Sky Sports Premier League. OK, as always, on Premier League Friday, we want you to get involved in the show. And tonight, we've asked you...
Yeah, the 199th North London derby, but that extra special ingredient, apart from both sides needing a win here this afternoon, this always amazing and entertaining game. It's, of course, the start of the Tudor period. Igor Tudor in charge of Tottenham. He wears IT on his training top. Well, this is the IT crowd, isn't it then now? But a bit of a reboot, I guess you could say, in the head coach's office. Gary Neville joins me. Who needs this most, Gary? Arsenal looking over their shoulder at City, or Spurs looking over their shoulder at relegation?
I mean, that's a difficult question to answer because it feels like a crunch game, big game for both teams. I mean, the fact that this great club find themselves in this position, I mean, last year they were flirting with relegation, but really always safe. They're always safe. This year they're in a bit of bother. They need to win, and it's an appalling reflection, really, of the players, the quality that they have here in this squad, the internationals that they have playing for them, that they find themselves 2 years on the bounce in and around relegation. And with Forest, West Ham, both actually looking okay, currently, and I think they'll pick up points. Tottenham are going to need to do something quite quickly and need something to get sort of clear of this sort of mess that they're in. For Arsenal, we know. I mean, it's a title run in. It's not quite in the sort of home straight, but it's getting up to that point now where every sort of drop point will matter. And there's a pressure. What pressure they're currently feeling, we don't know. But this afternoon at 4:30, we'll get a good understanding of the impact of that game that they had in midweek against Wolves and obviously what City did last night.
To have a new head coach in charge with what he brings, and his last 5 clubs, he's won his first game in charge, and then of course they have a good run and then maybe things tail off. Could Arsenal have done without that? Would they have much preferred to come here under the old regime?
Maybe, because obviously they were in a sort of real dip, Spurs, but look, Arsenal have got to look at what basically is in front of them, which is a team that they can beat. I mean, it is a North London derby, there's the added pressure of the title. The point it is in the season, what they've done against Wolves, Tottenham having a new coach, you can look at all those things. But if Arsenal play well here today, then there will only be one winner.
The word bottle has been used again. Of course, they've been here before. They've had blips this season. They've had blips in previous seasons. Do you think what's happened to them over the last couple of league games will be an inspiration in the dressing room, or will they have it at the back of their minds in a bad way?
It's interesting, that word. I stopped using it after I called Chelsea bottle jobs maybe 2 or 3 years ago because it carries a meaning that ultimately I think people don't like anymore. It's deemed as being too aggressive. Yeah. I mean, quite simply, back in the day, if we basically were hunted down by Arsenal, which we were in '98, we gave up a 10-point lead, we deemed as bottled it. I don't think Arsenal are in that situation. I always thought that it would be tight. I don't think you ever get given your first league title for a long time on a plate. I mean, let's be clear, City are not just going to let them walk over the line. So what Arsenal have got to do...
Pedro Porro is not quite ready, so Archie Gray continues from the right-hand side. Wilson Odobert is the latest injury victim, so Conor Gallagher may be a shade more advanced. Behind Randall Kolo Muani, briefly a two-door student at Juventus. Dominic Solanke only fit for the bench, Richarlison returns there, plus with a complete alternative side unavailable, the now regular sprinkling of teenagers. So how, post-Wolverhampton, does Mikel Arteta reconjure the pizzazz that took Arsenal to the top in the first place? David Raya goes again after his late Molyneux spinach. It's an unchanged back four, Piero Nkapé
Let's go.
Arsenal goal on Wednesday, having by the end lost so much of its lustre. Declan Rice reaches 100 Premier League games for the Gunners. 2 changes
That was quick. We're already on 100 games.
A hat-trick against Spurs in November, of course, for Noni Madueke, and Trossard for Martinelli. Victor Gyökeres starts at the sharp end again. Still no Kai Havertz. Ben White is absent too today with a muscle issue, but Martin Odegaard does return to the 20. Origo Tudor immediacy. His reputation is for instant impact. Spurs need it now, day one. For him to start, as Mikel Arteta gathers for the big finish for him. The last 6 years have led to the next 3 months. And Gary Colomuani gets first claim on the striker's shot for a new boss.
Yeah, he's been preferred to Dominic Solanke, who's been unwell during the week. And you can't think he's going to get an incredible amount of service today, Colomuani, up against the brilliant Gabriel and Saliba. However, with Xavi Simons that you see there in picture close to him, Conor Gallagher running past him, he has to make the very best of what he can and certainly be a nuisance up top. And then for Arsenal, you see David Raya in there. I think Arsenal have got their huddle over in front of those fans in that far corner. He made his very first error.
Come on, Spurs. Come on.
Season leading to a goal.
Come on, Spurs.
He's been absolutely outstanding, arguably Arsenal's best player. And he's got to make sure that he just gets back on the bike very quickly. He claps those fans in the corner. And he's solid and reliable today because I'm sure those Tottenham fans behind him will want to give him a bit of stick.
Not a North London Vale will go unbidden. Spurs 12 games to protect their status. Arsenal 11 games to protect their precious lead. Each at the other's expense and with no mutual regard. Spurs to crash in on the Arsenal dream. Arsenal to send Spurs spiralling towards their worst
This could go
nightmare.
either way, man. Scary.
It is only February, but it is fraught.
This game has probably got more views than the Super Bowl. This game has got more views than the Super Bowl. Globally, around the world.
Let's see where it takes us. Declan Rice, Eberechi Chiesa, Trossard back into the side.
Come on.
From left back.
You have to be aggressive against Arsenal. Don't show them any respect.
The Arsenal possession is disdainfully treated by
It has to be a lack of respect for them. That's how you're going to beat them. Stay disciplined.
Only Tottenham are without a Premier League win in 2026. Peter Banks, our referee today, his first North London derby. Pre-Christmas, he handled Sunderland Newcastle actually with great poise in a similarly frenetic atmosphere. From between the centre halves. Saliba, Timber. Saka back out of the number 10 position now from his more regular right-hand side of berth. Off Gallagher. Feeding as missing that 10 pocket. Real. Nice. By Saab, to Eze.
That's it. You have to be aggressive. That's how you play them. That's how you have to be.
Those black shirts are all behind the ball. Frantically trying to get a tackle in a challenge on those.
Look at that table.
Players.
First question to Igor Tudor in his media conference the other day. Are you enjoying it? And the answer was plain. I'm not here to enjoy it, I'm here to work. Sense he feels a bit old school. He'll have laid it on the line. It's plain, it's clear.
Pass out back to winning ways, 2-0 up.
Gabriel
position in the league. Last season they flirted with relegation, weren't really connected to it. This season they are.
His first game with Hajduk Split and Verona and Marseille and with Lazio and most recently with Juventus. Saka.
Oh,
And Timber to fly it in and Jokerej to hit it. And
there was a push there as well. There was a push there. The ref didn't call it.
It's a classic full-back overlap. 2v1. Jeffrey Seaman's decided not to go with Timber. It's a big mistake. It would have been even bigger if Jokerej, who does the right thing to head it back across the goalkeeper, just finds himself in front of it.
It looks like Arsenal gonna have most of the ball today, and then Spurs gonna hit them on the counter. But they can't do that. They have to be a bit more aggressive than this. They have to chase them. That's it. That's it. Need to force them.
Saka has switched on. Vicaria's come a long, long way.
Oh my days.
Saka can see an empty goal.
Wow.
Only in the end by Dragusin.
Wow.
What the goalkeeper doing as he's running back there? He can turn around and just caught it.
Forward again by Zubimendi. On again by Jokerej. Out by Van de Ven.
Scruffy, play here.
Trossard. Timber once more.
Come on, Spurs, get it together. Get your act together.
Tottenham just need to slow this game down a little bit. The goalkeeper holds his hand up. It's a high five. They're almost man-to-man everywhere, Tottenham, and he flies out. But then at this point here, he's got to sort of half lucky, but when he just turn around, he can catch the ball.
Oh, that'd be a disgraceful goal if they consider that goal. Oh.
It's fair to say it is frantic out there.
This manager's got a lot of work to do with this Boston. He's got so much work to do.
Zuma on Eze, Sarr on Zubimendi now, following forward players as well. The defence moving in onto.
What's happened to Bissouma?
Yeah, by Rice. Super and they're trying to sit again. It's falling for Jokerej and then Saka. Flipped on for Trossard. Wide of who
The
here
setup
is
is so bad for this Spurs team. Look at the setup.
Here's Cross. Here's Spence. Timber.
Saka. You can't let them score the first 10 minutes. You can't allow that to happen, Spurs.
Need it right now.
Don't stand back.
Jeez. Have the ball and plenty of it. Jokerej. Oh, lovely.
That was too easy. Too easy. Way too easy for Jokerej.
He scored a goal earlier in the season where he cuts it down that channel. Arsenal started really well, and Jackson just lets him come back at him inside the box. And once he gets that yard, he's actually done the hard bit. If you fancy him.
Didn't have a single shot at Molineux Wednesday evening. He's had 2 cracks at goal already here.
That's a big chance. He just doesn't bring it back. Just goes straight on.
The referee has his communications. To his dealings with Blake Antrobus on
the line.
What do you think of the most famous Arsenal striker in that penalty area, Henry? He's a master at this. Very different player than Gyökeres, but once he got into this position, he would bring it back, he would just curl it round into that far corner, guide it inside the post.
This weekend last year, Victor Gyökeres, having gone a month without a goal for Sporting, he got one, beginning a sequence of 6 consecutive scoring games. He scored 16 goals between this weekend and the end of April in 9 games. A very different part of his footballing existence. Remember, 54 goals last season.
I mean, the game can't be stopped for 2 minutes because the linesman can't communicate to a referee. I mean, played football for 100 years without it, so I think we can play another 5 minutes until they work it out. The whole crowd now waiting because of an IT issue. I found it ridiculous.
We've got a break.
A white hot start to the game, a little tepid. Lots of go cold.
We've got a break.
It's all wondering.
Jackson's got to get tight to him and he's not going to let him turn, but once he does, he can't really challenge him because of the penalty risk.
Got a break there. Arsenal could have gone 1-0 up. They could have gone 1-0 up.
Goals in all competitions. Victor Gyökeres, his last couple against Sunderland.
They pulled that one off the bag, bro.
This is an absolute nonsense. One of the most important games of the season. Fantastic start to it, really quick. And we're now 2 or 3 minutes stopped. Players having to sort of re-warm up again and reset.
We're having some technical issues there.
It does put a pin in
the
the
ref,
atmosphere.
between the linesman and the ref, they can't hear each other. So the communication system is gone down.
And we haven't got the
so we need VAR to go down as well.
It's the authority leadership to think, oh, come on, let's read the room here.
It's been about 2-3 minutes, 4 minutes.
There's millions watching at home.
The game has just stopped.
Really
the game has just stopped.
We can't find some form of communication at linesman over the far side. Put your flag up if you're going to make a decision or you're going to speak to him.
Whilst they wait for the referee, those Tottenham fans run through their repertoire. They got their way to a large extent when
still can't hear it. They can't hear each other.
Was released week before last, whereby Mikel Arteta here is going up against his 6th immediate opponent in his 13th North London derby. Against Spurs certainly is positive, personally speaking. 25 points out of 36. It's the enemy in the Premier League.
Derby, but that extra special ingredient, apart from both sides needing a win here this afternoon, this always amazing and entertaining game. It's of course the start of the Tudor period. Igor Tudor in charge of Tottenham. He wears IT on his training top. Well, this is the IT crowd, isn't it then now? But a bit of a reboot, I guess you could say, in the head coach's office. Gary Neville joins me. Who needs this most, Gary? Arsenal looking over their shoulder at City or Spurs looking over their shoulder at relegation?
I mean, that's a difficult question to answer because it feels like a crunch game, big game for both teams. I mean, the fact that this great club find themselves in this position, I mean, last year they were flirting with relegation, but really always safe. They're always safe. This year they're in a bit of bother. They need to win, and it's an appalling reflection really of the players, the quality that they have here in this squad, the internationals that they have playing for them, that they find them.
We are back.
Separate event.
The game stopped for about 6 minutes.
The clock was kept ticking to nearly 13 minutes, but prepare yourselves for
Oh, come on. Come on. Come on. Oh. What?
By Gray, neatly by Xavi Simons. Attempted to advance from left wing back. Once again, it's tidily.
Xavi really want to take charge of this game. The way he's moving the ball there, the way he's moving in the midfield, it looks like he's going to be the main man, key man for Spurs.
Closest to Botanic Row when it all went wrong until Wednesday. Timber, presumably. This back. Chatter around Martin Zubimendi here. A suggestion by some that he's exhibiting a bit of fatigue. Just been the intensity punishment schedule. He starts again, and Eze comes into the side, and Eze exchange with Trossard.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Rice rolled up again towards Jokerej. That's a very good bit by
Good tackle. Good tackle.
He's been Tottenham's most involved centre half in the early stages.
The secret to this game, these guys have to be really aggressive.
Man everywhere. If you beat that press, really be in business.
Saka to hang it up, and Bissouma to put it behind.
It's good from Jackson in the end, but he started off in this channel, Jokerej, and he's encouraged. He fancies it.
Corner kick fast now.
Saka. Right on the front line there, staring the enemy in the eye.
Really zonal Spurs, apart from Van der Ven, who's with Gallagher right next to Gabriel on the penalty spot. In a bit of a.
Are they going to go short or are they going to go long? It's going to go long.
Saka's take. Saliba touching it just the wrong side.
Chance for Arsenal. One thing I would say about this, because it gets headed into the ground, there isn't a lot of pace on the ball when it comes to Saliba, so he has to try and put the pace on it.
Almost everyone has scored at some stage for Arsenal this season. Piero Hincapié was the latest to get a Premier League goal midweek. William Saliba is one who hasn't. He is 63 games without a goal.
Oh my days.
Leandro Trossard with the missing.
Every single game
Better hitting it with his right foot as it sat up. He refused a shot the first time round, pulled it onto his left. Not quite sure what Simons is doing. He's trying to do, but never on.
So Trossard.
He could not hit it here, now, there. He decides to just pull it onto his left foot.
He has scored in the last two North London derbies. He got the opener against Spurs the Emirates in November.
game. Started really well. 2 really good chances.
Couldn't make it stick. Advance with it. Simmons can't take it. And this
Come on.
for Gallagher. Wow, very alert and necessarily so.
Really good starting position for the goalkeeper, and it had to be. I was just thinking of the Spurs, and you look at the team. There's not a lot of attacking options out there and creativity, but it's a little break of the ball. Just a little challenge, and Capet just puts Gallagher through almost.
Gray is losing a bit of clarity here, and there's why. I'm sure Hotspur meant nothing there. So that was a hefty blow.
It's bleeding.
Gray not 20 until next month. Experience he has garnered so many in his career is remarkable, really. He played 52 games for Leeds. He's up to 72 for Spurs today.
He's leading.
He gets a lot asked of him, doesn't he, in terms of the positions he's asked to play.
I think one of Spurs' biggest problems is the keeper.
Midfield. He was one of the players against Manchester
Vicari,
City a few
it's
weeks
not.
ago that
You can't rely on Vicari, honestly.
did well.
Come on, what a touch.
For Simmons. Rice.
That's it. Be aggressive on it. Take it.
He's back on.
Come on, come on.
Sarr found Simmons. Taps Sarr again. Blocked the shot. His first loose ball. Greg maybe
Ball.
Saliba twitched it partially clear. Spence is onto it. Van de Ven redelivered. Trossard quickly on his way, and Locker is looking to twist away from Traverson.
That's why you play them. That's how you play them. Make them uncomfortable.
Spurs for the first time getting a feel of it themselves now.
A couple of little mistakes from those defenders that were just giving encouragement to the whole team.
That's it. That's not foul, ref. Come on. Spence needs to be careful. It wasn't a foul, but you know, Saka, innit?
His body in front. Spence.
You got to protect Saka.
It's a sandwich, really. He's entitled to put his body in there and go for the ball. I'm not sure that's a foul at all. They'll have to defend it. Arsenal lads are on the way up.
Declan Rice has the dead ball. Spence has to offload that fury.
I don't think Spence is fasting, is it? That's it, go on.
Saliba, Timber. Mendy. Soon is busy again. It's off the ball, then left a bit soft, and gets a free kick.
Looks a yard quick at Basuma. I've watched him for the last few weeks. Speed to Trossard, almost like Casado there.
Thomas Frank subbed him in his last game at half-time against Newcastle 11 days ago. This free kick bounces off Spence. Taken by Zubimendi. Real went early. Gyökeres flicked. The seat ready to ask Macario to come. Saliba's miscue.
Sort of game where you know the whole crowd are they're living off scraps really. Any tackle, any free kick that they get from the Arsenal error. It's 0-0. The game just moves on because it means that Arsenal will have to commit even further to win this game as it moves towards its second half.
Question, the mood is different here. It's a little lighter. Here it's somewhat frenzied. Despite the fact that Spurs are 6 games without a win in the Premier League, 4 points from the last 24 available. Change of boss. The sun's shining. Blue wintry sky overhead.
So far we'll be happy with the Tottenham manager. It's the fact that they're 0-0. Arsenal have been the better team. But the crowd are involved, participating in the game. We've been here a few times recently where it's been eerie. To switch the play, yeah, get it over here. It's a 2v1 down this side. Something to make those midfield players.
Lost it to Salah.
First yellow card there. Where's the yellow card? Where's the card?
Defender in the last 10 minutes has made a small error. Every single one of them.
What's the card for us now?
Basic one from Timber. So unlike him.
And it's cost him a card ultimately.
They're panicking. They are panicking.
Putting back as he was obliged to do on Papsar. See what's conceded touch or something for Tottenham Hotspur. So Thomas advanced. Mickey van der Ven, Polina, Papsar. Right at the front of that queue, Randall Colomboani. He was still without a Premier League goal. Simmons with depth. Too much depth. Wilson didn't keep it in. William Saliba for Arsenal. Slipped up for Saka. whom is Timber. Rice. Eze. Capier, Eze, Trossard.
Sometimes I've been critical of Arsenal for recycling the ball needless, but I think this is a game when you're playing against a tight three in midfield and a two up top and a back five. You pin the five back, then you can switch the play really quickly and get a 2-on-1 down here. They're just not moving it quickly enough. Those three in midfield having to chase across, it's hard work.
Saka engulfed by three whites and fouled. Decision against Xavi Simons. He's certainly been busy, purposeful in the first half hour here. Within this first half hour, which itself has been well punctuated, the fourth foul of Bukayo Saka already. There's a foul on the Supermendi by Colin Moani, who is apparently apologetic.
Certainly the more the game stops, it's going to suit Tottenham. That's the pass, and just go forward from there. He's got to get across.
Llokeres, Trossard, Capier. So keep him at bay. To start again with Gabriel. The ball is stopping.
Turn around. These guys are so slow. They're so annoying to Spurs. Come on. Oh.
Stopped it.
Started off looking like a little bit raw where they were both having a grab of each other. Just get spun round.
Spence again. It's pretty well acceptable in the early stages.
Between Spence and Van der Ven, they're all over him.
Timbers throws, Supermendi sighted up high. João Palhinha out to Eze. Timber. Saka. He's got away from Sarr. Bukayo Saka. Eze! Claims Derby Day again. The Arsenal form in the Tottenham side. Eberechi Eze once more.
Well, he's done it again. Eze, it's a huge moment for Arsenal. Those Arsenal fans over in that far corner, if you could just see them going absolutely crazy. And it's been tough for Saka, but you can't keep him down. And one thing he has skill, of course, but it's persistence. Sheer determination and persistence. And he just gets past Sarr with that persistence. He goes through a couple of legs. There's a little bit of good fortune with the cross. Basuma's legs, and then I think Conor Gallagher's, but then he just sits up really nicely for Eze. Doesn't know a lot about that first one there. He's almost stumbling to the ground, but reaches for it and manages to make contact. Big, big moment.
Well, there is your response. There is another Arsenal lead.
Why did he keep he keeps leaving Eze on the bench? Why?
This is a lead they are obliged to preserve. And extraordinarily for Eberechi Eze, that 91 days, 13 weeks on, is his first shot on target in the Premier League since his hat-trick against Spurs in November. Well, snatched here by Colomboani.
Yes, 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 yes. Come on, Spurs. Come on. Come on, Spurs. Come on. Come on, Spurs. Come on. Come on. You can beat these guys.
North London's blue touch paper.
Come on, Spurs. Come on.
Spurs touchback.
Oh, you can't believe it.
Come on, Spurs. Come on.
Believe that. I said about Arsenal making those little errors. Mikel Arteta's whinging about something, but I don't think it's going to count for much. But Declan Rice has just joined his backline in making an error, but this time in a really poor area. He tries to dribble past Colomboani and
What is the
tries
Teta
to
complaining
nutmeg
about?
him.
What is he complaining about?
Does he? He can't try and nutmeg him there. No, he just tries to
Oh my
take it
days.
round him, but Colomboani's still got a lot to do.
Wow. Good goal.
Saliba, he's got to be more aggressive than that, hasn't he? Just that's a nothing challenge.
Spurs can win this.
Gabriel, his mate, can't get across. Uriah's exceptional, but the pace on the strike is past him. We've got a game.
You've got to celebrate.
Colomboani with his first goal in the Premier League, 24 seconds after the restart. Saka. Out by Spence, forward again by Zubimendi.
Come on, Tottenham. Come on, Spursy. Come on.
Arsenal's senior players at the back of the midfield. I mean, Tottenham have had nothing in this game. Arsenal have been really comfortable.
This should give them a lot of confidence, bro.
Lots of concentration, and it's contagious, and it's going to stop. Arsenal be in a lot of trouble.
In the aftermath of all that melodrama, Archie Gray was booked for kicking the ball away. Well, he knows what this is all about now. His team bit back with the immediacy for which he is famed. He actually has a pretty rotten record in the big games, the derby games, as boss of Hydric Spinny repeatedly came second to Dinamo Zagreb. As Marseille boss, he lost both of his games against Paris Saint-Germain. As Lazio boss, he lost his only meeting with Roma. But he wasn't behind Arsenal for very long.
Oh.
Arsenal are in this nasty habit of dropping points from winning positions. Saka's creeping in here though. Vicario is smothered.
Wow, that was too easy.
And Yoda just... In fact, not even a corner, he was offside.
The ref just gave that to Arsenal. Just gave it to Arsenal.
His pass is fantastic. The flag's up. I think he's on. Yeah, I think if that one ends up in the back of the net, flag won't count. Saka, who is Arsenal's best attacker. Give credit to the goalkeeper. He's out quickly, smothers him.
Foul, ref.
Nice. Late arrival like Conor Gallagher on Gabriel. Free kick, apparently nothing more.
That's his game. He does. Just jumps out. Constantly from midfield. Tries to press onto defenders and win the ball. Higher up the pitch. Just has a nibble.
You got a bit aggressive against Arsenal. Last year we can beat them. Make them uncomfortable. There, tackle him. Give it to him. That's it.
Timber.
We need to double up on Saka on this side. Spence needs help. I don't think he's fasting, but it looks like he needs help. Oh my God.
Rice is round the back. Ray got a little piece of it, and Arsenal get a corner.
Corner kick for Arsenal. You don't want to be giving them these corner kicks with it. Chigre's got bloody nose there.
Declan Rice, who was bravely to face up to the rowdiest of Spurs supporters. Gabriel has so often been his target. Rice flies it in. Sin got the key defensive touch. Operej kept it alive. Timber. Sin was tackled.
That's it. Go with him. Go with the flow.
Rice.
Oh, Saka is on. Nice.
Open here for Timber. Trossard! He's threaded it wide.
Greta looks forward for it. He's looking at the ground.
Wow.
Maybe it was past him, I'm not sure, but I think he probably sent it forward there, following it at the back post. He's just stood on his heels, and maybe it's a little touch away from him, but I'd like to see him have a lunge. Maybe Gray just stops him with his leg. He's on his heels, no doubt. Big striker, agonising for Trossard.
Touch off Basuma's heel made a difference. Declan Rice to loft another one in. Rice within swing. Vicario got a piece of it. Saka, sweet feet from him. Away by Dragosin, and here goes Gallagher. As Tottenham look forward again.
Xavi, what did you just do there? Come on. Come on.
Fought by Gabriel.
Come on.
That's
it.
Shoulder with Operej.
The real chance when they scored that goal, just to do what they do best, which is control the game, manage the situation, defend well.
Nobody's running in that space there.
All the way.
Goal that Spurs have scored. Colomboani, their only touch to this point in the Arsenal penalty area.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. You don't want, if you're Arsenal at this stage of the season, to start individual errors from players who don't normally make them.
Got a long throw coming in from Spurs.
Without sufficient length.
Corner.
He is a little irritated with himself that he's hit in the corner.
Should be.
Come on, make that keeper uncomfortable. Surround the keeper. Surround him.
Header for him.
Why are they not surrounding the keeper? Go after the keeper.
Simons in his own time. Simons. Double-handed punch from Raya. Simons.
You can see Tottenham just slowing the game right down. Dragson's going to walk across to this. Again, it's going to be another 30-40 seconds before this set piece is taken.
Well, the last one really oughtn't to have done any damage at all. And Capney did heal the corner, but there was great length from Dragusin. See if we can get greater purchase this time.
Come on.
Dragusin flexes his muscles to greater effect then. Capney away. Jokerej gathers.
Come on.
Dragusin has come, claimed with authority and got rid in a hurry. They're wary of Trossard. Up to 45 minutes now, but there's a great big chunk to add on. 8 minutes of stoppage time. Most of that attributable to an issue very early in the game.
Got 8 minutes due to the fact that the official had to stop before, and the ref and the linesman, they couldn't hear themselves, each other. So yeah, 8 minutes of added time there. That's a long time.
Saliba.
Come on, Spurs, you can hold on to this.
Saka. Ponder the shot. Saliba. Saka. He's got a goal kick now.
He just nipped back off Saka on the way out. The reason that this crowd is still got an element of happiness about them is just Declan Rice. This is his reaction after the Arsenal goal, telling everybody to concentrate, and then this happens. It's so loose from him. I do think Saliba could have done better with that, but after that, Declan Rice holds his hands up.
Mentality, bro. Mentality. You've not got it.
So he's headed forward. Jokerej wrestling again with Dragusin. This will tidy her up.
We've got battle here.
Clashing. Relatively amicably.
Different Spurs, but they competed. Seen in the previous weeks, there's a bit more urgency about the defending there. Maybe a little bit more wise and cute with the free kicks that they're giving away as well. Just trying to frustrate Arsenal.
Great. Gabriel came together.
I think there's something in that. I mean, Gabriel, you get the ball called wide. Gabriel's got no eyes on the ball whatsoever.
And now Trossard for Saka. And Saka can worry Van der Ven. He's finished ground well. Just off the ball. Saliba. Eze. Slipped as a shot.
This is the Gabriel one. We've all done it as defenders where we step across people, but I just don't think he's looking at the ball at all. You just look at him.
We're also looking at the ball.
And that, he's a little fortunate to get away without getting a free kick away. No eyes on the ball whatsoever.
He missed the first derby actually in November. Having got injured Gabriel on international duty. The winning 1-0 goal here last season from the Saka corner. Still have won the last 4 of these.
Oh. 8 minutes of added time there. 8.
As a slipped onto Rice, who has great grass to run into here.
That's Declan Rice, because he just plays in front of Alcaraz. They're in business. Really good play from Isaiah Rice initially in midfield.
Took a risk and lost it to Gyökeres and Eze and Trossard. Vulture. Unbeaten in the last 7 North London derbies. They've won 8 of the last 10.
Solanke is going to score the win.
Those numbers are the preeminent force in this one.
Hello.
Spurs used that one touch to very, very good effect.
They'll be kicking themselves at half-time now, the players. Doing well in this game. I think it's a chance as being the better team.
Saka. Hincapié. Stop off João Palhinha and behind for a corner.
Another corner
3
for
minutes
Arsenal.
of this extended first half
Hello.
still to play. Will require a centre half again today, as he was right at the end of the Thomas Frank reign. Certainly allowed time for it to be set. Let's place it in. Jackson heads away. Came down here for Eze. Charged up by Colomuani. Awkward one for Saka. Saliba has sorted it out. Jackson clear again. Eze went through soft. Seems to be the first Arsenal boss since George Graham at the end of the 1980s to win 5 consecutive North London derbies in the league. Paul Merson and Michael Thomas, the scorers for Arsenal, the last time they won a 5th of these in succession. George Graham against Terry Venables. Lukic, O'Leary, Winterburn, Bolden, Adams, Rocastle. Timber. Kept it in, but Simmons profited. Gallagher. This touch from Eze, taken up by Trossard. One of him in Capier. Last 30 seconds of the half. Subimendi, Eze, Trossard. In by Capier, up by Jagusin. Charged down by Saliba, set by Saka. Timber. Saka. Saliba. Subimendi goes to ground. Saliba can't get there. Saka does. Half time.
That's one way to end the half.
It is fraught, as one expected it to be. Eberechi Eze following up from November's hat-trick. Scored again for Arsenal against Spurs, but within 24 seconds of the restart, Randall Colomawani had his first goal in the Premier League to level it up. Declan Rice hung his head, and Arsenal have to go and do it all over again. In the North London derby, down the lane on a noisy afternoon here, it is Spurs 1, Arsenal 1 at half-time.
Survival, 40 points. Sounds about right.
When you've done enough, Uber Eats delivers Premier League coverage.
Oh, that's the one I like.
It is ridiculous.
Oh, yes. One more time.
The one where the friends meal came to McDonald's. Get a collectible with every meal.
How you doing?
We're willing to offer $185.
We can do 205.
Can't go higher than $190.
190 for the first year with a £10 increase in years 2 and 3.
Deal.
Trim your eyebrows, sir. Only a fiver per eyebrow.
Don't worry, Roy. With Sky Mobile, you can still expect more. Customers said they switched and saved over £100.
Sure, that's just common sense.
this always amazing and entertaining game. It's of course the start of the Tudor period. Igor Tudor in charge of Tottenham. He wears IT on his training top. Well, this is the IT crowd, isn't it then now? But a bit of a reboot, I guess you could say, in the head coach's office. Gary Neville joins me. Who needs this most, Gary? Arsenal looking over their shoulder at City, or Spurs looking over their shoulder at relegation?
I mean, that's a difficult question to answer because it feels like a crunch game, big game for both teams. I mean, the fact that this great club find themselves in this position, I mean, last year they were flirting with relegation, but really always safe. They're always safe. This year they're in a bit of bother. They need to win, and it's an appalling reflection, really, of the players, the quality that they have here in this squad, the internationals that they have playing for them, that they find themselves 2 years on the bounce in and around relegation. And with Forest, West Ham, both actually looking okay, currently, and I think they'll pick up points. Tottenham are going to need to do something quite quickly and need something to get sort of clear of this sort of mess that they're in. For Arsenal, we know. I mean, it's a title run in. It's not quite in the sort of home straight, but it's getting up to that point now where every sort of drop point will matter. And there's a pressure. What pressure they're currently feeling, we don't know. But this afternoon at 4:30, we'll get a good understanding of the impact of that game that they had in midweek against Wolves, and obviously what City did last night.
To have a new head coach in charge with what he brings, and his last 5 clubs, he's won his first game in charge, and then of course they have a good run, and then maybe things tail off. Could Arsenal have done without that? Would they have much preferred to come here under the old regime?
Maybe, because obviously they were in a sort of real dip, Spurs. But look, Arsenal have got to look at what basically is in front of them, which is a team that they can beat. I mean, it is a North London derby. There's the added pressure of the title. The point it is in the season, what they've done against Wolves, Tottenham having a new coach. You can look at all those things. But if Arsenal play well here today, then there will only be one winner.
The word bottle has been used again. Of course, they've been here before. They've had blips this season. They've had blips in previous seasons. Do you think what's happened to them over the last couple of league games will be an inspiration in the dressing room, or will they have it at the back of their minds in a bad way?
It's interesting, that word. I stopped using it after I called Chelsea bottle jobs maybe 2 or 3 years ago because it carries a meaning that ultimately I think people don't like anymore. It's deemed as being too aggressive. Yeah. I mean, quite simply, back in the day, if we basically were hunted down by Arsenal, which we were in '98, we gave up a 10-point lead, we deemed as bottled it. I don't think Arsenal are in that situation. I always thought that it would be tight. I don't think you ever get given your first league title for a long time on a plate. I mean, let's be clear, City are not just going to let them walk over the line. So what Arsenal have got to do now is just knuckle down, get a little bit of form back. Maybe dig out some victories, but it's important. They've got a group of players and a manager who've not been there before. I think Gabriel Jesus is the only one who's won a title. So, look, it'll be interesting to see how they are. But I'm looking forward to this next 10, 12 games. I really am. This is the point in the season where, Arsenal have been there 3 times before. They know what this feels like. They've got to make that count this time, but obviously make sure that they get a different result.
Got 12 players unavailable, Spurs. No other team in the Premier League is badly hit by injuries. Obviously, there's the suspension to the captain as well. When you look at the form of West Ham, maybe could have picked up some more points recently. Nottingham Forest leads. Are they in a relegation battle if they lose today?
They're in a relegation battle anyway. I mean, they are in a massive relegation battle because, to be fair, this idea that, this group of players, they shouldn't be anywhere near it. But the injuries, I mean, we were led to believe last season that the reason that they had injuries was because of Ange Postecoglou's style of play and this sort of what would be all action, full front press, always sort of running the maximum. And that's why these Spurs players were breaking down. What we're finding this year is under a completely different manager, a completely different coach, and a completely different style, is that they're still breaking down. So there's a question either over their robustness and the recruitment in terms of signing players who aren't capable of being available for the acceptable time that you would want them, which is over 75-80% of games, or you can have a look at maybe other things like medical departments and other things. But honestly, they've got a massive amount of injuries to key players, but they can't use that as an excuse because the players that are out there are going to have to try and save this football club from going down, which it just seems unthinkable.
Spurs Arsenal 4:30.
Yeah.
How are you feeling going into it, and why do you think Arsenal have struggled over the past couple of weeks?
Because we haven't adhered to the cliches of football. 1-0 is a dangerous scoreline, 2-0 is a dangerous scoreline. Football's a 90-minute game. You're most vulnerable when you've just conceded, and all of those things. We've not respected the basics, really and truly. So naturally, you find yourself in this position where it's like playing Pac-Man, and you're on your last life. Now, you can't win the title today, but you could potentially lose it if we still believe we're in it at White Hart Lane. They've got nothing to play for. They're going to be their cup final. They're trying to get out of a route. They've got a new manager. They've had 12 days off. I don't want to hear about injuries. I can feel you looking at me, Abby. I don't want to hear about your injuries. You've had.
She's not looking. She's staring at you.
Yeah, she's staring at me. I can feel the tension. But let's just go and win, man.
Listening intently to my friend.
My boys have got to win. As much as it's the North London derby and all of that, I'm not really looking at Spurs, Abby. Like, we need 3 points for 3 points' sake. I'll always support my boys, but the belief system has taken a hit, really, where the title is concerned.
I
am nervous.
I have never, ever, ever felt this energy from CJ.
Have you seen how we've been playing away from home?
Oh, I've seen it. I've absolutely.
I need more.
To dumb down what you said, it's the biggest worry for Arsenal at the moment is that you often find yourself 1-0 up in games.
Or two,
but sometimes one, and then you don't seem to be able to really finish off other teams. Is that kind of the biggest...
Yeah, it's game management. Football's decided at both ends. You either score more goals and put the game beyond reasonable doubt, or you close up shop. We're meant to be one of the best offensive sides in the Premier League and in Europe, and we've taken a hit in that regard. That has to go with Mikel Arteta and his ability to, be a bit more practical. But also the players, you're all big enough, old enough, experienced enough to not be in these situations. And this is what I mean by I think we've been playing like this all season. It's just, we're in February at this moment in time. If nothing changes, nothing changes. And it has changed today, man.
In terms of the team, the personnel he picks today, is there anything obvious that you would change for a game of this magnitude from what he did on Wednesday against Wolves?
I'd keep Saka in the 10 if I'm honest with you. If Kai's fit, I'd play him. I'd probably go with the same 11, really.
Gyökeres
up top. I'm tempted to go with Ben White in case of Timber, but
I've seen Arsenal fans on social media sort of, Timber's pretty much playing week in, week out, looks tired.
He looks crackered, he looks knackered.
But why is there reluctance, you think, from Arteta to give White a go?
You've got a squad, utilise it and use it. You've ran certain players into the ground, like you mentioned Wolves. My biggest thing is, like, Ben White should have a lot more football, but you could see in that game, you knew Saka wasn't playing 90 minutes because he played against Wigan and he's coming back from injury. Zubimendi looks knackered, you're not taking him off. You're not utilising Norgard now. Fair enough, I'm not expecting Norgard to start week in, week out, but he's not played enough football. And then there's that element of, you've got these players out in the cold. Obviously, you've got to play well, but you're in the cold. I can't expect fireworks. And I'm sure we'll talk about Manchester City yesterday, but I do want Arteta to try new things. I'm seeing O'Reilly reverting into midfield. He's giving City something different. You've got Miles Lewis-Skelly. You've got to trust and utilise the squad. If you keep doing the same things, one thing is guaranteed. The same things are going to keep happening. So it needs to stop today.
Hella stressed.
Stressed, man. Stressed. Come 6:30, I'll be all right. I know my boys ain't letting me down today.
Don't believe
They're not. So what, you think you're getting 3 points?
I've been really confident.
Where's this confidence coming from? We've got the same amount of draws as you do losses. We've got 99 problems. Spurs ain't won. And if you would equate this to a human...
Be careful what you wish for him, mate. Goodness me, CJ.
Arsenal are sick at the moment. If Dr. Tottenham can't help you, then she's curtains, innit?
Abby is actually sick though, mate. Don't joke.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So it's on brand. It's on brand.
I am literally. I'm the walking epitome of Dr. Tottenham.
Can Dr. Tottenham make you feel better, Abby? Is that a thing?
On the ground, Abby, and just stand outside.
I actually am that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Can I ask CJ one more question, Abby?
Go on.
I'm really enjoying this.
It feels like I'm in a press conference. Go on. Let's go.
Yeah, mate, you're dressed for a press conference, aren't you?
Yeah. I've got to be dressed to kill. Go on. What do you want to know?
By the way, guys,
Go on.
I was a little bit upset. Is there any danger of like an Arsenal top or a Spurs? I mean, at least you're wearing white today.
I considered it.
Do you know wear colour, CJ? For
haven't really been in the Arsenal mood, man. We win games, I put my shirt back on.
I don't like using the B word when it comes to Arsenal because I don't think football is that straightforward that they've just bottled it. But is there, in terms of the mentality and that aspect of this title race, do you think Arsenal can keep it together and will keep it together?
You're going to need to. Only Mikel Arteta and these players can answer that, man. Sure. I've backed you to the world and back. You need to back yourselves, man. I think we need to respect the basics. You need to come out the blocks firing and you need to get 3 points. Like, there's been elements of complacency. Fair enough, you can't win every game in today's day and age, but a lot of the times teams are not having to do much to score against us. They're just having to be street smart. And we are at times self-imploding. We're shooting ourselves in the foot. You go 2 goals up in the Premier League League against the team bottom respectfully to Wolves. You know, going into the game you should have won. With the context of what happened, you should have won. It's inexcusable. Now, if you lot want to win a league title and at the very minimum keep this kicking for another week, you win today. Like, a bit like Wolves, we remove the fact that it's a North London derby. Spurs' form is woeful. I know football isn't one on paper, but go out there and get the 3 points. Let's keep it moving. I'm more scared about Chelsea and Brighton away and every game into the build-up of City. Today, just handle business, which we're going to do.
You think Arsenal win today?
We're going to win today, man. I said this on the Inside Show. They're going to come out and try and be confident. Wow, we've got a new manager. He's talking about being on the front foot. They might even play a three at the back. Come out and play against us. We're not losing today. Where's the nerves, Abby, that Abby's speaking about? So she's going to do the bullish thing before it. 6:30, my boys have got 3 points. Just handle business, man.
Abby, over to you.
What a load of rubbish just came out your mouth, by the way.
Go on. The clips are going to age like wine.
They can. Look, it's not Frank Ball. I don't really know what Igor Tudor looks like, what this, you know...
Well, he's a bit bald.
I know what he physically looks like, yeah. It's Ange...
He looks scary, doesn't he, by the way?
It's Antonio. That's it.
It's what?
Antonio. He's apparently a hybrid.
Is that right?
He likes a high line,
Sure.
but he likes a back three.
Okay.
He likes to be a little bit chaotic.
Antonio.
Well, the thing is, you've had so many managers that they have to share some.
Oh
sort
well,
of,
exactly.
some sort of
but in a weird way, that probably benefits us because at least we actually
least
know
the
how to
players
play.
know. Oh, they'll
that
go,
stuff.
that's Ange.
Yeah, that was Ange, and that was also Conte. Look, it's obviously no secret that our injuries are horrendous, and like whatever we've got is whatever we've got. Our team literally picks itself. It's no different to what I've said the last 6, 7, 8 weeks. Haven't even seen you since they sacked Thomas Frank.
No, I know.
Crazy. If you were going to have this game,
yeah,
I'd want it now. I'd want it.
I think it's a good time for Spurs to play Arsenal. Yeah,
You want to have the new manager bounce at home, where again we are woeful.
West Ham and Leeds sniffing down you lot's next. You lot need to get 3 points.
Massive. Well, this is the thing.
Let's not make this all about Arsenal needing 3
You
points.
said Spurs nothing to play for. Spurs are really
no, they're playing for survival.
Yeah,
They're literally.
so we've got everything to play for.
Exactly. So bring it.
Can I?
Bring your attacking football. Yeah, you can.
Thank you. We've got so much on the line here. We are 4 points off relegation. They finally sacked Thomas Frank. Way too late, in my opinion, as you're well aware.
Yes. No.
And now you've brought in Igor Tudor, who again at first I was like, what are we doing? And I don't know if that is going to work out or it's not. But I know for sure he does. Apparently, comes into teams and he has a good. He gets them to a good place. I don't want him long term. I'm not thinking about long term. This for me is 12 games, and he can be an absolute hero or he can be an absolute villain. But one thing is for sure, he has my absolute unrelenting support. Do what needs to be done. Get a fire up him. There is no bigger fire that can be lit than a North London derby at home. I expect the Tifo's going to be out. You'll see how to do a proper Tifo, by the way. Tifo will be out today. Delhi's there at half time.
Yeah, that's nice, Abby, isn't it? He's back.
Love that. I'm so sad I'm not there, but obviously I wasn't allowed to miss today.
You could be there if you wanted to.
No, I was actually told I couldn't.
You have got a season ticket.
I know, but I was told I wasn't allowed to go today. But anyway, it's just going to be a great game. And I think that where Spurs have not... We have had no connection, right, in terms of us to the manager, us to the team, us to the board. The stuff with the board has to just be parked until we're hopefully safe and we're not going to go down.
Nothing's going to change from now.
Nothing's going to change. Literally, like, we just got to park that and focus on it game by game and the next 12 games and give this manager, this team, all the support we can and really focus on the home games because we've got. I think Forest are coming to us as well. We've got big games coming up. We know that we're going to go to Chelsea where we don't have a good record. We don't have a good record when we go to Liverpool. So for me, we have to make the home games the ones that we win. And it's not been a happy hunting ground for us either.
You don't have a good record at home, do you?
No, we've got a terrible record. But I think it's look, we've won twice all season at home. We actually haven't won yet this year. And we're almost in March.
Spurs the only side without a Premier League win so far in 2026.
So
where's the confidence coming from?
Because the confidence comes from I don't have Thomas Frank there anymore. And I think that sometimes you can have, firstly, energy.
So like no just Thomas Frank and a Tifo.
Just... Well,
fair play.
Let's see at 6:30.
Fair play, man.
No
fair
Thomas
play.
Frank and a Tifo.
Fair play. No Thomas Frank and a Tifo.
What's the logic from that? That's great.
It's a great T-shirt.
I make stuff.
No Thomas Frank
I
and a
have an
Tifo.
important question to ask CJ. It's my job, as I need to ask good, investigative questions. What are you more scared of, the Tifo or no Thomas Frank? What's a bigger threat to Arsenal today?
Probably no
Thomas Frank. Right?
Thomas Frank's a legend, man. If we do get this over the line, he needs to be on the bus for us, man. He's a silver member, as we say. To be honest, I think they should have kept him. But on a serious note, it is the element of the unknown, innit? We don't know what Igor Tudor's going to bring against us. Their fans are going to be...
Tudor, is it Tudor?
Tudor, doesn't really matter. He's not going to be there long enough.
Have you heard that?
Yeah, I actually have. He's not going to be there that long, innit? So I don't really care about him.
Look, he's here for a good time, not a long time, and I don't want to.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time today. But
come in here, keep us up, do your job.
My worry for the tifo is, by the way, that when all the fans walk out, you know, is there a protest today where they all walk out for so many minutes?
No,
oh, right, sorry.
No, we're not protesting.
The tifo would just...
the atmosphere will be buzzing.
The atmosphere will be
and that one didn't happen, did it?
Well, no, because for once we actually started playing football. But the whole thing about the protests and stuff, that is all going to continue to happen. But it's got to be parked right now.
When you're winning.
Abby,
which never really happened.
One question for you on Arsenal. How pleased have you been with what's been going on at Arsenal the last couple of weeks? Have you been enjoying yourself?
2 wins and 7, innit? So for me...
Has the table changed?
You're looking a little bit shaky.
We are. But has the table changed?
Looking a little bit shaky.
I'm just asking. I don't look at the league.
You're looking a little bit shaky.
Fair enough. You do have wobbles. It happens.
It happens. As it stands, Manchester City are 2 points behind. Hopefully
it's about to go back to 5.
Hopefully it stays at 2. All I care about at this point is my own team, because we've got...
No, you don't have it.
No, you don't.
You are the...
for this.
You're an Arsenal hater more
I
than
am, but we're in a relegation battle, so I'm like, everything else has to go on the back burner. And if it so happens that we win today, we get 3 points, and it stops them, brilliant. Happy day for me.
Well, let's see, man. This is great and all, but 6:30, I know what's going to be saying.
I don't know why.
You think Spurs win today?
If Thomas
Blind optimism.
If Thomas Frank, that's what you have every season, mate. If Thomas Frank was still here, there's not a chance.
Oh, yeah, no.
Absolutely not.
That's a bigger reason as to why is the thing, because, you know, it's cliche for the new manager bounce, which apparently I've been told by ex-footballers that work here at TalkSport is definitely a proven thing.
I just think
the new manager bounce does have an impact.
This couldn't be a bet. I just feel like the energy of this game, you want this type of game.
Oh, like for me as a neutral, then we said it, Lee, like this is the most eagerly anticipated, especially because last season...
the biggest North London derby we've had in years.
Yeah, and of course last season it wasn't really a title race, was it, coming towards the end of the season? This is the most eagerly anticipated Premier League game. I could think of it in a good couple of years, given where City are at, how you guys have not found in a bad run of form. It's a derby, obviously Spurs fighting for their lives, the bottom, new manager, everything
is teed up for this to be such a ridiculous
2 hours, 3 minutes feels a long way away.
I just need
it's going to be boring.
What comes after it as well, because if Arsenal win well... If Arsenal do win well, then that propels you on. If Tottenham win, that saves your season, I think.
Oh, yeah. I think the confidence...
There are other results, draws, which kind of just like...
But
no one wants a draw, I guess. Either side don't need...
I mean, I would obviously take the draw because I need points.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's not the worst result in the world to do that. But I just feel like at home, you're not going to get a better opportunity, I feel like, to attack someone like Arsenal at the moment. And you're at home.
Attack us, please.
And I don't, but I'm actually.
Come out the blocks,
you know why I'm excited? Because I don't know what this team looks like. I don't know how we're going to play. So I feel like I know what I would have looked like under Thomas Frank because I've seen it.
10 men on the edge of the box.
Literally. And this time, I'm like, the players we don't really have any options. But I'm excited to actually watch some type of football. I've been deprived and starved of watching my team play any type of decent football all season. And I don't know whether or not we'll look decent or not, but I know that it will be probably a lot more exciting today.
And that's it, Abby. I think like clearly today with the injuries that you've got, the quality of Arsenal have got better players, obviously, than Spurs. But I think what the Spurs fans expect today is the absolute minimum. Yeah. It's just a little bit of aggression. Try and make it difficult for Arsenal. Get in their faces. Yeah. Not like that game in the Emirates where you came part of the bus and just almost rolled out the red carpet for Arsenal to go attack you, put the ball in the back.
I told you, that was a sackable offence to me. I was done with Thomas Frank after that game because it was disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. And the fact that he was still there 4 months later was even worse.
Good for us, though. You gave us some good entertainment. I've
given you a really good
the last couple of months.
But yeah, I'm excited for today. I really am. Like, regardless of what happens, I'm excited just to see this team have a little bit about them.
Goalkeeper! Oh, look at TK! It's got in!
What did we say? We said smash and grab.
Yes.
You've seen, we watch the same things week in, week out, smash and grab settings.
That is the definition of smash and grab. Completely against the run of play. Brutal at Nottingham Forest. It was last season, wasn't it? Nunez scored a 97th minute header out of Forest.
Wow.
And Ekitike is a lucky boy. A cross comes in. Ekitike is literally a couple of yards out. The goalkeeper does really, really well to save his header. And then I think a Forest defender tries to clear it. And then it just bounces off McAllister.
Bundled in by McAllister.
Ngamoa on the right-hand side, little bit of skill, step overs, gets past his man, stands up a really good ball. Ekitike somehow misses, then Olaina tries to clear it, and McAllister's there, and it comes off him. That's a remarkable goal, CJ.
It's a very good goal, and that's why you have players on the football field who, when they're having poor games, can just be in the right areas. I mean, there's a lot of fortune there. Nonchalant defending.
Oh, and Palace scored later on at Selhurst Park.
The goals are flying in now. We can't keep up. The goals are genuine.
Evan Gesson's come off the bench, and Crystal Palace take the lead in the 90th minute at home to Wolves. More on that goal in a second. Palace 1, Wolves 0. But that there, the McAllister turns his back to it to try and get out of the way, and it comes off.
But it doesn't matter how you pull it in the back of the net, just that you get 3 points. And this is the lesson we always see in football. Kill
they are checking for a possible handball.
If that's given as a handball, that's scandalous. Who is it for? It can only be against McAllister.
It comes off McAllister.
What's he supposed to do?
His right arm is literally tucked into his body.
I don't know.
It comes off his back anyway.
It comes off his back. But this is why you have to kill games before they kill you, because Forest have had half chances and not taking them. We've seen this script many a time in the Premier League. That's why they go down.
That hits his back, doesn't it?
Why is there a check? It can't be for handball. It must be for something else. It's not his
possible handball. Yeah, hits his back. Doesn't even hit his hand or arm anyway.
It's wasting the use
and
of
his right arm is in. His right arm, he literally, you can see as he turns, he tucks his right arm
clearly hit his back
into his body.
They're going to give that.
They have
to give it.
Goal, yeah.
Oh, it's so gutting for Forest. I mean, thank you, because it helps me out.
No, you're welcome.
Cheers.
You're good.
Sorry,
Lee.
Yeah, I don't know what
they. Yeah.
Surely it's fine.
Well, it is. It has to be fine. It hits his back, doesn't it?
What are you looking at there?
Goal's been given. Yeah. No. What?
No. It has to have been given. I refuse to believe. Wait. Hang on.
Why?
No.
You're joking.
Has he ruled it out?
Wait. Let's calm down. Maybe it's been given.
Wait, hang on.
Okay, maybe we haven't seen all the angles. That's scandalous.
Maybe it has come off his elbow or something. But
can we?
You have got to be joking me. The goal's been disallowed.
Wait. Let's have a look.
What?
They're saying it's come off his elbow.
Need to see that several times.
Wait,
man.
I mean the angle is.
It comes off his elbow. I think we just seen the first angle where it's a bit more zoomed in. And as McAllister turns,
it looked like it. Yeah,
it comes off his right elbow.
He's saying it's come off his. He would have felt it on his back.
Well, then what happens to the whole logic around natural position? Because what is he meant to do?
His arm is in. His arm, guys. As he turns, his right arm is tucked into his body. Like his arm can't be any more.
If anything, it's come off of his lat.
So the first replays we were looking at.
That's a bewildering decision. Man.
When it does zoom in, I don't know whether that ball does come off his left elbow. Elbow, Lee.
Not right. I mean, you'd have to freeze it and then see if half the balls come off his lat and half the balls come off slightly. I mean, that's.
What's he meant to do?
That's just a goal. That's
ridiculous.
You know what? That reminds me of the one we had the other week, where it's just in the City Liverpool game. It's just common sense that it's just a goal, isn't it? You start to look into it too much.
Because they will be given next week. That same thing could happen, and it will be given next week in another game. It's the inconsistencies.
But if you're a Forest fan, you'll be saying, no, it's hit his arm, and it's got in the goal.
If you're a Forest fan, you're taking that. You're having that.
But yeah, it seems... I can't... clearly, it must have hit his arm, and they've got...
His elbow. That's what I'm saying. His elbow, his right elbow.
We need to see the same angles they're looking at.
That's what... They definitely... That's the problem there. I don't know, I just think that in that situation, Alexis McAllister, like, if his right arm goes out like that...
I don't know why it's not given.
But when he turns and swivels, it's... His arms are, I don't know, but again, the rules are rules, obviously. You know, the rule is you can't score directly from a handball, can you?
Been talking about these referees in this league, but...
When his body comes in like that and his arms are tucked into the body, Abby, what do you think?
I think from that angle, I think it's pretty harsh, but like... I feel like I would not have...
That's ridiculous.
I wouldn't have expected that to be ruled out.
Genuinely.
But then again, now I don't really know with referees, like...
Because that will be given next week. It's the inconsistencies. That same thing will happen in another game and it'll have a different outcome.
Yeah, I mean, I would quite like to see that again.
I need to see several angles.
Yeah, because that angle that we saw, I think that is pretty crazy.
Yeah, our angle, it looks like it is.
Are you doing some digging?
No, it's his right elbow. It comes off.
Oh, it definitely is his elbow.
It's the elbow, yeah.
So then, if it is his, I mean, I didn't think it looked like that from that angle. I thought it looked like his like this bit of your back. But if it is his elbow, then that's fair. Then that should be ruled out.
Yeah.
It just didn't look like that from that angle.
No, the rules are rules. Obviously, scoring directly from a handball.
Elbows, no.
The only thing I'm saying, why it's frustrating, is almost think when the player has his arms in a completely natural position.
Sure.
Like that.
I don't know what he's supposed to do with his arm.
I thought from that initial angle, it looked like it was the back, like this bit of your back.
Genuinely booted
Not
into
that,
him.
but then fair. If that's what it is, then that's right to be ruled
And
out.
just seems to get away with murder at this place.
You had one job.
And one thing I would say, by the way, we don't deserve to win that game of football.
No, you
either.
definitely didn't.
I mean, the performance has been absolutely pathetic. Performance has been woeful, and we deserve absolutely nothing from this game. Celtic have equalised, by the way, in their home game in the William Hill Scottish Premiership, 1-1. Yeah, we've been pathetic. We've been woeful, and you know what? I don't think we deserve that little bit of luck anyway. I think it would have been crawling Nottingham Forest if they didn't win this game of football. Perhaps this has been one of those seasons where almost everything for Liverpool kind of just goes wrong at the time. You think you get a lucky goal, you think you might get away with it, and then the handball comes in. So it is Forest 0, Liverpool 0. Palace are leading Wolves by a goal to 0. Evan Gesson turning in Tyrone Mitchell's cross from the left-hand side, and Alex Iwobi scored a third goal for Fulham away at Sunderland.
Phew. That's Forest fans will be absolutely delighted with that, won't they? They'll be fully supportive of VAR ruling that out, because that's again the difference between that single point could be massive come the end of the season. Liverpool still trying to push forward, but probably a bit of added time on top of what we've already got here. But Liverpool still pushing forward, looking to chuck a long throw in the box here. Crystal Palace 1 up against Wolves. The extra man finally told, and one standing player is getting ready to celebrate winning £20,000 with that Crystal Palace win over Wolves. Fair play.
Yeah.
Jeez. I can't. I mean, I put up Sunderland. I was pretty strong on Sunderland.
Shots! Oh! Yeah! So you have, and it's the same man, yeah. Wow. So we did get the smash and grab. Unbelievable.
Oh, that's incredible. Wow. That's remarkable.
And that's why you can't switch off.
You know what?
Crazy.
It's still smashing grab like
Look how angry Vitor Pereira is.
Literally.
I'm not surprised. Alexis McAllister scores from close range. Maybe there's that, by the way. The performance today from Liverpool has been absolutely pathetic, shocking and embarrassing. I mean, you do not deserve to win this game of football. Cross comes in from the right-hand side. Liverpool win the header. Goalkeeper pushes it out. And Alexis McAllister's in the right place at the right time and puts the ball into the back of the net. Dominic Szoboszlai it is, who comes back in on his right foot. Oh, my goodness me, there's an offside?
Oh,
surely. It depends.
Ekitike's offside. Who heads it?
Does he interfere with it?
Oh, no. I don't think
Does he interfere?
when the ball comes in, Ekitike's offside, but it's not Ekitike. It is Van Dijk who heads it towards goal. The goalkeeper, I think, makes a meal out of it, pushing it back into a danger area. And they're checking it. Is Ekitike interfering with play here? So Ekitike is clearly offside.
How can he? I don't think he's.
But when the ball comes in, he almost doesn't even go for it. Van Dijk goes for it and heads it.
Whatever they give, they give. I've given up trying to make sense of it.
I mean, if you get away with this and you've got all 3 points in the bag, I mean, you're very, very, very lucky.
I reckon they're going to say that Ekitike is the fact that he's in the vicinity is going to be.
I don't know at this point. I'm back.
Yeah, it's Van. The thing is that these replays are no good for us.
No, we can't literally.
I think Van Dijk might be offside as well.
It all depends where Van Dijk is, but I mean,
because you can only see Ekitike at this point.
No one can make out from these. Well, we certainly can't make out what's going on.
The replays we're looking at here, it was so far away. Ekitike is definitely offside.
Yeah.
But it's whether he's interfering with play, and it's whether then also Van Dijk is offside as well.
I don't know, man. Are they ruling this out?
Because that angle, I'm starting to believe it.
Yeah, it's a goal.
They've given it. Now, the fact that you've got away with this, you just...
No, we don't deserve that at all. It's harsh on Forest. Forest have been the better of the... That is brutal and that's cruel.
It is really
harsh. Nottingham Forest. They've been the better of the two sides. We've been awful. We've been woeful. It's remarkable how...
Van Dijk on.
Yeah, Van Dijk is onside. And I think Ekitike, when that ball kind of came in...
interfering.
He almost didn't even... It was just Van Dijk that went for it.
Wow.
There we go, Lee.
I was kind of, in a sense...
You wanted that VAR, didn't you?
Purely selfish point of view, I was quite pleased that first one was ruled out. It was like, on 82 minutes, I didn't say this, so it's a bit after timing, but I'm going to prove it to you, Sam, that I'd put in a goal in each of the games on 82 minutes, and it was 12-1, and it's happened, doesn't it? So I was thinking,
really?
I won't mention it, because that one's been ruled out. Now it's gone in again.
Yeah, play.
I didn't mention it, so it makes no difference.
So, a goal in every game?
Yeah.
Because Iwobi scored after 82 minutes.
Fair play.
Good work, mate.
Yeah, but no, I'm just saying, I didn't mention it. It's not good work, I didn't mention it. But that's just just a,
you didn't put it on.
a proof point.
Oh,
that
it's awful.
It's worth looking at in Premier League games, though. Just because you've got 10 minutes left doesn't mean you're not going to get goals.
Definitely.
Look at it in each of them.
Arsenal need to take into
Amazing finish, Liverpool game.
Yeah, that's drama and everything.
Loads
isn't
of
it?
extra time in every
Liverpool lead in the 97th minute. There goes the full-time whistle.
Liverpool done.
It is Nottingham Forest 0, Liverpool 1. Alexis McAllister scores twice in added time to win it for Liverpool, but only one counts.
counted.
That's the most important thing. Overall, Nottingham Forest did not deserve to lose that game of football. I thought they were the better of the two sides, in particular in that first half. They had the better chances. Full review coming up very, very shortly.
Head coach Igor Tudor says he's 100% certain that they'll avoid Premier League relegation. The Croatian's been brought in until the end of the season with Spurs just 5 points clear of the drop zone with 12 games still to play. The former Juventus boss starts his reign with Sunday's North London derby against league leaders Arsenal.
We speak from day first, so we have this 3-4 session. From day first I go immediately very concrete things because there is no time to lose. Even with choosing the exercise, I need to choose the exercise for that in a short period they can do the improvement. Not losing too much time on basic principles. Maybe sometimes I do. So what I said is it's not, of course, possible in short trainings to do big changes, of course, but something we need to see. And I'm sure that we will see something. I saw the players very available, very motivated to turn on the things, So that's nice starts.
Delighted to say TalkSport's Sonny Snelling is with us, Tottenham man. How are you feeling about this derby? Because I'd imagine if this was 3 or 4 weeks ago, you'd be feeling doom and gloom, right? But the fact that you've got a new manager, that he talks a good game, he's one of football's legitimate hard men.
Yeah.
You're probably feeling a little bit better about it now?
Yeah, I mean, I feel quite calm considering I feel like it's a strange game. It's like could be the best game for him to come into and also the worst game because obviously there is a chance that we could get absolutely annihilated because of our injury crisis is still so bad. But obviously I've seen his Juventus side, I've seen his Marseille and Lazio side, done a bit of research. I feel like this is the guy we sort of need at Spurs at the moment. Like after watching a lot of Thomas Frank, absolute dire football against, Arsenal early in the season against Kwaku, your Chelsea side, it was just turning up to these big games and either like settling, trying to play for a draw, which he did against Arsenal and we lost 4-1. And it's just not good enough. We need a bit of fight, a bit of spirit. And I think, from what I've heard so far from Igor Tudor, obviously you can only take what he says at the moment at face value. But I'm hoping it's going to, kick these Spurs players up the backside. They really do need it because of the situation we're in.
How worried are you of the threat of relegation? Of course, rival fans love the idea of Spurs going down. But you are genuinely in a relegation battle. West Ham have got Bournemouth at home this weekend. I think West Ham win that game. You guys are lucky that United nicked a draw against West Ham. Otherwise, the gap would be 3 points. And you haven't won a game in the league in 2026.
Yeah.
How worried are you that Spurs could actually go down this season?
I mean, I'm very worried. I don't think any team is too big to go down. We've seen Newcastle happen to West Ham before as well. I think we had the luxury last year that there were 3 worse sides. This year, obviously, I mean, Wolves look like they're guaranteed to go down, even though they've been putting up a fight in recent weeks. Burnley, it's that last spot. But, even Nottingham Forest, I was quite adamant that maybe they'll be the one to replace West Ham. But after watching them last night against Fenerbahce, there's, a possibility that they could have a new lease of life in them. Brighton could get pulled into it. Palace, us if we carry on our poor form. So, yeah, of course I'm worried. I just think The thing, I think this happened too late, this appointment, really, because I think Thomas Frank, he could have gone after Bournemouth, he could have gone after West Ham, he could have gone after Arsenal or Chelsea. Like, the way we were lining up in those games and just no imagination, no creation, it was really, really bad. But, yeah, I like, even the staff. I was going to ask you, Kwaku, Bruno Saltor has been brought in as his assistant manager. I mean, is that a good appointment, do you reckon, coming in, or from a Chelsea point of view?
He actually sat in the dugout in the hot seat for one game as Chelsea caretaker manager. Yeah, it's a decent enough appointment, but right now it's about Igor Tudor and what he can do and how he can galvanise this side. And Harry mentioned it earlier on in the show in terms of what he will bring, and he can maybe put out those fires at Spurs, and that's what you need right now. Thomas Frank couldn't do the job. The players seemed like they were checked out and weren't buying into the message. So, yeah, it's all about what Igor Tudor can get out of these players, because you say teams, there's no team that's too good to go down, but this is Spurs like the one Europa League last season. And so I think that the prospect of relegation seems unthinkable to me.
Yeah, I don't see Tottenham going down. Honestly, even under Thomas Frank, I don't think you were going down. It was one of those ones where, like, because the proximity between where you guys are positioned and the relegation's only so small, people are going to say it, and people are going to say, well, mathematically it could happen.
Yeah.
But I didn't ever really feel like that was a possibility. As a Spurs man, how real did you think that the possibility of relegation ever really was? Because I'm super confident now that with Igor Tudor, you're going to be fine.
Yeah.
Maybe it's more Thomas Frank's removal than it is the new guy coming in, but was it a real fear for you, like a genuine, legitimate concern?
Yeah, I mean, even last year there was occasional weeks where we went past and thought.
Not according to Big Ange though. He was super confident.
It was getting 22 losses in the Premier League again. Like, the form isn't good enough. It's just the performances. I mean, stuff has come out since Thomas Frank's sacking about him being obsessed with Arsenal, talking about Arsenal all the time. I mean, you just can't do that as a Spurs manager, and just changing last minute. This is what I didn't like. We thought he was going to come in, and my prediction was that I thought we'd finish probably about 8th, which I thought would be respectable, because I'm not an idiot when I think I know we won the Europa League, but we still finished 17th. We had to build on from that, and it wasn't going to be top 4 back straight again. But like, even apparently I was talking to we had Dean Scoggins from The Sun on this week's episode of Inside Spurs, and apparently he'd like set up all week in a back 4 or back 3, and then last minute watch a clip of Man City and go, right, actually we're changing this, not back 4, we're going back 3, and all the players are like, well, what's going on? With Igor Tudor, what you see is what you get. He's going to be high intensity. He's going to be free at the back. I mean, he's probably, the fact that we have probably got all these injuries makes his job maybe easier. He's got no selection issues. He's got to go with what he's literally got in front of him. So I'm confident that he's like a bit like a modern Big Sam, but like on the European scale. He can come in. He can come in, firefight. I mean, his win percentages are like 50 plus for most of the clubs that he's come into. And we like to go to Serie A in this time of year and pick up transfers and players. So let's see if we can get a manager to do a job.
Brilliant stuff. Let's hear from the Arsenal point of view on things. Mikel Arteta has been speaking earlier today. He was clearly upset with the draw in midweek, and here's what he had to say when addressing the media earlier on this afternoon.
What I've seen is a tremendous reaction again, and I'm not surprised at all. I mean, when you lose points, always in the last kick of the game again, in a very unpredictable manner, I would say, because to predict somebody with a 0.2 expected goals probably and one shot to concede an equalizer the manner that we did it, is nobody can really understand that. But this is football, and that's the beauty of it. And that was a chapter. So we have a long season. Chapter 27 says, okay, we draw against Wolves in this manner. What I'm very interested is about the next one. Is what we are made of. Okay, what do we do about this, and how we write our own destiny from here and going forward, and that's it. And you have to react to that, because life moves on. The result has to stay unfortunate as it was. There is nothing else we can do. What we can do is a lot. Is what's going to happen next.
I'm not naive enough to think that what Mikel Arteta says in front of the media is what he says in the changing room, right? They would have got an absolute blasting on Wednesday night. There's no question about that, right? He's an intense guy. We've all seen it. We've all seen the Amazon documentary, and that was then, let alone now when you're vying for a Premier League title. But one of the things that, like, I get he wants to be this kind of like statesman-like figure now and try and talk the situation down, bring a calmness to the room and stuff after that, where it could have got emotional after the game. I'd imagine that there was players having a pop at each other. I'd imagine that it got a little bit tense. But then when he throws out stuff like,
oh, but you know, we conceded a goal on an incident that was a 0.27 xg or whatever it was.
Very Thomas Frank language.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. And I said it after the game on Wednesday night. I don't want to hear people coming out and going, we're hurting, or
bro,
you know, this was not
I left the room.
I want to see you go and put
for
it
20
right
minutes. I came
me.
back to this.
I know you've got to do these interviews, the press conferences. You're obliged to do them, right?
I came back to this.
Sometimes I think as fans, we'd all just rather hear him say, look, it was an unacceptable goal to concede. You know, we have to make sure that it doesn't do us damage. We have to get back on track. But we're under no illusions. That was a poor display. It was a poor performance.
I left the room for 5 minutes. And we came back to this 3-1. 3-1. Apologies, I've not been in the room.
Yeah, I thought should have been used. They would have brought those 3 or 4 in the middle into play.
This is so poor, I suppose. So poor.
They were in the first half. Second half numbers way in Arsenal's favour.
This is so poor, really, really poor.
Instant high impact. Tudor, in the course of his coaching career, is being challenged by what unfolds in front of his eyes here.
Look at Eze running down midfield. That
Saka.
number 10 role.
Bukayo.
Vicario is so rubbish.
Just the wrong side.
Vicario is probably one of the worst keepers in the league. Vicario is the worst keeper in the league. Vicario 3-1. Arsenal not winning 3-1. I left the room for half an hour. Came back to this. And now Arsenal are winning 3-1. It's not good enough, is it? Do you think it's good enough? Do you think it's good enough?
Superman, Eze.
Yes. Dad,
Yeah.
I also know the first. Did he also know the Did he also know the first?
Really?
Daddy, can I have that right side, please?
What?
That red thing. That red thing, sorry. The red thing, sorry. Dad! That red.
Where? That?
Yeah.
No, you can't have it. That's a marker. It's a permanent marker. That.
Daddy!
Look at Arsenal doing it all around.
Look.
Their game management at Wolves the other night was in certain quarters ridiculed. Here they are.
Daddy.
Sound common sense.
So are they passing the ball?
Capier. Eze.
What's up, Ariel? What's going on there? I watch this game in peace, man.
Daddy, no.
Capier. Eze. Was charging at it. Saw that.
Yes, of course.
After I do all my routines, I have to do my so I haven't done my
The nature of
of teenagers. In terms of senior personnel who can dig him out of this hole.
Hurry up.
Style is the reason for these injuries. Equally or even worse injury problems this season.
Believe it or not, Gary, even the second keeper, Kinski, has taken a knock on the bench today, so you can say there is a full 11. You can pick an alternative team to top of those who are not.
Asking big questions internally as to why there's such a volume of injuries.
It's flying Saku. Hello, Aria. Hello.
Solanke, Richarlison.
To find a way to the no way to go. To mommy. Follow me. Speaking. Follow me.
Arsenal, on the other hand, can bring on established, impactful senior players, one of whom is Gabriel Martinelli, who reclaims his position here from Leandro Trossard. And the other is their captain, Odegaard. Who replaces, once more, the man of Derby Day, Aberrachieta.
Beautiful day again for him. Hotspur. He gets the first goal, which gets cancelled out quickly, but this is the one that seals it.
This, of course, won't be the case, but were he never again to kick a football for Arsenal, he's done enough in 2 fixtures this year to be entrenched forever in the hearts of Gunners fans everywhere. We have a stoppage now because there is a fire over all the 6-yard boxes. So that is cleared up. Play can't continue. Eze denied the chance to become only the second man in Premier League history to score hat-tricks in both games against the same opponents in the same season. The only guy who did it was an Arsenal striker, Emmanuel Adebayor, against Derby 2007-08. Remains the case, but surely goals for Arsenal against Tottenham can't double. Not a bad thing to do it in front of the national boss either. It's Tuchel overseeing it all.
This Tottenham team is embarrassing, bro. This Tottenham team, they're getting relegated.
Has been removed.
They're going down. You see that stadium is cursed. So this Tottenham team, they just don't have any backbone on them, you know. How are you getting slapped at home?
Monday night
What's
football
that?
tomorrow. Everton against Manchester United from 6:30. Special guest Edwin van der Sar. And after us this evening from 7:30. Super Sunday extra time. Jamie Carragher.
Xavi Simons have been absolutely
incidents from all of the games
dead today.
Sunday in the Premier League.
Yeah, slapped at home by their own rivals.
14th consecutive Premier League clean sheet for Manchester United against Fulham. That remains a record, and he's our guest for Everton United tomorrow. Spence.
Since Arsenal scored that third, and they managed that period really well. Charlison up top have had very little to go at. Shame if you see it, those red shirts. Just to stick in place.
game for Arsenal. Of course, it's Chelsea.
They're going to go to Chelsea and win again.
Just the City fans will be looking at it, wondering whether there's a point of vulnerability, a chance. Chelsea at home, Brighton away. FA Cup tie at Mansfield by way of change. And then the Champions League kicks back in.
This guy's going to go to Chelsea and win. So they've got Chelsea, Brighton away.
Of course, as his will be when it comes round to that game against
16 of the
Manchester City
Champions League. We've got Everton at home.
Which comes
Wow.
4 weeks before they meet again in the Premier League in what could be the defining game over the weekend of the 18th and 19th of April.
This pitch feels too big for Spurs players.
It's did well to get between Robertson and the ball. Does not have the throw. It does feel as though some of the energy and hope is drained out of this crowd here. It's so noisy to begin the afternoon.
Oh, the fans are walking out. 10 minutes to go, the fans are walking out.
Tipped up.
They can't get out. They can't get out, Spurs. They just keep giving the ball away.
Fulham, and a further one after that at home to Crystal Palace.
You can't get out.
Igor Tudor, his coaching staff and the players, this was always going to be a tough game for them today, but they've got 11 cup finals left after this.
He is going to employ what you would consider to be his last senior option. Taking off one of his 3 centre-halves, Joao Palhinha, and replacing him with Matisse Tell.
Yeah, Archie Gray's just gone back in to that back 3 on the right side. Tell's come over here to the right wing back.
Spurs need to hurry it up here. It's Tell with the throw. Ray, Bissouma. Son. Tell. Spurs not stopping for any fancy stuff.
This team is going down. Spurs are going down. Absolute letdown.
It's lost into Solanke. Sarr. Jed Spence with
Goal.
Corner.
Wow.
Reaction.
Wow.
Rice will be breathing a huge sigh of relief
Wow.
as he just gets stuck on the ball.
Off the line. Off the line.
This channel, and then Jed Spence just puts one across. Brilliant from Richarlison. That is incredible by Raya.
Ryan, what a save.
What a
On
reaction.
the line.
What an elastic reach from David Raya. Spurs goal now is a mood changer. It's come to claim, but they're going to get to re-rehearse that. It's at the eye of what can fairly be considered a storm. And a tiff, and the corner to be retaken. Simmons, couldn't get it off.
It would have been 5 to 10 minutes of unease if he hadn't done this. Right on his fingertips.
He is feeling it, they're all feeling it. An enhanced moment wherever you stood.
Watching it at slow motion maybe doesn't do it justice. This is at full speed. Brilliant from Raya.
Who, as you identified at the start of the afternoon, Gary, did make his mistake at Wolves midweek, but the start of the weekend he was still 3 clear of anyone else in terms of clean sheets in the race for the Golden Glove. He's been pretty much immaculate. Peter Banks has his card out again.
Just watching David Raya, you think about when you make a mistake like he did on Wednesday, what's he going to bring into this game from that? And he hasn't brought anything with him. He's been outstanding. Every single cross that's come in, he's anticipated it. He's been positive. He's looking like he's going to take a free kick in Tottenham's half. He's placing the ball.
Well, it's Basuma whose name was taken for dissent. Nice for Martinelli. Martinelli's deep cross, too deep for Capier. You have to observe here that they're remarkably efficient. Basuma over the side, dampening Tottenham's hopes. It's largely now about the clock.
Just what Arteta would have wanted. He couldn't afford any momentum in the noise that would have surrounded another drop in points.
Simmons. He's got a free kick. And Tottenham have taken it quickly. And, they're going to get a chance to take it again.
Shin. Looks like he's got a sore one. Just get caught on to see maybe. Yeah, just there. Just lands on him, doesn't he? Doesn't get it away in time. Seems to maybe get it away. Doesn't get locked in there. Still not moved.
Tottenham's number 7 landed on Arsenal's number 7.
He's been really good, Saka.
New long-term contract, of course, through to 2031. He's committed his peak years to Arsenal now. Just a little boy when he made his debut back in the autumn of 2018. Very symbolic for Mikel Arteta. It's one of their own through the Hale End Academy. And he will be hoping dearly that this is not a serious injury. In the immediate term, he has Noni Madueke to replace Saka. But over the longer term, Saka is pretty well irreplaceable. He's going to hobble away. Marty Madueke will get stoppage time, of which there will be 7 minutes.
Gives those Arsenal fans a clap over in that far corner, and they'll be hoping that it's not too serious. He's leaving the pitch.
Well, as he understands, and as they in the corner understands, winning this game in itself is a matter of great import in this part of the capital city. But winning it this time was especially critical. Arsenal have all but won it. However, there are 7 minutes to play, and Tottenham have this free kick. Spooned it up towards Dragusin. Suma.
The worst team in the league can get drawn out of Arsenal. You lot can't be Arsenal. So you put out the worst team in the league, so you deserve to go down, I suppose.
In by Tell, Richarlison's loopy header. Rower is beneath it.
Yeah.
Says he kept you on his way.
Thank you.
Bucharest. Martinelli. Play of the match, Gary.
Play of the match going to go to Gyökeres, best I've seen him in a big game, and he's never going to be the most graceful or the most perfect striker the way in which he plays, but to be a nuisance, to score goals, and this is a really important goal, the second in the game, gets Arsenal on the way in the second half. I thought his link-up play was good today as well, so I think he deserves it.
Uday treasures to be a part of it, to be a central part of it.
He's actually looks sharper in his movement. Sometimes he looks heavy, sometimes he looks he's not moving really well.
He's got to 9 Premier League goals, 14 goals for the season in all competitions.
It's the most touches he's ever had in a Premier League game. It's the most involved he's been. He can afford to be a Haaland type that doesn't touch the ball, doesn't contribute enough otherwise with goals, so he has to be someone that's involved in the game and winning free kicks. Some contribution.
Martinelli, Madueke, Ødegaard, Victor Gyökeres.
Arsenal just scored again.
It's Arsenal again.
I never thought of so much in a long time.
He just scored.
4-0.
And Victor Gyökeres is at the heart
United 5. We done
Well,
it.
if you doubt him,
United haven't even missed one. And have United ever missed one?
You're not playing till tomorrow, mate.
I've said he's looked sharper, he should be a battering ram. Throwing centre halves off him, and that's what he does. It's good play in the build-up.
It's madness.
How did you do that?
He's looked really dangerous today. He's got Archie
Look at that,
Graves.
look at the goal.
Just holds him
See,
off, holds him at bay with that
help him off with that. Look at that.
He's
Lean
still
on him.
got a
Look.
bit to do. It's a really good finish.
Arsenal tried.
Thierry Henry country. He didn't bring it back.
Look
This
at
one
that.
he brings it back.
He bullied him off the ball.
He bullied him.
He's already got a smile on his face. He knows what's coming, Mikel Arteta.
Now the manager's happy.
Yeah.
That's the win.
That takes Arsenal to their biggest away win at Tottenham in league football since they won 5-0 at White Hart Lane
Spurs
in
deserve to go
1978.
down for this.
4-1 at home, 4-1
For
away.
this, they deserve to go down. They deserve to get relegated, Spurs.
Who rules in this of the North London woods?
He did that celebration, didn't he? He did it.
They had a blip in the first half, Arsenal, that maybe just made them feel a little bit anxious going into half time. But from the moment that Gyökeres scores that second goal, they've been fantastic. They've been so professional. They've not repeated the errors of Wolves, Manchester United, and other games where they've
2 goals.
been complacent and let things slip.
Right? For this waste man. You let him score 2 goals.
And in the minute that remains, Gary, as they disappear, Spurs.
There's much to
Oh, yeah, it's
A lot
almost
of work
done.
to do.
2
But we
minutes.
knew that before the game. I actually think they competed
7
quite
minutes.
well, but they're just well short.
Then he shows 7.
They need to get some players back.
Yeah, it's 1 minute
To
to
show the same level of sort of fight that they showed for 60-70 minutes in this match. I mean, in the end, they've been beaten by a far better team. This is not the barometer for this Tottenham team. It's a sore one for the fans. I mean, there must be only maybe 10-15,000 left. Peter, as we look around the ground, it's a nightmare for them to lose against their bitter rivals like this.
Saturday in the morning.
Arsenal want to rub it in, Martinelli.
Does it say that?
I think that's what they're singing. You hear it?
Those Arsenal fans have left over
On
in
who?
that far corner.
Against the Tottenham manager.
Where is the top? Daddy, where is the
Wow,
top?
the ground is so empty.
So
Look at the seats, man. Tottenham fan. Only Arsenal, the Arsenal stand is full. The away stand is full.
on that side,
Yeah.
the away stand is full. Is that a foul? Is that a foul? He's sending it off with Arsenal.
Bonus time if Tottenham wants it. There's much to be gained.
Ooh. He took it really well.
It's good from Raya, by the way.
And
It's
well,
all could want that.
Maybe. Maybe Arsenal will try and beat United.
We've already beaten Arsenal. It's over.
It's Arsenal. It is Arsenal again. Kings of their patch and top of the league by a hefty, a comforting margin.
Spurs, you deserve to go down for this. You deserve to go down, Spurs. Tottenham, I hope you go down. I hope you get relegated. I hope Spurs get relegated. I hope they ended up in the Championship. I hope, you know, I hope you guys, and I'm not even joking, Spurs, you deserve to get relegated. You get me like this at home, right? And a game, one of the most important game of the season, you got to be at home. Right, you allow 2 men to score 2 goals each. You deserve to go down. I don't care how beautiful that stadium is. You deserve to get relegated. You know, United did their part, City did their part, Brentford did their part, Wolves did their part, or Bournemouth did their part. But you lot couldn't even hold on for a draw. The worst team in the league, Arsenal, for a draw, but you couldn't do it in your own ground. In your derby with no passion. There was no passion. Vicario is the worst keeper in the league. Vicario. Tell the Spur. They're all poor. The whole of the Tottenham team, they're all poor. Just poor. They played really badly, poorly. No passion, no fight. They allowed Arsenal to keep the ball for so long. Right? And they couldn't do anything. They couldn't even match their pace. right?
Yeah.
Couldn't match their pace. They were very poor.
The fireball.
Very, very poor. You know?
Yeah.
For that matter, in that case, I would rather see Spurs get relegated, man. How do you get slapped in your own home? 4-0. 4-1, sorry. 4-1. It doesn't even make sense, does it? Right? Because
just look. One card.
Yeah, 4-1. You can see it.
Red card for. Yellow card for who? Daddy, who got a yellow card? Who got a yellow card?
It's madness, man. The team is embarrassing. So Arsenal are now on 61 points with 35 goals. Different. So City has got to score 4-5 goals in the next game.
Because City won. So
Man City will have to,
Man City.
they just need to keep winning their own game until they meet Arsenal. And they need to beat Arsenal for them to win the league.
And City has to be United because United.
No, we don't have to play City anymore. We're done with them. We're done with Arsenal.
Arsenal?
But Tottenham, they deserve to go down.
Nah, you're going down.
Tottenham deserve to go down.
Arsenal, Arsenal, if you play again.
Arsenal, if they play City, City will beat them. They're going down.
Arsenal.
Yeah, if they play City, they got to play City next. Not next, but that's one of their biggest games.
For this.
Okay, go on.
If Arsenal plays,
yeah,
and he's going down, United will beat Arsenal. If they both play together.
He just gave his boots to that kid, Saka. Gave his football boots to the kid.
Why?
Because he
doesn't want that.
No, he just likes to, likes to do good. He's a good guy, Saka. What did you say?
Daddy, how do we open this? Scary, something.
Embarrassing, mate. Embarrassing for Spurs. They deserve to go down. I want to see Spurs go down. I want to see them in the championship. No chance these guys will staying up after this. No chance.
Because I want to see Arsenal go down.
Even my poll was predicting it.
I want to see Arsenal go down every game.
Hi, Zan. Zan, I'll be okay.
You might be on.
Arsenal 60%, Spurs 40%. Arsenal were way more superior. Right? I hope Spurs goes down, man. Tomorrow, 8 o'clock, join us for the United game. We'll be playing
Who's playing against United?
Everton tomorrow. We're playing away.
Versus Everton.
Everton, yeah. Versus United. Zainab just said hi. Hi, Zainab. You okay?
Who?
Zainab.
Can't say what?
You know Zainab. She said hi there. Look. Hi.
Say hi for what?
She just said hi. She came online.
For you, yourself. For all you.
Right, we need to.
We need to go now.
Yeah, we need to go now. We need to end this chat because Spurs, they've let us down.
Because I need to go to bed.
They let us down big time.
Because I need to go to bed.
That's another one. You need to go to bed. Mommy's calling actually.
Coming on,
but we need to. Spurs, I hope you guys
see
go
guys.
down. I hope you guys get relegated. I hope you guys never see the Premier League again.
Bye, guys.
I hope you continue to go down.
Bye, guys.
Down. Right? Because what you've done today,
Bye.
Spurs, is unacceptable. How you get slapped in your own home 4-1 by your own rivals. I'd allow that to happen. Right? Spurs will go down. I'd rather see West Ham stay up.
There's something behind. Did I leave something?
No? Yeah. I'd rather see West Ham and Forest stay up.
Coming.
West Ham and Forest, I'd rather see them stay up. Spurs, you deserve to go down. With United, we did that bit against Arsenal. We beat them. Right? Brentford did that bit. Wolves did that bit. City did that bit. Against Newcastle yesterday. The biggest game of your season, you showed nothing, no passion. I tell you what, the right back for Spurs, whatever his name is, the guy that plays for England, That guy is absolutely one of the laziest. Vicario is one of the worst keepers in the league. You know, that whole team is just so dysfunctional. There's nothing in that team. Like, it's like they don't want to be at Spurs. They don't want to be there. These players, they don't want to be there. They don't want to play for Spurs. Sell them, clear out. You know, but Tottenham fans, you deserve it anyway. The way you treated your own, what do you call him? The guy that sold his shares. But you deserve to go down. I hope you guys go down. I'd never want to see Tottenham play Premier League football again. They don't deserve to play Premier League football. They don't. They do not deserve to play Premier League football. But anyway, with that being said, I don't want to stress myself any longer. I've been on this stream today for about 6 hours. Yeah, it's been a 6 hours hate watch against Arsenal. I'll see you guys tomorrow, 8 o'clock for the United game. Inshallah.
Dad.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Can you say peace? 6-7? 6-7. Yeah. We need to leave. We need to get out of this stream, man, because